We'll just start the session in 5 to 6 minutes.
So shall we start?
Anuti, just give a minute to me. We'll just start in a minute.
Sure, sir.
बेटा इसमें कौन है तुम्हारा फ्रेंड? Yashwardhan bhai, yes.
Sir, I'm present.
Yes, Yash, we can start the session.
Sure, sir. Am I visible, sir?
Yes, you are visible.
Okay, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I, Anuti Advani.
Shall I start, sir?
Yes, you may start, please.
Yes, sir. A very warm good evening to everyone. I, Yashwardhan Singh Tomar, the moderator for today's session, would like to welcome you all to the National Conference of Emerging Contours of Law and Justice in the Contemporary Era, Issues and Challenges, 26th August 2023 and 27th August 2023, organized by PG Department of Law, Guwahati University, Assam, and Deloitte Penal Group, a unit for Arjun Das Gulati Memorial Society, Prayagraj, in collaboration with Guru Angad Dev Teaching and Learning Center, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teaching and Learning, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Education, Government of India. Proceeding further, I would like to welcome our resource person for today's session, Dr. Devanshu Srivastav, Head of Department of Law in Jagli Lake City University, and Smriti Panjwani, ma'am. I would like to welcome you both, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Before starting the session, I would like to inform all the participants that you will be given 5 minutes for your presentations, and you will be getting 2 reminders, which would be after the 3 minutes are over, and the second one being after the 5 minutes are over. So, with your permission, shall we start the today's session?
You may please start the session.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to call upon the first participant, who is the first participant for today's session would be Murphy Chetai, a research scholar. I'm sorry if I pronounced the name wrong. Murphy Chetai, are you present at the moment?
Yes.
Yes, she's available.
Please go ahead with the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Murphy Chetia. I'm a research scholar in the Universal Schools of Law and Research, USTM. So my research topic is on protecting our future, safeguarding children in digital age, a guide to child cybersecurity. Cybersecurity relates to protecting network, mobile device, and computer against harmful threat. It can take many different shapes, including network applications, informations, or operational security. Child should be protected from potential hazards and attacks they might encounter online using a comprehensive strategy called cybersecurity. Cybersecurity enables us to make the best use of the internet for learning and interpersonal interaction. Additionally, it is significant since it covers all the aspects of safeguarding our personal data, including delicate informations like protected health information, financial information, intellectual property, and many more. If children are not taught the importance of protecting their privacy and confidentiality, they may also have a tendency to share their private images and video. Such may occasionally fall into the wrong hand and inspiring unjustified actions like crime, predicted in both online and offline scenarios. Therefore, in this cause of concern, this is so because children in different age groups suffer from various traits. As therefore, the research paper will focus on various factors, laws, and mechanisms while designing to cybersecurity for children. Theoretically, I would like to go for the aims, and the aims for protect the practical insight of the ensuring child security in the digital era are understanding digital risks, open communications, educations and awareness, age-appropriate guidelines, privacy settings and controls, safe online practices. As the safeguarding children in the digital age require a manifested approach that combine education, communication, technical measures, and emotional support by protecting the child cybersecurity, we can create a safe online environment where the children can explore, learn, and interact while minimizing potential risk. Remembering and engage and informed approach, all empowering children to make responsible choice in the digital world. As the researcher has proposed some research objective that they understand the digital landscape, identify effective safeguarding measures, awareness and educations, parental involvement, legal and regulatory framework, psychological and emotional well-being. As by addressing the research objective, the study aims to contribute to the development of the robust guide which empowers the participants to safeguard children's well-being in the digital age and the foster safe online applications. As the researcher has found some research gap, that is there is a need to assess the effectiveness of various educational interventions designed to promote child cybersecurity awareness, impact on parental involvement, psychological and emotional aspect, age-appropriate strategies, long-term behavior import, as the researcher in this paper has based on the secondary data, as the researcher has also followed by some online threat. Those are the cyberbullying. This is a leading crime against children, inappropriate content, online predators, and privacy concern, malware, virus, addictions, and screen time. As the government has also given some protection against child future in digital age.
3 minutes are over.
And legislations, digital literacy and education, age variations, parental control, collaboration with industry, data privacy. As my papers focuses on the factors and the measures, laws, mechanism while designing the cybersecurity for children, as the designing cybersecurity measure for children involve a combination both of legal consideration and technical mechanism to ensure their safety and online well-being. Those are the data privacy law, the legal considerations, the age variations, parental concern, online harassment and bullying laws, reporting mechanism, content regulations, where the technical mechanism includes content filtering, parental control, safe charge, education platforms, user authentications, regular updates and patches. The researcher would directly go to the suggestions for protecting the child in the digital age is of prominent importance to ensure their safety and well-being. Here are some important suggestions to consider when creating a guide to the cyber security are the educations and communication and education. Educate children about the potential risks and danger of the online world in the age-appropriate manner. Age-appropriate contain as they ensure the gap of appropriate website, apps, and gaps implementations, parent control, and restrict access to the inappropriate content. Teach children not to share personal information online, such as a full name, address, phone numbers, and school names. Explain the importance of strong, unique password and danger of sharing password with others. Guide children on settings, strict privacy settings on the social media platform. Advise them not only to accept advise them only accept friend requests or communicate online with people they know in the real life. Educate children about the harmful effect of cyberbullying and the importance of treating others with kindness and respect online. Encourage them to report any instances of cyberbullying or inappropriate behavior to trust adults. Thus, I would like to conclude my topic as that in the cybersecurity in a comprehensive era of safeguarding children from the risks associated with their online activities, empowering them to become responsible digital citizens. In this era where
5
technology is
minutes
an
are over.
integral part of our life, ensuring the safety as well-being of our children, the digital as the research topic of the protecting our future, safeguarding children in the digital age, a guide to the children, cyber security, ensuring the critical importance of the foster and a secure life environment for our. Thus, the
Ma'am, please
protection
wind up
of this.
because the 5 minutes are over. I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
lastly, you can say that as forward it, let us remember that our safeguarding begin with the choice as we make today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions that the panel would like to ask?
Yeah. So the question goes to ma'am is, ma'am, you mentioned about that there should be an so could you also, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah. So Mafi, I just need to know that when you were mentioning about the child, have you also emphasized on the age to which you are mentioning for your research purpose? Have you defined any age bracket for the term child there?
Yes, sir. A young child of less than 8 years is very unlucky to have the same problem as like the 14 years old age. As I have mentioned, the age bar in between the infant and the child below the age of 18 years. As particularly, I have mentioned the age bar till 8 to 14 years of age.
8 to 14, Marfi.
Yes, but
Okay.
yes.
So don't you feel that the point when you were mentioning that in your suggestions that for the children, I understand that creating awareness and like making them aware of what can be the threats on those things. But
Yes.
even for a child below the age of, or the age bracket that you mentioned between 8 to 14, they are also not allowed to have the social media handles and to have their mail account.
Yes.
So if that's
Exactly.
the case, then
But
how can they share those particular things on the internet?
yes, mainly this issue has came forward in the era of COVID-19. So most of the students are being engaged in online educations and all. So for that also they are facing, because in online education at the time the schools were closed, and they are also indulged in this digital era. So using computers, phones and all. So that
But for that, they are using either their parents or their guardians' mail addresses or the mobile phones, but not their own. The reason I'm asking this, Mafi, is because, for example, if a child who, because no agency, no party, like for example, even an account, an email address that needs to be made, you need to be above 18 years to have that. Okay, no worries. Thank you, Mafi.
yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next up, I would like to invite Ms. Swati Rai for her presentation. Ms. Swati Rai, are you present?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, a very good morning to one and all. I'll be making a presentation on the topic analysis of India's Digital Personal Data Protection Act of 2023. As we all are aware that it is very recently in August itself, the Indian Digital Personal Data Protection Act has been passed by a legislation after a long battle, like which started in 2017 with the Puttur Swami's case declaring right to privacy as a fundamental right of the citizens of India. It followed presentation of the bills twice, and then it finally came up as the India's Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. Now, this legislation has come up at a time where the entire world is like talking about the digitization, the information, the personal data, which is now available online for various use for various purposes. Now, this particular legislation has basically two objectives. Firstly, to protect the personal information of the data principals, and secondly, also to promote the appropriate and the rightful data processing methods. As of now, there was no legislation which was specifically talking about how the data can be used or what would be the rights of the data principals. But now this legislation is giving these twofold objectives: protecting the data principals as well as also allowing the data fiduciaries to have a control over data processing. If we talk about the major highlights of this particular legislation, the first and the foremost is with respect to the consent of the data principal, where the data principal is, the data fiduciaries are supposed to take, firstly, give notice to the data principals with respect to the way their data is being going to be processed or is going to be used, and then proper consent is to be taken from the data principals whether they actually consent for the data processing which has been informed to them. Now, the another aspect here is also that even the consent with respect to children, with respect to the people with unsound mind, is also to be taken from their legal guardian. Now, this consent part is also two-way. Firstly, at the time of data processing, the consent is being taken. Also, the data principals are given the right that they can also withdraw their consent if they no longer want their data to be processed by the data fiduciaries. Now, this legislation is also giving us this right to withdraw consent, therefore the right to be forgotten on the online medium, which is a very, very significant right at this point of time when we talk about the digitization of our personal data over the online medium. Now, the applicability of this legislation is, number one, for all the data that is available in the digital format, the data which is non-digital but is being digitalized, and it is also applicable on those people, those who are outside the territory of India, but they are offering the goods and services within the territory of India. So here, even the territories which are outside the India are also brought within the purview of this legislation with respect to the data processing. So now here, the data
Ma'am,
fiduciaries
3 minutes are over.
the data fiduciaries have been given a lot of responsibilities with respect to the compliance, with respect to number one, giving the notice to the data principals, seeking their consent, and thereafter processing data in the manner and for the purposes only for which the consent has been given clearly and unequivocally. Now, also with respect to the legal use of this data processing, the data fiduciaries have been given the responsibility. They are supposed to ensure that the data, when being processed, is accurate and is being used with utmost care without any data leakages. So here, they are supposed to ensure the data security and also the accuracy of the data by organizational and technical means. They are also supposed to notify the data breaches to the Data Protection Board. So this Data Protection Board is also being set up under this particular legislation, so as to ensure that the entire data processing takes place as per the provisions of this legislation. Now here, when the consent has been withdrawn by the data principal, data fiduciary also has the responsibility to delete the data unless legal requirements requires the data to be still stored for further uses. Also, the data fiduciary is supposed to give the information or the contact number of the data protection officer, also inform the data principal about the grievance redressal mechanism and how they can approach the authorities in case of any grievances if they have. This also talks about the valid parental authorization or consent to be taken from the data principal in case the data principal is a child when the information is being used. Now here, the information, the use of information or the data processing with respect to all the legal purposes is being talked about under this legislation. It is also talking about the legal requirements wherein the data is being stored, the data is being processed. This also talks about the significant data fiduciary being in place.
Ma'am,
Talking
5 minutes
about
are
the
over, so please wind up.
okay. So this legislation is talking about also the adjudicatory framework, which was not there. The dispute, the protection board and the TDSAT would be the responsible authorities for adjudicating the disputes. So we can see here that on one hand, a lot of power is being given to the data principals with respect to ensuring the safety and security of the data, and also to the data fiduciaries for the legal processing of their data. So striking a balance between the economy and the right to fundamental right here. Hello.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Are there any questions by the panel?
Yeah. Swati ma'am, just a small query regarding. So once you say that it is a striking a balance between the fundamental right as pointed out in the Puttaswamy's judgment.
Yeah.
So the act, um, can you also highlight or have you taken in consideration the bill that was taken back in 2020 regarding the data privacy? The bill I'm referring to the previous bill, which was withdrawn by the
Okay.
government. And
Yes.
so, in that, how does the present legislation on the Information Technology Act would be hindered? Can you just highlight something on the same?
As in the Information Technology Act talked specifically only about the usage of the computer with respect to the unauthorized use. Here we are talking about how I can manage my own data with respect to my consent part more here. Like whether do I consent to that kind of data processing or not?
I get
Uh,
that point, ma'am. I get that point. But my only question is pertaining, or I'll make it more simpler that what I am seeking on to is, for example, now when we see this bill getting the shape of an act, so if in case there is a contradiction between the IT Act 2000 and the present Data Protection Act, which would prevail and why?
okay. With respect to the same, we are talking about the authority of the legislation. So far, I could not see the provisions where there would be any violation as a contradiction as such, because both are operating in their own domains. Um, but the
There are few
legislation,
overlappings, ma'am, in respect to the IT Act 2000 and the Data Protection Act itself. So I'm referring on, yes, you rightly pointed out that the Information Technology Act is major on the computer and the thing, but we should also remember that when it comes to a computer and its periphery, it also is pertaining to the data. And as present, till the time this act has not seen its light,
yes, yes,
all
not
the
yet
things were
implement.
governed
Yeah,
all the things were governed from the IT Act 2000 itself when it refers to their data and other things. So I'm
yes,
only referring to couple of overlappings. I'm not saying that they are contradicted to each other, but there are few overlappings when it comes to the IT Act 2000 and the present act itself. And a detailed study of the present act um, is, and you said it correctly, that it's on a very silent on a point where the IT Act comes into play. So, what is
yes.
your take, or did you had a research on the same as well?
Not as such, sir, at the moment. To comment it at this platform about the
Oh,
overlapping part of the IT Act and here.
okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next up, I would like to invite Ganagula Shri Bhavana and Dr. G. Vinodini Devi. Are either of them present here? I will repeat. Ganugula, I'm so sorry.
Yes, one second. Please give me
Sorry. Ganugula Shri Bhagwana and G. Vinodini
yeah, I'm
Devi.
here. I'm present. Just
Oh,
give me a second.
sure, sure.
Yeah. Very good to one. I'm Sriva, College of Law, fifth year BBA LLB student. And the topic of my paper is environmental justice and legal remedies, bridging the gap in green criminology and sustainable development. To start with the introduction, as we all know, environment encompasses the Earth's bodily, organic, and herbal elements essential for life and the properly being. Environmental justice represents a fundamental principle grounded with the perception that each person, regardless of their heritage, has the proper right to stay in the surroundings those are unfastened from harm and degradation. Green crimes, traditionally known as environmental crimes, are the illicit activities that harm the environment, natural sources, and the ecosystems. These crimes contain actions that violate environmental legal guidelines, policies, or ethical norms, ensuing in ecological degradation, habitat destruction, and destruction of the biodiversity. Examples of green crimes can be given as illegal logging, natural wildlife tracking, risky waste dumping into the environment, polluting the water, air, and the land in large. Green crimes are not best for the human health, social balance, and economic sustainability. Transitional environment crimes are the criminal activities undertaken by the means of individuals appearing across borders, illegal logging and timber smuggling, wildlife species smuggling, release of toxic waste, illegal e-waste dumping, etc. Coming to sustainable development, to be sustainable, the development must possess both economical and ecological sustainability. Sustainable development is a dynamic and holistic technique that seeks to gain societal development while ensuring the lengthy term fitness and viability of the environment. Intergenerational equity principle explains that sustainable development emphasizes the need to not forget the needs and aspirations of future generations. This includes making selections these days that ensure the availability of sources and livable surroundings for the coming generations. And the one more important principle is the policy integration, that is a critical factor of sustainable development, which is a mix of environmental issues into coverage making throughout sectors. It prevents the conflicts between development goals and environmental protection. The promotion of green technologies, renewable electricity, and innovation. There are the Articles 48A, 51AG, Article 21, 25 of the Indian Constitution deal with and contribute to the framework of environmental protection. And the crimes against environment come under Section 268, 277, 278, 283, 284 of the Indian Penal Code. There are many other legislations like Environment Protection Act 1986, Water Prevention and Control of Pollution, Forest Conservation Act, Wildlife Protection Act to govern the environmental protection. There are many challenges which are being faced to like safeguard the environment. Some of those are lack of access to resources, regulatory loopholes, information asymmetry, limited
గ్రీన్
participation.
క్రిమినాలజీ అండ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్ జస్టిస్ నాకు అయ్యే వరకు టెన్షన్ గానే ఉంటది.
Inadequate remedies, global
Next
minutes are over.
inequalities, fragmented
requested
approach. Yeah.
mute themselves if it is not required, because it is disturbing the presenting participant to present their papers.
Bridging the gap between social equity and legal solutions is critical for reaching significant environmental justice. By integrating present frameworks with standards of inclusivity, fairness, societies can deal with environmental inequalities and make sure that inclined groups have identical access and safe treatment. One of the famous case is Bhopal gas tragedy, which we all know, which has given rise to the principle of absolute liability in India. The doctrine of absolute liability says that the industries engaged in hazardous activities are strictly liable for any harm caused by their operations, regardless their fault or negligence. The onus of proof is on the industry to ensure the safety of the surrounding environment of the community. And one more case in the Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum versus Union of India, the Supreme Court established the polluter pays principle, making the industries financially accountable for the pollution they generate. The courtroom emphasized the importance of protecting the environment and the health of citizens. Integrating green criminology and sustainable development is a multifaceted endeavor that calls for collaborative and interdisciplinary method. By bridging the space between environmental scientists, criminologists, and the policy makers, they need to dwell into the complicated connections between environmental damage, criminal conduct, and the pursuit of sustainable practices. The legislative reforms play a very vital function on this integration, ensuring that the environmental crimes are met with strong present frameworks. Furthermore, emphasizing the importance of company social obligation can encourage organizations to undertake sustainable practices and moral behavior, therefore lowering
Ma'am, 5 minutes are over. Please wind up.
Yeah, coming to the conclusion. In conclusion, the convergence of green criminology and the sustainable improvement represents a compelling and dynamic approach to deal with the mission of environmental crimes, while simultaneously laying the inspiration for an inclusive and an ecological conscious destiny.
reform the beneficiary system.
Sure.
The participant, if she wants to continue, she can continue for a minute and a half because there were a lot of disturbances between the presenting. So, Yash, you can just ask the participant if she wants to conclude and give her conclusions or some suggestions. She can continue with that.
Sure, sir. Miss.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, concluding, I'd like to give some suggestions like the cooperation between specialists and various fields, which include law, science, economics, and sociology, need to amplify the effectiveness of the projects, which also lead to economic profits and also do not harm the environment. The strengthening framework, it would be strengthened by the frameworks and implementing stringent legal guidelines, consequences, and enforcement mechanisms. Effective campaigns can empower the communities to call for trade, influencing policy selections and corporate practices. Ultimately, this amalgamation gives a complete and inclusive roadmap in the direction of the world where sustainability, justice, and environmental protection function the cornerstones of well-being for the present generations as well as the coming generations. As of those fields converge, they gift a transformative ability that transcends disciplinary barriers and propels the society closer towards an extra harmonious and balanced future. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions for by the panel?
Yeah. I would just have one question. So when you were mentioning about the environmental justice, could you also highlight that how and what would, according to you and your research, would be the best remedy out of the pool of the remedies available?
Yes, sir. In my opinion, I feel that the legal frameworks or the laws are not that stringent in relation of the environmental crimes or the green crimes. They need to be more stringent and the punishments must be increased in order to reform, and they must not be given, the polluter pays principle must be implemented, and everyone must be held liable for causing the damage to the environment. The offenders.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, I would like to invite Namrata Das for their presentation. Namrata Das, are you present here? Moving ahead, I would like to invite Altaf Masood for their presentation.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir.
Can I start?
Please do.
So, good morning, everyone. My topic is green.
Hello.
What?
Am I audible? I am present.
So sorry for moving ahead. Can we please take her presentation first because her name was actually before. Please continue, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning. Respected Dr. Devanshu Srivastav sir, Ms. Smriti Panjwani ma'am, and my co-participant presenters. I am Namrata Das. I am presently pursuing my PhD in law from Alliance University. My topic of presentation is mitigating environmental crimes, role of legislature and judiciary. So I would like to give a very brief introduction of my topic. It is often perceived that if no one is hurt or injured and there is no bloodshed, that act is harmless and cannot be considered a crime. However, if illegal destructive acts which directly affects the nature, then that act can be considered as an environmental crime. Man can survive without food for a few days, but cannot survive without oxygen as he would suffer from irreversible brain damage after 3 minutes without breathing. As such, we realized the importance of trees and plants for human survival. In the ancient days, people used to worship nature, the 5 elements, that is air, water, fire, earth, and ether. These are called the Panch Mahabhut. Knowledge of these 5 elements help understand the laws of nature. However, in today's world, we have lost the reverence for Mother Nature, and for commercial and economic benefits, we exploit the natural resources. As a result of which, the rare flora and fauna is in the path of extinction. According to United Nations Crime and Justice Research Institute, environmental crime encompasses a broad list of illicit activities, including illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, smuggling of ozone depletion substances, illicit trade in hazardous waste, illegal trade in wildlife, and illegal logging, and the associated trade in stolen timber. The United Nations Environmental Program and Interpol have identified environmental crime as the fourth most lucrative crime type globally. So, the very nature of environmental crime is transboundary and involves cross-border criminal syndicates. An aesthetic ivory tusk or a tiger skin, which enhances the ambience of the living room wall, passes through different phases, right from the poaching site to the final buyer. Wooden artifacts, which are sold in the market travels around the world from the illegally cut forest tree via the factory to the purchaser. As I'm from Northeast India, I would like to highlight wildlife crime in Northeast India. Northeast India, comprising 8 states that also encompasses 2 biodiversity hotspots of the world, Himalayas and Indo-Burma, serves as a transit route for the trafficking of flora and fauna to many countries of North and Southeast Asia. Trafficking of wild mammals, reptiles, amphibians, and birds is frequently reported in news from the northeastern states. The state of Assam, with 70% of rhino population of India, alone witnessed 191 poaching cases over a span of 22 years from 2020-21. However, zero poaching activity was recorded in 2022. Rhino horn powder has been traditionally used as a Chinese Vietnamese medicine to treat various ailments such as cancer, gout, food poisoning, fever, hangover, etc., and is also used as an aphrodisiac agent. Another endangered species, which from the northeast, Tokai gecko, which is a nocturnal lizard, is widely traded for medicinal use. And energy drinks to treat ailments such as diabetes, cancer, HIV, AIDS, etc. In the past decade, it has been observed that wildlife seizures in the state of Assam are often connected with the state of West Bengal and vice versa, which shows the existence of wildlife nexus and interstate racket. In addition to interstate smuggling, transnational smuggling is also rampant from northeast states due to the porous international boundary. In May 2022, Mizoram's Champai police says 468 exotic wild species, which included 442 lizards, 11 snakes, 4 tortoises, 4 three-toed sloths, 4 patos, 2 beavers, and 1 wildcat. In July 2020, the Assam forest officials seized a red kangaroo, 6 hyak macaw, 2 capuchin monkeys from South Africa, and 3 giant tortoises from a truck near the state's border with Mizoram. In the states of Manipur in January 2021, 2 critically endangered exotic species, radiated tortoise and Aldabra tortoise, were seized by Assam Rifles in Chandel district. When we come to the legislative framework as far as India is concerned, India has a plethora of laws which ensures the protection and safeguarding the environment. However, what is necessary is the proper implementation of the provisos present in the legislations for the dispensation of justice with regards to different types of environmental crime. Further, like traditional crimes, we have murder, theft. These are few crimes which are given a top priority in the list of crimes. However, environmental crime often takes a back seat, and there is a lack of you can say a stringent punishment or government initiative to identify criminals, because at times the criminals involved in environmental crime they often tend to intimidate and use their political power to escape punishment. So currently, only native species are included in the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Therefore, there is an imperative need to make changes in the existing 6 schedules to list alien exotic species and to add penalty and punishment sections for wildlife defaulters involved in
Ma'am, 5
exotic
minutes are
wild
over.
pet
Please wind up.
species trade. Yeah, so as I've already mentioned, there are a number of laws present. However, the gap where the gap which is that still there has to be sections which specifically deals with safeguard of wildlife present near the coastal and marine regions, for which there is no provision in either Wildlife Protection Act 1972 or Wildlife Protection Amendment Bill 2022. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions by the panel?
Yeah. So, Namrata ma'am, thank you so much for that presentation. That was really a good insight. Now, during the course of your presentation, the topic like mitigating environmental crimes and the role of legislature and judiciary,
Yes.
the special mentioning towards the northeast area, specifically to the wild animals like rhinos and other things.
Yes.
So, based upon your research, can you just highlight one specific suggestion from your end that you may suggest under the present legislation in order to mitigate the same?
Um, I feel that conservation would lead an implementation of the laws which are present would definitely have a mitigating effect on the human wildlife conflict, which is which we see has really has escalated a lot these days. And if every citizen of the country takes responsibility in safeguarding the wildlife and conserving the nature by planting
Namrata ma'am,
trees, by
yeah, Namrata ma'am, don't feel that that already is a fundamental duty for all of the citizens under 51A.
true. And however, we often tend to get attracted towards beautiful artifacts made out of wood and aesthetic ivory tusk and skin of animals. So the fact is, if we stop purchasing such goods, start boycotting the purchase of such goods, then maybe to some extent, we might definitely help in safeguarding the animals and safeguarding the environment as well.
Wonderful point, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Altaf Masood for their presentation. Altaf Masood.
Yes, good morning, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. My topic is green criminology and environmental justice, a way towards a sustainable era. So, first of all, the significance of green criminology and environmental justice in guiding strategies for sustainable development by identifying the root causes of environmental crimes and inequities. These fields offer valuable insight to policymakers, law enforcement, and environmental advocates, contributing a harmonious relationship between humanity and environment, fostering a sustainable and equitable future. For us, and as an introduction part, I will explain what is green criminology. Green criminology is a branch of environment and criminology that examines the intersection of environmental causes and criminal behavior, and it investigates various forms of environmental harm such as pollution, wildlife trafficking, deforestation, and many accidents, industrial accidents also. So as an introduction, just environment justice is just focus on the fair distribution of environmental benefits and burdens across different communities, particularly those are disproportionately affected by environmental hazards and pollution. And this concept emerged as a response to the recognition that marginalized and low-income communities often bear a heavier burden of environmental pollution and hazards, leading to negative health outcomes and reduced quality of life. Sorry?
Please continue, sir.
Okay, then we coming to the prevention and the limitation of these environmental crimes. Preventing and limiting environmental crimes requires a combination of legal, regulatory, enforcement, and educational approaches that are awareness programs. So some strategies that I have mentioned here: a strong legal framework to develop comprehensive environmental laws that define various forms of environmental harms, such as crimes, setting standards and penalties. Penalties is important for offenders, and to enact and enforce regulation that govern industries and activities with the potential to cause significant environmental damage, and effective enforcement of these. To strengthen law enforcement agencies responsible for investigating and prosecuting environmental crimes, and to provide training and resource to law enforcement personnel enabled to identify investigate and address environmental offense effectively. And the technological solution. Now we all know that technology is too much advanced, so we need to use that technology advanced to prevent all this. And corporate accountability also, to hold a corporation accountable for their environmental practice by imposing fines, penalties, because this is a corporate world. We are living in a corporate world, and the most of the environmental hazards are done by corporates itself in my studies. So penalties and legal consequences for their non-compliance is also important. And the public awareness and education. These are the important
3 minutes are over.
Okay, and as I mentioned, international collaborations, international incentives, compliances, restitution for remediation, and research and other collection of data also important for these aspects. And changing the coming by new era, changing perspectives of environmental justice is changing. So changing the perspective of environmental justice involving shifting societal attitudes, policies, and practices to ensure fair treatment and equitable distribution of environmental benefits and a burden across all communities. So strategies are raise awareness education, just like I said previously, highlight intersectionality, community engagement, advocacy and activism, and media coverage also. We need to get this information to the public as many as possible. And the policy reforms. Currently, we need a strong policy reform here, not only regional level, local, national, international policies to prioritize environmental justice, and legal actions need to be there. And I already mentioned political engagement and other collection of data. And coming to Indian scenario, there are many laws related to environmental harm and protection of environment. That is Environmental Protection Act 1986 and Water Act 1974, Air Act 1981, Forest Act 1980. So many are there. And Biology Diversity Act 2002. This legislation is designed to conserve India's biological diverse, sustainable use of its components, and fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of their utilization. And National Green Tribunal Act is also there in 2010. This Green NGT is specialized Green Tribunal Act is specialized tribunal established to handle cases related to environmental protection and conservation, and it has the jurisdiction to hear cases related to violation of environmental laws and to provide effective remedies also. And the others are reason for that is plastic waste and
so 5 minutes are over, so please wind up.
Okay, so now I'm concluding that. So here are some suggestions and my findings through my studies. So the importance of environmental concerns and policy enforcement and these criminal agendas. Despite the potential benefits of focusing on preventing environmental crimes, this field remains underexplored. Enforcing environmental laws counters challenges ranging from indifference to resistance. So, however, for sustained momentum in strengthening environmental law enforcement and regulatory compliance, it's crucial to acknowledge that certain aspects of action and response framework are consistently pursued. Additionally, as the legal system adapts to global challenges, share issues like climate change. Climate change is one of the most issues we are facing here, and it could drive international legal harmonization and law enforcement. And this could penalize activities that are lawful but illegitimately harmful for the environment. For a conclusion, I'm saying that from a green criminology perspective, the ultimate victim of environmental harm is planet itself, like the people itself. So, whole planet itself. So, it's a shared entity sustainability. This emphasizes the need to devise strategies to prevent environmental damage and environment protect loss. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Are there any questions for by the panel? Are there any questions by the panel? All right. I would like to move ahead with the next participant, Dr. Aditi Acharya.
Can I present my slides?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
The Earth has already warmed by 1.2 degrees Celsius since the pre-industrial times. In 2022, humans overused the planet's resources by at least 75%. The world is entering a sixth mass extinction driven by human-induced environmental disasters. The concept of green criminology emerged in 1990s to study the environmental crime, and the term was first used by Lynch. The irony in case of environmental crime is that often the very people, that is, the governments and the corporations who are expected to fight it, facilitate it for their selfish interests. Approaches towards enforcement of environmental law vary in different countries, criminal in some and mixed in others. Often there is a variance between what is considered harmful under civil and criminal laws and according to the ecological perspective. Corporate environmental offenses are considered as regulatory breaches, deviations from permitted exploitation of natural resources, non-compliance with legislation, and infringements of environmental-related rights of certain communities. Environmental harm crossing international boundaries with its scope and activities becoming increasingly transnational in nature is a matter of grave concern. Agencies fighting these crimes face the challenges related to lack of coordination and data sharing, lack of clear definitions and categorization of crimes across jurisdictions, and differences in record keeping and follow-up procedures. Except for Basel Convention, international treaties do not criminalize environmental offenses. Interpol also offers no justice against transnational environmental crimes, except when it is a case of contravention of a treaty or border dispute, and still then it is expected to share adversary opinions only. In response to public protests in 1970s and 1980s, the corporate offenders adopted environment as their cause and claimed themselves to be proponents of sustainable development. Marketing campaigns of such companies highlight their reduced carbon footprint and urge customers to go green by purchasing their brands. They intend to control the definitions of environmentalism and sustainability and ensure that agreements and programs under the Earth Summit are shaped by corporate agenda. Such companies use two-pronged strategy to defend their actions. In developing nations, they try to convince people that their polluting industries are the only way of earning money to afford a clean environment. They deter governments from interfering in their affairs and compel them to allow self-regulation for the sake of free trade and open markets. Earth jurisprudence is based on the primary idea that nature has inherent rights, rights of existence in present and future, and that of maintaining healthy ecosystems. Both green criminology and earth jurisprudence can complement each other in the sense that former can provide more holistic solutions to environmental crime, and the latter can help in identification and tracking. The inclusion of principles of earth jurisprudence into contemporary conventional law has brought positive results, as evident in the cases of granting legal personhood to Wanganui River in New Zealand, including Pachamama rights in the Constitution of Ecuador, closing of Godavari marble quarry in Nepal, among others. Approaches to policing, regulation, and prosecution under the traditional justice systems need to be reviewed in case of environmental crimes. Focus must be shifted from punishing the offenders to mechanisms that work towards repairing the environmental harm. The role of governments worldwide must not be limited to establishing regulatory regimes and enforcement measures, but also include educating the public, combating corruption, and protecting environmental activists. The UN must ensure consensus building, information sharing, and collaboration across agencies among its member nations. The concept of ecological inclusion must be promoted and adopted around the globe. It will establish the foundation for a more caring and respectful interrelationship between humans and nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Are there any questions by the panel? Devanshu, sir.
Yeah, I'll just have a question to ma'am. So, ma'am, first, yeah, the concept, I would say that, yeah, the greenwashing I know the more of the colors being there. So when we take the expected from the green criminology, can you just highlight a few points like uh, how we'll be taking that thing ahead? Just one important thing where you find under the present Indian Penal Code an instance of a green criminology.
Uh, Sir, I just want to ask, are you asking how greenwashing and green criminology are related, or how we can incorporate greenwashing, or we can stop or prevent greenwashing through green criminology?
Ma'am, I'm asking an instance under the present Indian Penal Code which highlights or supports your argument of green.
Sir, sir, I'm unaware of any provisions under the Indian
Okay.
Penal Code
I'll just
related
simplify
to.
my question to you, ma'am. I'm
Yes.
asking that you agree that the green criminology does it applies in Indian scenario as well? Do you agree
Yes,
with the
sir.
same?
Sure. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. I
So
agree.
any one provision under the present okay under the present criminal laws, it can be both substantive or procedural, IPC or CRPC, that highlights or that supports the green criminology concept. Is my question clear to you, ma'am?
Sir, yes, sir. I think so. If I go by acts only, compensatory afforestation act of 2016.
Ma'am, that I'm getting
That's
answered.
closed.
I'm not referring to any of the environmental legislation. I'm
Okay.
referring plainly towards the criminal legislation, the core criminal legislations, whether it's a substantive way of the Indian Penal Code or the procedural way of CRPC. Any one provision there where you can find a hint or a provision that supports the green criminology ideology as well?
Sir, I'm unaware of it.
No worries, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was a good concept, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your question. And I'd like to find more about it and research
Sure.
about it further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Indrani Kundu for her presentation.
I have a request. I'm from the organizing cell. So I have a request from the resource persons at the end of the session, before the session completes, just switch on their camera so that we can take a photograph.
Yes, Gaurav. Sir,
Hope the
sure.
resource persons have no issues
Yes,
with that.
sir. Yes, sir, Gaurav, sir. We'll surely do that.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Indrani Kundu, are you present here?
We'll surely.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Indrani Kundu, are you present here? Moving forward.
No,
like to...
Indrani ma'am is present. Just wait.
Present.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I forgot to unmute myself.
It's okay, ma'am. You may please proceed.
Yeah. So is my screen visible to all of you?
It's not actually, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you please start with the presentation because
yes,
we are kind of running short of time.
I just got it. I got it.
Sure.
Is my screen visible now?
It's still not, ma'am.
Uh,
If anyone else could confirm if her screen is present or not, because in my screen,
No,
she's.
actually, the screen is not visible, sir.
Thank you
okay,
so much.
so can I just do one thing? Can I send it this slide to you, and can you please present it, because otherwise it will be a bit difficult. So can I just send this slide to you?
Sure. Gaurav sir, can you please help me out with that? Because I'm actually on a mobile phone device, I'm not really on a computer. So can anyone from the organizing committee help me out with that? Hello, am I audible first of all?
Is it visible now? Can anybody confirm?
In my screen, for me, it's not, ma'am.
No, it is not, Indrani ma'am.
Okay. Can you please call the next participant, and by that time I'm just trying to figure out.
Sure, ma'am.
If you call the next participant.
Sure, ma'am. Just a second.
Yeah.
No, your screen is present now. Your screen is present now.
Is it okay? Okay. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are. Please start.
Okay, so the topic of my paper is trafficking in timber, an analytical study of environmental crime in India. So when we talk about environmental crime, criminology comes in picture, and my previous speakers have already talked about green criminology. So if I want to put it in simple words, green criminology is that branch of criminology which takes environment as the victim. For other criminology, for other parts of criminology, it takes human being as a victim. But this part of criminology takes environment as a victim. Now, in my paper, I have specifically talked about timber trafficking. So timber trafficking means illegal taking, trading, importing, exporting, processing, possessing, and obtaining and consumption of timber. So the main reason of taking up this topic is news like this, because we come across these news every day where timber of rupees 2 crore has been seized, where 3 lakhs of illegal teak was smuggled and it was being seized. And specifically, the reason for taking up this topic is the constant reduction of forest cover in the northeastern part of India, specifically in North Bengal. Since I belong to Siliguri, within just 14 to 15 years, I have seen considerable reduction in forest cover. And these are the screenshots of some news where it is being seen that Siliguri has been used as a corridor for timber smuggling or timber trade, illegal timber trade. Now, the next slide talks about constitutional provision, where we can see that the forest management has been put in concurrent list and the state list in both these lists. And there is Article 48A of the Constitution of India is also there. There is there are several cases in environmental law regarding the protection of environment, but the Vellore Citizen Welfare Forum case versus Union of India, this is the case where it was stated that sustainable development is important and it is being highlighted. However, at the end of my slide, we will see that in timber trade, achieving sustainability is quite difficult.
Now, when we talk about forest management and timber trafficking, Indian Forest Act 1927 has to be dealt with, because even though there are other acts, but Indian Forest Act is a major act. And even though this act was enacted prior to this 1947, but post independence also we continued with that. And if we look at the history or the objective of this Indian Forest Act, we find out that this act was enacted only to facilitate, or it was for the benefit of the
3 minutes are over.
Okay, only to facilitate the developmental work of the British government. Now there is Forest Conservation Act 1980, which was enacted. It is being operative in addition to the Forest Act of 1927. However, the main reason of enacting this act is to de-reserve the forest for non-forestry purposes. And in this act, we can see that for even forest reserve, even the forest covers or forest areas can also be given to any private person, agency, or corporation by the government. Now, even though there are various case laws in environmental law, but T.N. Godavarman and this Environmental Awareness Forum, these two cases are very specific to timber trade or illegal timber smuggling. In T.N. Godavarman case, all of us know the facts, so I'm not getting into the facts. In T.N. Godavarman case, what the Supreme Court did, it kept open the case and kept the case open, and it kept it as continuous mandamus, so that it can take care of all the issues which come under this forest management. And also it constituted one central empowered committee, which which was supposed to take orders or directions from the Supreme Court in order to protect the forest. In Environmental Awareness Forum, it was stated that the state of Jammu and Kashmir, the government was ordered to make a list of licensed sawmills, and it was directed to close down all the unlicensed sawmill. And it was also stated that movement of timbers out of the state and across the state was restricted. And it was stated
5
that
minutes are over, so please wind up.
Okay, I'll just wind it up now. So the timber was, it was stated that the timber can be moved out of the state only for the purposes of railways and defense. Now, there is National Working Plan 2014, which talks about how the government can take help from the communities, specifically tribal community, in order to protect the forest. There is now the main reason of this timber trafficking or timber smuggling is there is a demand internationally, and to meet that demand, sometimes there are some stakeholders who are giving into that demand. So the legal standards of timber trade in India, I have already highlighted that in red color. India has already taken up a policy to ban export of unprocessed logs, sandalwood, rosewood. So woods like sandalwood and rosewood, there is a restriction of exporting that, and it has already imposed.
We are running short of time, so please conclude.
Okay, so there is a suggestion. Now the problem is that these trees are matured in nature, and when these trees are cut down, for another tree to take up that place, it already takes 10 to 15 years. So achieving sustainability, so whenever in timber trade there is a saying that you should go for sustainable timber trading, but in reality that sustainable timber trading is a myth, because for a sapling to become a tree maturity, it takes 10 to 15 years. So actually sustainable timber trading doesn't happen. So the only thing it can be done is there has to be a proper punishment. And when I'm saying that there has to be a proper and stringent punishment, it is not like that only, because when we look at the enactment, when we look at the legislation, the punishment portion is so less, the punishments are so less and so less grievous in nature. So I feel that in order to tackle this illegal timber trading or timber smuggling, we need a very strong and stringent punishment. So that is all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions by the panel?
Yes.
Thank you, Yash. Ma'am, the question that comes around that, so could you also highlight about which particular legislation's definition you are relying for the term timber?
So right now, there is only the Forest Conservation Act only talks about the definition of forest and timber. This Indian Forest Act 1927, it does not talk about anything. It is only when we look at the legislation itself, it is only for the there's non-forestry purposes, use of forest for non-forestry purposes. It only talks about the facilitating the developmental works. If we want to talk about the definition of timber and forest, it is only the Forest Conservation Act which talks about it, 1980.
Forest Conservation Act talks about the definition of the term timber.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and if like for your research, if you can just point out which section or like what is the definition given for timber there?
Sorry, sir, can you please come again?
I'm saying, what is the definition for timber provided under the Forest Conservation Act?
So right now I am not aware of it. I'll just.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Next
Also,
up, I would like.
Yashwadan, just a small thing. I'll request all the participants to please adhere to the time. We have to complete them because we have parallel sessions for the next rounds as well. So Yash, I would request you as a moderator for the session to please adhere to the time limits.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sadia,
Next up, I would like to invite Ms. Likita Manogna for their presentation.
Good morning to one. Good morning. Today, my topic is about green criminology and environmental justice. In era marked by unprecedented environmental challenges, the intersection of criminal behavior and ecological harms give rise to the fields of the study known as green criminology. Green criminology is a unique and burgeoning field of study that examines the intersections environmental harms and ecological degradations and criminal activities. It focuses on understanding and analyze the ways both individual and corporation contributes to environmental destructions and how these actions can be corporate contribute to the environmental destructions and how these actions can be considerable to the criminal offenses. This environmental justice empathizes the need for fair and equitable distribution of environmental benefits and burdens and marginalized communities for disproportionately affected by environment harms. The green criminology is a study of environmental harms against the environment and its environment policies and environmental corporate environmental environments. The green criminology is challenges the traditional notion of crimes by exporting concept encompasses the offenses against the environment. It investigates the wide range of activities like illegal lodgings, wildlife trafficking, and toxic waste dumpings in white-collar environmental crimes committed by corporations. The offenses not only harms the ecological system, but also it affects humans, wildlife, and it impacts the humans' life and communities. By examining the legal and social and economic aspects of these actions, green criminology seeks to hold perpetrators accountable of further environmental transactions. On other hand, environmental justice. Environmental justice is addresses to unequal distribution of environmental benefits and negative consequences among the different social groups like marginalized communities, low income and immigrational people. Environmental it changes because of the increasing of the population populations, and it have been disproportionately exposed to the population, hazardous waste and other environmental hazards.
3 minutes are over.
This unequal abundance leads to health justice advocates for policies and actions and ratify these disparities. Environmental justice advocate for policies and actions are advised it ensured all individuals regarding of their social, economic and backgrounds on their rights of health, safe and healthy environment. The minor threats of survival of the humanity have been environmental problems, having carbon emissions, climate changes, and ozone depredations, which have taken to the center of stage. Since the United Nations of Human Conference of Humanity Environment in 1972, and its Paris Agreement is signed in 2016. The countries have partly criminalized environmental offenses through the local legislations or punishing the offenders through the criminal system. In this case, I would like to explain the Bhopal Rajri case. This case is about the gas leakage disasters involved in the toxic gas from the unicarbal pesticides. In India, in the case highlighted the issue is corporations' accountability and environmental justice that impacts for multinational corporations and communities. I conclude that environmental justice and green criminology and environmental justice are critical areas of study and action.
5 minutes are over.
Hold.
Please conclude.
They interest the nexus of environmental harms and social justice, highlighted the injustice of the results from environmental degradation and the pursuit of profit at the expenses of the plants and environmental communities. The green criminology and environmental justice are integral to creating more equitable and sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Are there any questions by the panel?
Yeah. So my question is that the environmental jurisprudence that you are referring on to, can you please highlight which country's environmental jurisprudence has a major impact on the present Indian environmental jurisprudence? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. I'm audible. You are audible.
You heard my question?
Actually, I don't know.
No worries, Lekevera. Good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, I would like to invite Sagnika Das and Dr. Paunami Basu.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
So please let me know whether my screen is visible, sir.
Sure. Yes, it's visible.
Is my screen visible? Okay. Okay. Our topic in this seminar is that conflict-induced forced displacement and protection of socio-economic rights, a comparative study of Ukraine and Rohingya refugees through a special lens. So in introduction, I would like to say that what is the meaning of the socio-economic rights and what is the methodology. Specifically, we have undertaken comparative study within this framework to look into two different special socio-economic characteristics and to find out the two different characteristics of two types of refugees. Number one. Number two is that the objective of this particular paper is to look into the implementation machineries within the legal framework. The laws are there, but how it is getting implemented, that is the most important thing. Over here, socioeconomic rights includes right to food, right to livelihood, adequate standard of living, employment, right to decent and healthy environment, social security, and legal assistance. Now, moving forward to the international instruments, that is UTHR and ICESCR, both the documents talk about the protection of socioeconomic rights, and it does not only limit it to its citizens. It talks about the aliens or the refugees who take shelter into the hosting countries. Now, if we look into the convention relating to the status of refugees 1951, they talk about the protection of socioeconomic rights within the given legal framework. Okay. Now, if we look into the conceptual and theoretical framework relating to the refugees under the international legal framework, there are the protection of right to schooling, education, enhancing the skills of the workers, if there are any, the protection of women and children. All the provisions are mentioned over there. Now, if we directly talk about the refugees in Rohingya, the Rohingyas are the ethnic minority group from Myanmar, and they are presently considered the most persecuted minority in the world. The Rohingya have been systematically denied their civil, political, economic, and human rights, and they are governed by their government since the country's independence. Repatriation, reintegration, rehabilitation, and reconstruction, these are the four strategies, 4R strategies, which has been undertaken by UNHCR. They have failed in case of Rohingya. The data shows that. And the UNHCR have state of refugee camps, but however, the Rohingya refugee situation in Bangladesh is evolving into a long-term refugee situation with no viable solution. Now, if we look into the problems in the host communities, if the comparatively
3 minutes are over.
Okay, comparatively backward economy in Bangladesh, it gets the impact within the local community, depletion in the natural resources, deterioration of the infrastructure, and many. So now, if we compare with the refugees of the Ukraine, we will see that since 2022 February, we have seen that Ukrainian refugee crisis is a huge and burning issue. That does not mean that the Rohingya issue has not been in existence anymore. But if we look into the United Nations Security Council statement in November 2022, in the past 12 months alone, UNHCR has responded to 37 emergencies around the world. Yet, the other crises are failing to capture the same international attention. So this is the statement which has been made by the United Nations Security Council, and it is being stated that the European Union and the Rohingya issue, the Ukrainian refugee crisis has been much more highlighted. Now, another statement by the IMF, they are saying that this refugee crisis of Ukraine might get mitigated, and they are much more focusing on the labor market integration. They are talking about the skilled Ukraine refugees. Now, in conclusion, what we are trying to say is that this issue relating to the refugees are the same. However, there are two spatial and socio-economic strata, and on the basis of that, the outlook of the world community towards these refugees are different. The European Union, along with the United Nations, they are looking into the refugees of Ukraine in a different setup. However,
5 minutes are over, so please conclude within 10 to 15 seconds.
Okay. And however, the Rohingya crisis has been mitigated into the same level. I would request Dr. Pounomi ma'am to conclude and give her few insights within this topic.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I just want to quickly add on that we have looked onto the spatial situatedness, and as recently the various UN agencies, whether it's WHO and the IMF, they are meeting to make easing out the restrictions on the barriers for the refugees more in Ukraine. The EU Temporary Protection Directive to easing the barriers to healthcare access, to more schooling facilities, and labor integration in the Ukrainian market, in the EU market, are more getting more attention and more resources from the international. Whereas the Rohingya crisis, there is more focus on the socio-economic burdens on the host community. So therefore, we have the laws, but the implementation also gets affected on the spatial situatedness. And for the justice delivery mechanism, the institution building,
please conclude
it
fast.
needs more focus. Yeah, so this has been mainly the focus of this paper. Thank you. I'd just like to say.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Are there any questions by the panel?
Yeah, thank you so much, Moms, for your presentation and the detailed insight. Just a question that, and I although would agree that in the concluding part, Ponami ma'am do mention that the standards for Rohingya Muslim and the refugees in the Ukrainian scenario are not the similar path, but there is a set of rules, but that needs to be properly implemented. The question then draws me that then if we know that the standards are comparatively different, so what made you to see the comparative side of two different things together?
Because when you're talking about refugee protection, when we talk about international norms and guidelines, we more or less take it for granted the universal implementation, because we start with the doctrine like the Universal Declaration or the ICCSR, and of course the ratification and the Refugee Convention. So specifically, when we're talking about international laws, we seem to presume that it will be universally applicable. But when we look at the local implementation, it also depends a lot on the infrastructure, on the resources, and the attention it garners across the communities. Because in many of this law implementation, you need the community approaches. So there are various independent factors like intervening variables, as you might suggest, where there are these factors coming into account. So sometimes when we are talking about the implementation of these laws, we cannot ignore these kind of socio-cultural factors and these particular approaches or lenses through which these issues are mediated. So sometimes when we talk about refugee protection, we need to take into account these spatial stories. I'm not saying that the situations are different, so the problems of the complexities will be different. That is a fact, that is not to be ignored. But we need to take into account these complexities. And therefore, when we are implementing the guidelines, we need more local participation. Therefore, the central government, national governments, how they implement those international guidelines and what kind of resources or institution buildings need to be done to approach that particular issues, or to that particular address the issues that comes from a specific cultural or addressing certain minorities, certain ethnic communities. Those factors also have to be taken into consideration. And therefore, the civil society and the national governments have a very important role to have a concerted approach when you're talking about refugee protection. That is the argument.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. For the next presentation, I would like to call upon Bandana Talukdar for their presentation. Bandana Talukdar, are you here?
Yes. Good morning, respected resource persons and everyone present in this conference. I'm Ms. Bandana Talukdar, a research scholar of Department of Law, Guwahati University. Today, my topic of the conference is a social legal study on the challenges faced by orphan children with special reference to human dignity. The Indian Constitution guarantees the right to life and personal liberty to all individuals. For orphan children, this can mean providing safe, shelter and education, and protecting them from harm, and ensuring that they have opportunities.
Just a second.
Ma'am, your voice is not clear. There's some
just
sort
a
of
second,
disturbance.
Yes, I guess it's not from her side. There is somebody else who's been unmuted. Vandana, can you
I would
just
like
wait
to
for a second?
I would like to request all the participants to mute themselves as it is disturbing the person who's presenting the paper right now.
Mr. Pradeep Gharmi, can you please mute yourself? Mr. Pradeep, you're requested to please mute yourself. You're disturbing the other participant who's presenting their paper. I would request the host if they can unmute, they can mute Mr. Pradeep. Yes, you can please mute Mr. Pradeep.
So actually, I don't have the admin.
Okay, just a second.
Mr. Pradeep Gharmi, are you here? Are you there? I guess not.
I request the host if Mr. Pradeep can be removed from the meeting.
Mr. Pradeep Gharmi. Difficulties, please stand by.
Hello.
Yes, Bandana.
Yes.
You can start with your presentation.
Shall I start from the beginning or?
No.
Yes, please start.
No, don't start from the beginning. You can start from where you left. Yeah.
It also means giving them a voice and involving them in decisions that affect their lives. For orphan children in India, this right is especially important as they are often vulnerable and marginalized. The Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 provides a legal framework for the protection and care of orphan children in India. The Act mandates the establishment of child welfare committees and juvenile justice boards to ensure the protection and welfare of orphan children. Despite the legal framework in place, the right to life of orphan children in India is still not fully protected. Orphan children are often subjected to abuse, neglect, and exploitation. The child welfare committees and juvenile justice boards, which are responsible for ensuring the protection and welfare of orphan children, are often understaffed and lack the necessary resources to effectively carry out their mandate. Furthermore, there is a lack of awareness and education among the general public about the right of orphan children, which further hinders their protection. UNICEF defines an orphan as a child who has lost one parent, but the perspective in our country of an orphan is a child who has lost both parents. United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989, defines a child as a person who is under 18 years of age. India has ratified this convention in the year 1992. India has around 22 million orphan children, one of the largest number of children who are orphaned anywhere in the world. According to UNICEF, only 1/3 of these children have access to basic education, and many suffer from malnutrition and lack of proper health care. Additionally, a large percentage of these children are forced to work in hazardous conditions to support themselves and their families. According to a report by the National Commission for the Protection of Child Rights, there were over 30,000 occurrences of child abuse in 2019.
3 minutes are over.
Okay. With a substantial percentage of these cases involving orphan children. There are 170 million children in India who are considered at risk due to poverty, abuse, and malnutrition. There are a modeling study published in the Lancet Child and Adolescent Health on February 24, 2022, estimated that at least 52 lakh children under 18 years of age experienced the death of a parent or a caregiver due to COVID-19. This includes 67,000 children who experienced the loss of a parent, 18,33,000 children who were affected by the death of a grandparent or an older adult caregiver living in their own home. Now, orphanhood is a complex issue in India, with poverty being one of the main causes. Families living below the poverty line may struggle to provide for their children, leading to abandonment or placing them in orphanages. Disease is another cause of orphanhood, with illness such as HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, claiming the lives of parents and leaving their children without care. Additionally, natural disasters and conflicts can also contribute to children becoming orphans. In re-exploitation of children in orphanages, the state of Tamil Nadu versus Union of India and others, the Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance of a news published in a newspaper about the sexual abuse of children in the child care institution run by government and the NGOs, and has held that these institutions have turned into places of exploitation. Hence, it had directed all child care institutions in the country to be registered and regulated as per Section 43 of the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection Act 2015. The Supreme Court has directed the states to take initiative for deinstitutionalization of the child care institutions and go for alternative measures like foster care, sponsorship, and adoption. In India, we do not have a special law to deal with the protection of the rights of orphans in India. However, the orphan child provision of social security.
5 minutes are over, so please conclude in next 15 to 20 seconds.
Conclusion: the legal challenges faced by orphan children in India are complex and multifaceted. Thus, proper education must be provided to the orphan children so that they become aware of their fundamental rights. It is suggested that a special law should be made which can effectively deal with the problems of orphans and solve them efficiently. The administration has to be more vigilant in the implementation of the laws and protection of their rights. The civil society should also contribute significantly in helping these children by providing community service in foster care and adoption. States should play the role of a parent to these children and provide them the best of facilities and opportunities according to the resources of our country. And by implementing targeted policies, improving coordination among stakeholders, and fostering a supportive legal environment, we can create a brighter and more secure future. Let us strive to build a society that truly nurtures and protects its most vulnerable members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Are there any questions by the panel?
No, there is no question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, I would like to call Ishita Tripathi for her presentation. Ishita Tripathi, are you present? Moving forward, I would like to call upon Bhashwati Talukdar for their presentation. Bhaswati Talukdar.
Child, but the mother of the nation.
Sorry. Is Bhaswati Talukdar present? Moving ahead, I would like to call Anshala Rai for their presentation.
Shruti, I'm present. Can I present now?
Yes, please.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Okay. So I'm Ms. Bhaswati Talukdar, working as an assistant professor at University Law College, Guwahati University. The topic for today's conference is protection of the human dignity and the law in India. There goes a much revered quotation in Sanskrit, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, which means the whole world is one family. Hence, it is the responsibility of the entire human family to understand the needs and demands of their peers belonging to any religion, race, caste, or creed living in any corner of the country. Indian Vedic literature revolves around the concept of the soul, which dwells inside each human being. According to the Vedas and the Upanishads, the soul is part of God. All the creatures in this universe take birth in different physical costumes, according to the karmic account. Humans are considered to be the highest of all living creatures. It is humans alone who is capable of perceiving God. It is because of this inherent dignity of humans that they are born with certain fundamental rights which needs to be protected and preserved. The root of all fundamental rights is the preservation of human dignity. The whole universe, both physical and the metaphysical, works for the upliftment and protection of the human dignity, though the ways of protection of the same might be different. One is visible, sometimes certain, sometimes uncertain, whereas the other is subtle, certain, and unescapable. Human rights violation has become a matter of international concern since after the First World War, and the concern has become more prominent after the Second World War, as the devastation caused to human life and property was much higher. The loss and the havoc caused in both wars is unforeseen in human history, the international community came together and created the League of Nations in the year 1920, which was finally abolished in the year 1945. As it did not stop the Second World War because of its inherent lacunas in the constitution and functioning processes. In the same year, the United Nations was built to ensure that Third World War does not happen. The United Nations had come up with many international laws as so-called and conventions to protect and preserve human rights and human dignity. It has been successful to a large extent to that so far. However, the Russia-Ukraine war is an example where the United Nations could not play a dominating role in combating the war and preserving human lives owing to international politics. At the national level, the Protection of the Human Rights Act 1993 was enacted for the protection and preservation of human rights. Under it, we have the National Human Rights Commission and the State Human Rights Commission under the State Human Rights Act. These bodies are recommendatory in nature and do not have real implementation powers. The major law enforcing body in our country are the High Courts and the Supreme Court of India. The Apex Court has the duty to uphold the Constitution and protect the fundamental rights of the people enshrined under the Constitution. However, violation of human rights and human dignity is grossly common across the country in spite of these legal facilities both at the center and the state. The recent horrific ethnic violation in Manipur is an eye-opener for the whole country. Is an eye-opener for the whole country. That
3 minutes are over.
That cumulative and collective action of the entire society is required to manage and mitigate the atrocities meted out to the minority community in spite of lengthy and elaborate laws at the international and national level. I'll come to the conclusion now. In this seminar paper, we have tried to explore the concept of human dignity and its significance in India. It is clear that human dignity is a foundational value that underpins many of our most cherished beliefs and practices. It is also clear that there are threats to human dignity in our world today, from inequality and discrimination to dehumanization and violence. However, we believe that by recognizing the importance of human dignity and working to promote it in our lives and communities, we can help to create a better and more just world for all. Hence, the demand of the time is that thorough study and adequate research work should be done to prioritize, protect, and preserve human dignity, which is the essence of human rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Are there any questions by the panel?
Yeah. So,
yes, ma'am.
Yes, Bhaskari ma'am, now when you're reflecting to the human dignity, can you also highlight the recent judgment due to which the Data Protection Act, I'm referring to the Puttaswamy's judgment. So how do you feel that even in the digital age, this human dignity can be protected?
Okay, sure, ma'am. I believe in this age of digitalization, we need stricter laws. The cooperation of the society as well as the state both are required, because the government is there a step ahead of us, but we individuals living in the society has to work together to ensure that laws are properly implemented. Proper vigilance of the society is required. Cooperation of the society or involvement of the society with the lawmakers is important. We just cannot blame the government for not helping us out. We ourselves has to be vigilant enough. We ourselves has to be alert enough for the rights that we have. So I would say in this era of digitalization, involvement and cooperation of the government as well as the people is required. It is not that the government has to do everything for us, but we as people has to be conscious of our rights. We have to be conscious of the right of our neighbors as well. And accordingly, we have to work hand in hand with the government so that.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon Anshula Rai for their presentation.
I'm present. Moderator, sir, can you please give me access so that I can present through a PPT?
You can.
Yes.
You can present your PPT, ma'am. Ms. Anshula Rai. She left. Oh, so can we move ahead with the next one, and her presentation can be taken afterwards? With the permission of the resource person, Devanshu sir.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the next person I would like to call upon for the presentation is Nirmali Bhattacharya.
Yes, I'm here.
Please continue with your presentation.
Thank you. So very good morning, one and everyone present out here. So my the paper where I am going to present is just a minute. Yes, a comparative study of laws and policies for internally displaced persons and refugees and challenges faced by internally displaced persons. Persons and refugees, they are the victims of forced displacement, and only the element of border crossing differentiates an internally displaced person from refugees, as IDP stays within their own country. So the paper tries to find out where is the gap, why the single element of border crossing differentiate an IDP from a refugee. So there are a few objectives of this paper. First of all, the paper analyzes the international legal framework protecting the rights of IDPs and what are the institutional arrangements for protecting the rights of IDPs. And paper examines what are the inequalities that IDPs experience and just a comparison between the IDPs and refugees. Data shows that 100 million people worldwide have been forced to leave their place of habitual residence, out of which 30 million are refugees and over 53 million are IDPs. And IDPs are the person, as we all know, that they have to leave their place of habitual residence as a result of to avoid armed conflict situation of generalized violence and all. And the same kind of involuntary forced displacement occurs in case of refugees. Now, in case of IDPs, now we will try to see where is the problem. So primary responsibility to protect and assist lies with their national government. And in most of the cases, their national government is either incapable or unwilling to give them protection. So the former UN High Commissioner for Refugee, while answering the question why the United Nations has not been able to do much for IDPs, the answer is that sovereignty. So sovereignty always comes in the way of providing relief to the IDPs. Now, the national government, they restrain outside aid and assistance on the ground of sovereignty. Their political interest always comes in the way for welcoming the outside aid. And now here I would like to say that the sovereignty cannot be authorized to stand as a barrier when the lives of millions of people are at risk. So when we talk about the international legal framework, we are having human rights law, international humanitarian law, refugee law for analysis. But first of all, when we look upon the international human rights law, it does not deal with IDPs specifically. It recognizes the rights and freedoms of all one. Yes.
3 minutes are over. You have 2 minutes more. Please continue.
Okay, I have to sum it up, right? So yes. So I will have to go for the issue that what exactly. So IDPs, we do not have any legally binding document protecting the rights of IDPs. Only guiding principles of internal displacement is there. And in case of refugees, we are having only the convention, 1951 Refugee Convention. Now, guiding principles, although fills a major gap, but still it is not a binding document. And while in case of institutional, mechanism also, UNHCR it has got the mandate to give aid and relief to the refugees. But they cannot help IDPs directly. Now, apart from that, if you talk about international humanitarian law deals only with the situation of armed conflict. So here I would like to give few recommendations that as the guiding principles fills the major gap in international protection system, this principle needs to be widely promoted and disseminated in the UN. So there should be awareness regarding these policies. Now, even Francis Deng, he stated that these guiding principles are only the beginning, and because they do not necessarily guarantee the protection and assistance which will be provided to IDPs. So more needs to be done to help the displaced person. Now, a definite locus of responsibility is required in the field of
Ma'am, I would like
IDPs.
to stop you here.
One operational agency on the ground tasked with monitoring and conditions of
Nirmali,
IDPs,
ma'am.
identifying the
Nirmali,
protection
ma'am.
and assistance needs are
Nirmali,
required.
ma'am, I would like to stop you here. So I just have one question.
Yes.
So we all know that we have a
yes,
fundamental right. We have a fundamental right in relation to the right to freedom to move freely across the country.
Yes.
So in the light of the same, how do you see the internally displaced person's rights?
Okay. The thing is that our constitution guarantees right to freedom, and they are being the citizens of their country, they avail the same right. But still, in case of, especially in case of armed conflict, what happens? They have a fear of persecution. So still there is a provision, they cannot do so. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, when they have a freedom of as a fundamental right, what is prohibiting them to do so?
Actually, in case of conflict-induced displacement, when there is a conflict, yes. So in case of displacement, what we need is we need the socio-economic rights, food, health, education. But sometimes we say no, well-fed dead. That means what? We are giving them all the amenities, but the fear, the security, like it is still there in their mind, the fear of persecution and all. So that always hinders to go out. They cannot avail their education. They are being discriminated everywhere. Even government is not willing to give them protection because government sometimes cause their displacement.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Anshula Roy.
Yes, I am actually present. I'm really sorry about earlier. I don't know why my Zoom just crashed.
It's all right. Please continue with the presentation.
Yes, I really want to present through a PPT. So I will try once again to share.
Sure.
Can you please give me access?
Yes, you can present.
Okay.
Yes, how many papers are left with us?
After her, there's only one person left, sir.
Okay. So make it fast because next session has to be started by 10:30.
Yes,
absolutely. Sir. I'm so sorry about that earlier. Okay. So a very good morning to the resource persons, the moderator, and all the presenters. I am Anshula Rai, and my paper title is Veto Powers and Increased Representation in the UN Security Council, the Need for UNSC Restructuring. Now, the UN was established in 1945 when 50 countries signed the Charter of the United Nations on 26 June. It has 6 organs, out of which the Security Council shoulders the highest responsibility of maintaining international peace and security under Article 24(1) of the UN Charter. That makes the Security Council the world's most powerful body and also in the UN, even empowered to use force to enforce their decisions under the UN Charter. The Council has 5 permanent members and 10 non-permanent members. Each member in the Council has 1 vote, but it is the 5 permanent members that are granted the extraordinary veto powers under Article 27 to protect their national interests. The non-permanent members do not have such powers. Moving on to the Security Council workings over the years and the need for reform. Now, soon after the UN was established, the Cold War between the US and the former Soviet Union started, and the Security Council descended into absolute chaos. The Soviet Union vetoed any resolution tabled by the West, and as a result, only a few resolutions passed. Now, it was in the 1990s that the Council started its active phase, but this period saw many peacekeeping missions being undertaken. But still, we know that the Council failed in the case of the Tutsi genocide in Rwanda and the Srebrenica massacre in former Yugoslavia, even when there was a Dutch peacekeeping mission present there. Now, coming to the 21st century, it brought much hope for the Council, but America changed its foreign policy following the 9/11 attacks and invaded Afghanistan in 2001 and then subsequently Iraq in 2003. After that, in 2008, we saw the Georgian and Russia war. Russia-Georgian war. Yeah. Again, in 2011, the Libyan civil war again made tensions rise in the Council. But when the Syrian civil war broke out in the same year, Russia and China blocked the Council completely with vetoes. And currently, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia last year is really deplorable. The record of the Council on upholding charter mandates has been appalling. The Council has failed repeatedly when it comes to the primary responsibilities and charter mandates. Now, coming to the history of reform initiatives and reform proposals. The main topic of debate on UN Security Council reform are the veto, expansion of the Council, representation, and the working methods. This paper only focuses on veto powers and the increased representation in the Council. Now, the problem with the veto is the repeated use by the permanent members. Till now, the veto has been used more than 300 times.
3 minutes are over.
Yes, I'll try to wrap it up quickly. Now, many of the times the vetoes have been used to shield friendly states from Council actions and many times for shielding the permanent members themselves. Now, the issue of increased representation is twofold. Lack of representations and categories of membership. The Security Council severely lacks in representation and resembles the colonial past. Again, now the United Nations has 193 member states and only 15 members represent the total membership. This is a huge imbalance. Now we should focus on the reform initiatives that actually garnered a lot of attention and helped the Security Council in taking more decisions. That is the Uniting for Peace resolution, the Razali plan, which was never passed, then the high-level panel on threats, challenges, and change, which proposed 2 models, but it was never passed again. Next come the doctrine of responsibility to protect. Then the Ezulbini consensus, which talks about the African Union position, and then the intergovernmental negotiations and everything. Lastly, I would like to conclude the whole paper by saying that the Security Council needs reform, urgent reform, because nothing is getting done properly. So I am putting forward the proposal that the number of permanent and non-permanent members must be increased in both the categories, taking into consideration that geographical representation is not adequate in the Council. And the last is, when it comes to the proposal that I'm putting forward for the veto power reforms, that is, please refer to the last slide. That is, whenever one or more permanent members use their veto powers to block a Security Council resolution, which otherwise has the support of an overwhelming majority in the Council.
5 minutes are over.
Okay. I'm just wrapping it up. A vote on the Council to a vote on the resolution to call upon the General Assembly to convene a special session like the Uniting for Peace resolution to debate whether such use of vetoes amount to a violation of the Charter. And then upon this decision and upon their decision that such dispute regarding the legality of the veto can be referred to the International Court of Justice under its advisory opinion as well. I conclude my paper.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Are there any questions by the panel?
No, thank you so much. It was a very detailed and exhaustive presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. For the last presentation, I would like to call.
Yes.
For the last presentation, I would like to call upon Banani Adhikari. Are they present here?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Banani Adhikari. Today, my topic for presentation is on uncensored sexual content in Indian web shows, a legal analysis and societal consequences. The emergence of uncensored sexual content within Indian web shows has sparked considerable debate, encompassing both legal examination and discussions about societal repercussions. As online streaming platforms became increasingly popular avenues for entertainment, questions surrounding the legality of explicit content and its potential impact on Indian society have come to the upfront. The leading online streaming platforms has been serving us with numerous varieties of shows. Every show has its own uniqueness and has successfully attracted popularity from its audience. These shows are enjoyed by the audiences in any medium, be it a smartphone, tablet, laptop, notebook, smart TV, etc. Many of these online channels are free or are available at a reasonable subscription rate. After subscription, anyone can live stream or download the shows and enjoy it at any time and any place. Now, the question arises, why will OTT platforms be regulated or should be censored? There are few mainstream OTT platforms which has 8 to 10 million subscribers in total, and these subscribers are of different age groups, from children to adults to old generation people. Shows like Sacred Games, Gandhi Baat, Mastaram, XXX Uncensored, Devdi, Ragini MMS Returns, Mixed Match, Four Shots Please, Bekabu, Made in Heaven, etc. are mostly liked and popular shows, but has seen using vulgar, unacceptable language and sexually explicit scenes, which can have a negative impact upon the minds of innocent audiences. These shows may be subject to censorship for several reasons. Number one, it hurts cultural sensibilities. India is a diverse country with a range of cultural beliefs and values. Sometimes people can get offended when obscene scenes are shown freely by the makers. Number two, OTT platforms are easily accessible to minors too. Censorship can prevent them from being exposed to such adult contents. Number three, certain explicit content could potentially incite public outrage and lead to social unrest. Number four, many argue that this content can erode traditional moral values. Number five, censorship can help addressing issues of obscenity, as women are mostly depicted as sex objects and a medium to satisfy men's physical need. And lastly, many times professions are insulted by showing sexual interest among the people working under one institution. Now, balancing freedom of expression. While freedom of expression is important, but it is not absolute. Censorship is a way to strike a balance between artistic freedom and preventing content that can have harmful consequences. In India, there are several laws which keep a check on what is printed or aired through mass media. Even Article 19, Freedom of Speech and Expression, comes up with reasonable restrictions. The Cinematographic Act of 1952 provides for the certification of films for public exhibition under the Central Board of Film Certification. It certifies films based on certain guidelines and considerations related to content, language, and visuals. The Information Technology Act, the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973, and the Cable Television Network Regulation Act of 1995, with the self-regulatory bodies of channels, are mandated not to show obscene scenes and much more. But there is no such laws for online platforms. Primarily, the OTT platforms agreed upon a self-regulation board through which they would maintain their content. They have opted for the self-regulation code in 2019. The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology on 27th of February 2021 issued Information Technology Intermediary Guidelines and Digital Media Ethics Code Rules of 2021. These rules were issued to regulate and keep check on the obscene content exhibited to the public. These platforms now comes under the purview of the Information and Broadcasting Ministry's jurisdiction. They are now subject to government regulation, but till date, there is no codified set of laws to censor or to verify what is showed in these web shows. Also, I think the creators should focus on the meaningful integration of intimate scenes that contribute to the character development and storytelling, rather than resorting to add spices to the picturization of these scenes by including obscenity into their shows. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, ma'am. So there's one question regarding the same. So the present legislation which is written to the Information Technology Act, and already, as you also rightly mentioned, the reasonable restrictions have already been imposed under Article 19(2).
Yes.
So even the OTT platforms, and for that matter, any new emergence of the technology, everything would also lie under the similar ambit. So do you feel that only that a separate and a a piece of a legislation can only control and not the constitution is not variably enough to control the same?
Okay, I'm putting more stress upon coming up with a new legislation because though we have this constitution with Article 19 with some restriction, but after that also the online streaming platforms are enjoying to serve anything and everything with us. And the main problem comes here is that the ministry, this information and broadcasting ministry also has said that it is impossible to control what is being served under the online content.
Ma'am, the reason why I'm saying so, that the Ministry of Information and Technology, along with the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, have already put a curb on the like, for that matter, the porn websites that I'm referring on to here. So they have already put a check and they block and they do all such restrictive measures.
Yes,
so
yes.
until unless for the OTT platform, these things are challenged. Even my only question that comes again, that whether do you need a separate legislation? Any one argument to support your argument that we need a separate legislation for the same?
Okay, if not, yes, you are also right that separate legislation may not be there, but the legislations which are already there, that is the Information Technology Act, should come up with separate sections that clearly mentions about the OTT platforms, because the thing that you mentioned about the porn websites and all, they are not included under the online streaming platforms. And the problem here arises is the online platforms like Netflix, Amazon Prime and all, they does not only serve Indian content, they also serve international content. And
that I totally agree. That I totally agree that the content may be from different country origin, but when it is streamed in the country like India, so we also see that Netflix has to run it through a Netflix.in thing. So my only thing is that the rules already are there, and if you read the present law and the rules in our country, there is no demarcation or a separate demarcation between a digital content and a non-digital content. Do you agree for the same?
Not really, because see, if you see about the publicly exhibiting movies, they have these certification laws. They go through the.
My only question is here only that when it comes to the movies that you are referring out here, so we have a law for the same. But if we read clearly and minutely read that particular law, there is no separate demarcation of digital platforms or non-digital platforms. So it is only a matter of implementation and one law one notification that can be released that even the digital content will fall under the ambit of the present law. I guess the similar way where we are seeing movies which comes with a certification from the CBFC or other things, one notification that even the OTT platform needs to have this type of certification would solve the problem rather than coming out with a separate
coming up
law.
With a new separate law. Yeah,
Yes,
okay. Yes.
Okay.
You're completely right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Over to you, Yash.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, Pratik, sir, you're audible.
Is Dr. Apoor Dixit is also here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes. Oh, hi, good morning. Good morning, Dr. Apoor.
Good morning, sir.
So I think we can start.
Yes, Shivangi, we can start with the session.
Okay, sir.
Sir,
Sir,
excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think I was in session 8 list. So I am missed out.
don't worry about that. Just text Abhavya about that. She will look into it.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Pooja ma'am and Pratik sir, shall I start with the
Yes,
technical
please,
session then?
please start.
Please go ahead. Thank you, sir. Wishing everyone and our respected resource persons a very warm and beautiful morning. I, Shivangi Goyal, Advocate, Guwahati High Court, and the moderator for today's technical session 10, I welcome each and every one of you for today's virtual national conference on emerging contours of law and justice in the contemporary era, issues and challenges, organized by Postgraduate Department of Law, Guwahati University, Assam, and Droid Panel Group, a unit of Arjun Das Gulati Memorial Society, Prayagraj, in collaboration with Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching, Ministry of Education, Government of India. I would like to welcome our resource persons for today's session, Dr. Apurva Dikshit, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Law, Jagran, Lake City University, Bhopal, and Mr. Pratik Chandra, Advocate, Allahabad High Court. Before starting with the session, I would like to make aware all the participants with the rules of the session, that is, you will get 5 minutes for your presentation. Ma'am, sir, with your kind consent, shall we start with the session?
Yes, please.
Yeah, please start.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So our first presenter for today's technical session 10 is Sajidur Rahman and Dr. Mridula Sharma. They are research scholar, academician. The title of the paper is Legal Framework of Reproductive Health of Women from the Impact of Environmental Pollution and Analyze.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
So I am going to share my presentation. Is that visible, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes, it's visible.
So my presentation is on legal framework on reproductive health of women from the impact of environmental pollution. So here, as you know, women in India are considered the goddesses, and however, still it is not true. And considering them as goddesses is not enough to give them full women empowerment in society. And however, it needs both men's and women's positive continuous effort and participation to bring women empowerment. Without women, it would be impossible to achieve any level of success in life. They have played a crucial role in ensuring the world's continuous. Next thing is that what is reproductive health of women? So whenever we speak about the reproductive health, it implies all aspects of human reproduction. Both men and women need access to and education on methods of family planning that are feasible, inexpensive, safe, and socially acceptable. So here also, according to the definition of World Health Organization, these rights are reflected in an individual's ability to decide without any apprehension the spacing, number, and timing of their children. Again, there are some fundamental key points which has been inserted by the World Health Organization, which promotes the reproductive health. And these are facilitating the availability of family planning option as well as ensuring access to safe and effective infertility services. Number 2, enhancing the quality of care for expectant mothers and newborns. Number 3, mitigating the prevalence of infections such as sexually transmitted disease, HIV and other reproductive ailments. And number 5, eliminating the occurrence of unsafe abortion and providing appropriate post-abortion care. Number 5, promoting a healthy sexual life encompassing adolescent health, while simultaneously reducing harmful practices which are which are also recommended by the United Nations Population Fund also. So as we know, reproductive health is also regarded as a human rights, and it was first 1968 at the International Human Rights Conference. In the year 1975, the Declaration of Mexico on the Equality of Women and their role in development and peace. Again in 1993, World Conference on Human Rights, and 1995, World Conference on Women that has also recognized that reproductive rights is the basic human rights. As we know, again, Millennium Development Goal and Sustainable Development Goal, which is also has emphasized for the development of to reducing the rate of MMR rate in all over the India, including India. So these are the things. And legal now my paper is related with that how the environment has impacting on our reproductive health. That legal framework, whenever we see about the legal framework on protecting our environment, that Article 48 is there, which provides that state has the responsibility to protect the environment. Again, Article 21 is there, which it's a fundamental rights which provide right to life. And here are various judicial interpretation is also there that through which we can protect our fundamental rights, that is our right to life. So here also there are various judicial decisions through which it has been emphasized that free and pollution-free environment is our fundamental rights. So judiciary is there, constitution is there for the better protection of our environment. Again, we have various statutory provisions also, so that we can protect our environment. Suppose these are, for example, Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974, the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981. All these acts are there. Again, the Wildlife Protection Act 1972.
Ma'am, your 5 minutes are over.
Okay, thank you. The Forest Conservation Act is also there. So there are various acts that are available in our in India for the protection of environment, but still we think still there is no any act through which we can protect our reproductive health from the environment protection. So how does the environment protect environment pollution has the impact?
Can your 30 seconds are over?
Okay.
A question, please.
So that's how that environment pollution has the impact on our brain, heart, lung, and that pregnant women can be impacted by this. And it's evident miscarriage can be there.
Pratik sir, Apurva ma'am. Questions, please.
In my conclusion, I would like to say that awareness.
Ma'am, I'm really sorry to interrupt. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but your time is out.
Okay, thank you. So these
well, it is a well-researched topic. I must congratulate you, Mridula ji.
Thank you.
What are your suggestions? I mean, after you have conducted a deep research on this topic, what are your suggestions? We wish to know your suggestions.
So actually development and pollution are interrelated. Whenever there is the development, there will be the pollution. But thing is that we should aware on that how our reproductive health will be impacted by the environment pollution. And if we have that kind of awareness, so that we can protect ourselves as well as our family members, as well as our neighbors also, right? So these are the things what we should have. Again, thing is the stringent law that green criminology is there, that we have, that crime should be regarded that environmental pollution should be regarded as a string crime, and it should be inserted in the IPC, CRPC in that act, because it is a serious act and it's a serious crime. So these are my suggestions.
All right. All right. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Apur, if you have something to ask. Dr. Apur.
Apurva ma'am. Pratik sir, shall we continue with the next session?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Mridula ji. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Our next presenter is Dr. Srishti Banerjee. She is an academician. Her topic is Advancing Sexual Rights and Reproductive Health as a Matter of Human Rights, as a matter of, in a new global era, a time for change.
Dr. Banerjee, you are not audible.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Ma'am, you are not audible. I think you need to remove your earphones and speak directly. No, ma'am, you are not audible. Okay. Apurva ma'am, Pratik sir, shall we take the next presenter till she
Yes,
her
please.
technical?
That will be right. That will be right.
Ma'am, I'll be calling you the next. So our next presenter is Amrita Chetia and Dr. Abhijit Bhuya. They are PhD scholar, assistant professor. Their topic is utilization of maternal healthcare service in select slums of Guwahati, capital of Assam.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Good morning, everyone. I am Amrita Chetia. I am a research scholar of political science. I am going to present on the topic utilization of maternal healthcare services in select slums of Guwahati, an analytical study. The objective of this research paper is to assess the utilization of maternal healthcare services in select slums of Guwahati. The World Health Organization defines maternal health as the health of women during pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum period. The World Health Organization recommends 3 elements of maternal health, namely, number 1, prenatal visit, number 2, delivery assisted by skilled birth attendant, and number 3, postnatal checkup. So these 3 elements have been taken as parameters of study to assess the utilization of maternal healthcare services by those women belonging to one of the deprived and vulnerable group of society, that is the women living in the slums. Every woman has the fundamental human right to maternal health without any discrimination on the basis of age, race, ethnicity, or any other ground. For the promotion of maternal health, initiatives have been taken at the international, national, and local level. Since the adoption of Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, there has been the collaboration of many government and non-governmental groups for the betterment of the lives of women. The Alma Ata Declaration in 1978, for the first time, included maternal health care, including family planning, as a basic component of primary health care. Though during 1950s, maternal and child health program has been introduced by the World Health Organization, but those maternal and child health program focused more on child health, neglecting the aspect of women's health and safe delivery. In 1987, the World Bank and World Health Organization introduced the Safe Motherhood Initiative. Then Goal 5 of Millennium Development Goal explicitly targets maternal mortality ratio, while its successor Goal 3.1 of Sustainable Development Goal stresses reduction on MMR. The government of India has also been making effort to provide safeguard to maternal health by initiating national policies and strategies. And because of those initiatives, India has been successful also to some extent in lowering the maternal mortality ratio, which has declined to 97 per lakh in 2020 from 103 per lakh in 2017. Though maternal mortality ratio has declined over the years, there is still a long way to go to attain the target mentioned in the Sustainable Development Goals. Various socioeconomic and cultural factors like illiteracy, low socioeconomic status, non-utilization of maternal healthcare services, etc., contribute to poor maternal health. Women belonging to vulnerable and deprived section of society have to suffer a lot in this regard. It is in this backdrop this study has been conducted in the select slums of Guwahati. I'll come to the methodology part. The domain of the study is concerned with women living in the slums of Guwahati city. The researcher has explored both primary and secondary sources of data to get the information. The primary data has been collected through field survey in the slum areas. And in this study, multi-stage sampling method has been used. In the first stage, the city of Guwahati has been selected. In the second stage, the Guwahati Municipal Corporation has conducted a survey on slum in different times. The last survey was conducted in 2014. And in that survey, the Guwahati Municipal Corporation has given a list of 163 slums, and out of those 163 slums, 65 are notified and others are non-notified. And out of those 65 notified slums, 2 slum areas have been taken for the purpose of study. Those 2 slum areas are Punjabi Colony Islampur, which is located in the core area of the city, and another one is Bihari Basti Pragati Nagar, that is located in the fringe area of the city. So the respondent of this study have been the mothers of a baby from birth up to 3 years of age. And regarding sample size, a total of 17 households have been taken for gathering of data. The sample household in both the slums have been selected at 10% of the total number of households. In Punjabi Colony Islampur, total number of households is 150. Out of those 150 households, field survey was conducted in 15 households, and in Bihari Basti Pragati Nagar, total number of households is 15. Field survey was conducted in 2 households where the target respondents were found.
When your 5 minutes are over.
Okay, so I'll come to the findings. As I had already told you, I have taken a prenatal care service, postnatal care service, and place of delivery as parameters. So as far as prenatal utilization of prenatal care service is concerned, it is found that 24% respondents in both the slums are found to be utilizing the maternal health care service twice. 47% women availed the maternal health care service twice, and 29% women visited doctor during prenatal period.
And your 30 seconds are over.
Okay.
Pratikta, questions, please.
Amrita ji, I just wish to know what is the present position of the slums of Guwahati, because I live in Uttar Pradesh. So we are pretty much enlightened by this research paper. What is actually happening there? I mean, is the local state government is not cooperating? What is happening? Because I'm sure that there must be some public interest litigations pending before the Honorable High Court, or there must be some litigation there. What is actually happening there? Pretty inquisitive to know actually. Okay. What is happening there?
Okay, so regarding the Guwahati Municipal Corporation has conducted the survey last in 2014. After that, no survey has been conducted. So while doing the field survey, in my research work, I have taken some parameters like water supply, then household, their education, literacy rate, education, and many parameters were taken. And for these purposes, I have given these parameters: prenatal care service, postnatal care service, and place of delivery. And in this study, I have found that they have not utilized the healthcare services mainly because of 2 factors. One is lack of awareness, and another one is lack of accessibility. They cannot, as far as the private health services concerned, they cannot avail that because of their because of their low socioeconomic status. And as far as the government services there, many schemes have been launched by the government of India. There is one scheme recently launched in 2017, Pradhan Mantri Matri Vandana Yojana. This scheme is a centrally sponsored scheme, and under this scheme, there is the provision of direct transfer of money, 5,000, in the bank account of the beneficiary. But in the study, it is found that the respondents, they do not possess the bank account. And as they do not have the bank account, they cannot avail the services because they are not in a position to open an account also, because they don't have the necessary documents. The PAN card and Aadhaar card, those are not available with them. And that is why they are not in a position to avail the services.
Avail the services.
Yeah, that is one of the factor in the study I have found it. Another one is lack of awareness.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Apurva, you want to ask something to Amrita?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ma'am, what do you think is the one recommendation you're making out of a research paper? I just want to know that.
Yeah, yes. The government have introduced many schemes. So the government, with the assistance of non-governmental organization, by arranging awareness campaign for those underprivileged population residing in slum areas, can improve the utilization of maternal health services. They can arrange one awareness campaign.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Shrishti Banerjee, are you ready?
Yes. Good morning, all of you. Am I audible now?
Morning. Yes.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning, Chair. So, in my paper, I have tried to investigate the...
Dr. Banerjee, just one request. Could you please place the mic near your mouth because your voice is coming a little... Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
So, in my research paper, I have tried to investigate various components on which sexual health will be assessed in the context of India, and also some international efforts I have mentioned. I have also tried to focus on the gaps and the challenges which we face regarding the sexual well-being, which is alliance to reproductive health as a matter of human right. So, as we all know, in Article 21, Supreme Court of India has expressed that the expression life is beyond mere animal existence. So, right to health has been incorporated as the very important aspect of right to life. And when we talk about sexual health and well-being, reproductive rights, they trace their roots from the right to health itself. So to start with the international law platform, the very first example we see in 1968, the very first international gathering on the topic. Though the irony is that only the conference was talking about the women reproductive rights, but only 39 women representatives were present over there in the conference. But yes, the first effort in which conference concluded that couples have a human right to decide freely and responsibly on the number and spacing of their children. That is the very first instance. Then in 1994, there was an international conference on population and development in which reproductive rights again was the matter of issue. And recently, we can see that SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, also talk about this sexual and reproductive health being, specifically target 3.7, which talks about sexual and reproductive health to be achieved by 2030, which ensures universal access to sexual and reproductive health care services, including for family planning, information and education, integration of reproductive health into national strategies. As far as the concept is concerned of sexual health and reproductive rights, WHO expressly says that sexual health is not merely the absence of disease, dysfunction, or infirmity, but sexual health is a state of physical, emotional, mental, and social well-being in relation to sexuality. So we can see that so interpretative manner is there to include various aspects of sexual health. And likewise, reproductive rights have been defined in the International Conference on Population and Development 1994 on the similar lines, which include each and everything for satisfying and safe sex life, that the couples, they have the capability to reproduce and the freedom to decide if, when, and how often to do so. There are various, as far as Indian justice delivery system is concerned, the apex court in various judgments regarding the constitutional rights, they have incorporated this reproductive health as a matter of concern. So I am just mentioning Devika Biswas versus Union of India 2016, wherein Supreme Court talk about the protected reproductive rights. Likewise, Puttaswamy judgment 2012, wherein rights of women to make reproductive choices was a part of personal liberty. And in 2009, Suchita Srivastava case, wherein Supreme Court established that reproductive autonomy is a dimension of public liberty as guaranteed under Article 21. National Health Policy 2017 also talks about the education of adolescents, sexual health education, and related matters. Now, I'm just going to the suggestions which I have incorporated in the paper. The first suggestion which I make through the studying the gaps and the challenges we are facing in this field, the first requirement is age-appropriate sex education, which is the prime aspect for achieving sexual health. Then all persons of all age groups should have been provided with proper information. We have right to information, but there is a responsibility on the side of government also that there must be proper.
Ma'am, your 5 minutes are over.
Okay. Lastly, gender sensitization is required, and sexual health and reproductive rights of the third gender as well, of men. All these things we have incorporated. I have incorporated in this paper. I have also talked about that government should think about the menstruation leaves for the working women as an important part of this issue regarding the reproductive rights. So I just conclude here. So I have incorporated few more suggestions, but yes, there is paucity of time. Yes, so.
Yes, Dr. Banerjee, the well-researched topic that you have chosen. I must congratulate you to have chosen this topic. Dr. Banerjee, subject to correction, I think some initiative was there by National Women Commission, as in regards to the topic we have just chosen. And I think some the policies were also initiated by the central government. I may be wrong, but I read in some article. Do you have something to say about some recent policies which the central government has adopted and published? You have something to say?
National Health Policy 2017 talks about this reproductive rights of women. But what I have tried to incorporate in my paper, that it is not about the sexual health of women only, but it includes sexual health of all the people, which includes men and also transgender, which is again a topic of taboo.
Yes.
But yes, women, government are very pro regarding the women's sexual health and well-being, reproductive rights.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Apur, you have something to ask. Dr. Apur? I think there's some connectivity issue. Thank you, Dr. Banerjee.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Our next presenter is A.N. Hirti Vasan. She is a student. The challenges of ensuring reproductive rights and health in India.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I would like to present it through a PPT. Yeah, my topic is typical choices. Challenges of ensuring that under the sub-theme of health and reproductive rights. Firstly, the significance of this study is that reproductive right is often acknowledged as an intrinsic part of a human right. Then rights, but these rights in the Indian context, when we take up, it's heavily influenced by socio and economic and cultural factors. Women have been at the forefront of advocating for sexual and reproductive health, as struggles for these rights are pivotal in addressing the overall human rights. Okay. Ensuring this their reproductive autonomy requires sensitizing the government and judicial agencies, provide appropriate support to the reproductive choices and their rights and their health. Okay. Since my topic is the legislative framework, how the legislative framework works in India works towards ensuring the reproductive rights and health of the women. Firstly, what does a reproductive rights? Is the individuals means individual's autonomy to make decisions concerning all aspects of, hello. Reproductive right encompass of right to choose whether to reproduce, access to the family planning methods, to carry or terminate unwanted pregnancy, and reproductive health services. These are the reproductive rights, major reproductive rights. And what is, if you talk about right to health, these are the major factors of reproductive health. Okay. Once again, when we take up the legislative framework for the ensuring the reproductive rights and health, and under the Constitution of India, Article 14, 15 and 21, 31 class C, and 42, 51A and 51 subclass E ensures the right to reproductive rights and health. And when we look up to the judicial interpretation on reproductive rights and through the Constitution of India, these are the cases which deals with the reproductive, recognizes the reproductive rights as under the Constitution of India. Okay. When we look into the available legislative framework in India, these are these legislative framework we have for ensuring the reproductive rights and health in India. And in conclusion, I would like to say that we have a wide array of legislative framework present for ensuring the reproductive rights and health of a woman. Still, there are lacunas present in this legislation, and it needs certain amendments to it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any question?
Mr. A.N. Kirtivasan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I must congratulate you that you have chosen this topic, and it is a well-researched topic. What are your suggestions? I mean, because this topic needs vast research and many other subtopics involved actually. What are your actual suggestions? Okay, vis-a-vis your topic which you have chosen?
Yeah, sir. Yes, sir. When we take up the Surrogacy Act, there is this lacuna in Surrogacy Act like that. At a married woman, it is applicable only to a married woman, or a married woman who is widowed, single can go for a surrogacy. Like, it doesn't recognize the a single mother who is unmarried, single women who is unmarried, and the LGBTQ communities. And when we take up the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, the gestational period has been raised to 20 to 24 weeks with the legal and medical backup. But when these also requires, this requires this is applicable only to rape victim or incest victims. It does not apply to everyone. So this under the bioethics, the principle of autonomy has been constrained in this aspect.
I see.
And yeah.
Recently, there was a judgment by Honorable Apex Court, whereby the Apex Court has permitted a lady to abort her child, right?
Yes.
I suppose, some 2 months back. So there, the Apex Court has laid down the guidelines and the law that how and in what manner the acts are involved, and how in fact how and in what manner the abortion can be done. So do you have something to say? I mean, regarding that particular aspect, that the ensure the reproductive rights involves that the women are given the rights to abort her child, or it is their choice to continue with the pregnancy or not. You have something to say?
Yes, sir. The interest on the baby is completely, absolutely with the mother, sir. It's her choice whether to abort or continue with the pregnancy. It's her. That we cannot separate the interests on the babies and mother. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. A.N. Kirtivasan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to know.
I'm sorry, Dr. Apur, please.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know what made you choose this topic. I'm very intrigued by your choice of topic. Although I appreciate it a lot. That's a very non-conventional topic for specifically from other gender to actually opt for it. What made you choose this topic?
Yeah, ma'am. I like this topic because there is some discrepancies. I like the gender justice topic usually. So it falls under the sub-theme, actual sub-theme of this conference also. That's the reason exactly I chose this. I like this gender justice. That's it.
And what Prateek sir had asked, I had the same question although. But yes, thank you so much. Good presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Ms. Ishani Das and Dr. Bhupal Bhattacharya. They both are academicians. Their topic is consent in clinical and scientific research for treatment of cancers in India. Ma'am, sir, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, we're audible.
Okay, good morning to all. Before I delve further with this topic, it is incumbent upon us to first state the fact that why do we chose this topic related to cancer research, primarily because if we take a 5 years gap of study from 2018 to 2023, in 2018, in every 8 homes, there was 1 cancer case. And in 2023, in every 3 homes, there is 1 cancer case. So technically speaking, on record, cancer has become an epidemic. And, in 2020, we've been fighting a pandemic. Technically speaking, we are right now fighting an epidemic, which is going down the drain in the information pool. Therefore, this topic. And before delving further, let me just elucidate a little bit on what cancers are, and what are the regulations related to cancer, and then consent. If we talk about cancer as a disease, it is not a singular disease. It is a family of diseases which involves proliferations of cells. Now, it can be classified into common and rare cancers. Common cancers like few genres of cancers known to most of us, like oral cancers, cervical cancers, breast cancers. And on record, these cancers are preventable and curable if only they are detected in an early stage. If not, we are left on the mercy of gods. Rare cancers are, however, have no such sign of prevention and or cure. So on occasions, these rare cancers are versed as genetic cancers. Now, since the disease involves proliferation of cancerous cells, they are directly associated to the DNA. Now, scientific researches show that DNA, or if I may use the term genes, they contain a memory, which is not only of our past. May I please request others to keep themselves on mute? Thank you so much. So when we say about DNA, they are, or if I may call them genes, they contain a memory not only of ourselves or our recent family, but they contain the memory and all information of the entire ancestry. Therefore, this is to be one of the myriad reasons why we require consent in clinical and scientific research in the treatment of cancer. Now, second, as envisaged not only under Article 21 and the directive principles of state policy of our Constitution, right to life, which includes right to health, is a jurisprudence which is also imbibed in several other substantive rights encapsulated in the international conventions, bylaws, declarations, et al., to which India has also signed and ratified. Now, when we say, to begin with, we can just, for instance, take up even the constitution of WHO and its regulations relating to cancer prevention. We can take up provisions related to ethical principles, which promotes socially valuable scientific innovations and knowledge. There are laws to intend not only human dignity, human rights, public health and privacy, but self-autonomy and determination. And most importantly, all of it has not included within itself this genetic characteristics, which is the grand norm for consent. Now, all these rules and regulations, as I just laid down, is premised on the doctrine of consent, because these records is declared to be an epidemic right now, and the international fora therefore required states intervention. Now, this means that although health is a question of private choice, in a situation of epidemic, it becomes a question of public health crisis. Hence, consent playing extremely crucial role, because rights are always relational. When I say rights are relational, they exist between states and its people. But when we have to fight a pandemic, and a pandemic, and rather, going to this, I can't call it a pandemic yet because it is not declared to be a pandemic. It is still in the verse of epidemic. But if we have to fight it, cancer reacts differently depending on the demography of the state. And therefore, there is a gene pool which is required for proper research. Now, if we give away the gene pool for research in the further West, because a molecule in the West, which is affordable by them, is not affordable by the global South population. Although the global South population is extremely enriched as far as genes are concerned. And our research paper has therefore taken the entire catena of consent, starting from the notion of informed consent way back in 1914, which started with the Detenson versus Klein's doctrine. Then we went through the Canterbury Principle, which was specifically laying down the subjective criterion for consent, which was again taken up by the Apex Court.
Tell you 5 minutes are over.
Yes, which was also taken up by the Apex Court in India. And therefore, we also have taken into account the National Health Policy to the recent digital the personal digitalized personal health information bill. And we have therefore found that as far as health and cancer research is concerned, the recent bill, which was passed on the 7th of August of 2023, it has not taken into account all the counterfactual criterion, which was the primary call for
Apurva ma'am, Pratik sir, any question?
Ms. Das.
Yes, please.
Firstly, I congratulate you that you have opted this topic and you have presented the research paper so beautifully. I just wish to know that being a practicing advocate in High Court and Supreme Court, what are the present laws? I mean, any specific act that you wish to point out?
As far as cancer regulations are concerned, well, there are no specific act per se. However, there has been
act. I mean, I must be more precise. Any specific guideline of the central government, state government, some policy you wish to point out?
Yes. Let me take out the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill of 2023 itself. Now, when we say, because that's more of usage right now, because it is very recent. Now, if we point out, because we're playing with consent here, consent here has to be understood not into the, the theoretical perspective of it. The bill has not elucidated anything related to what has been growing on with, the right of information property. Now, when we talk about consent, we are not talking about informed consent or hypothetical consent per se, because that work is already in place in the international fora. And if India is harping around the bill and saying the same thing that was laid down in 1950 in the bill that we have today, it is making no difference. So therefore, through our paper, we are trying to propose the fact that when we are talking about consent in cancer research, which is, by the way, on record as an epidemic again, that will have to take the counterfactual mechanism whereby the bill should have taken into account the interest of the stakeholders and not just the beneficiaries of cancer research. So therefore, this consent mechanism had to be a tiered consent mechanism where it had to be premeditated and the stewardship should be laid with the state. And that should take care of our privacy rights.
Thank you. Dr. Apur, you want to ask?
Yes, sir. Ishani ma'am, I think I must compliment you. Very pertinent and very different topic. I'd like to read more about it. And I'll request you to please share a research paper. I'd like to read more about it. And the way you presented it. Yeah, because this is something one of the most untouched topic of research. Absolutely. And the way you presented it, I'm assuming, and I hope I'm right, this is a very close topic to your heart. That is why you're able to put it so nicely. So kudos to you on that. And you should take forward this research because this is something which is the need of the hour. Let me tell you that. And your research is going to help a lot of people. The kind of depth you have dealt with, we are hoping the same. And we are counting on you for that. Do share your research paper with me. I will love to read that.
Sure.
Huge compliments for your research.
Are you only an academician or
no. I have been trained in the chambers of the former Attorney General of India and the Solicitor General of India in Delhi. And thereafter I have joined academics. I'm stationed at Amity University, Kolkata. However, my co-author happens to be one of a very reputed academicians in India, and he is probably a little busy with a Brazilian intercourse with academics, so therefore he could not perhaps be with me right now, but it is
I think that you should look forward filing some PIL something.
Actually, when I had done it way back in 2015, but because I am physically not there for a prolonged period of time, but we are working on that.
What I have seen, what I have felt in my years of practice, that the Honorable Delhi High Court appreciate the public interest litigation.
Oh yes.
However,
In fact, I started with de-addiction in the Delhi NCR, and I have ensured, not I, my team, and I have ensured that Delhi NCR has come out with proper policies with regards to de-addiction, which are probably the jurisprudence which was laid down by the Honorable High Court of Delhi, and there were multiple PILs. So we hope, let's see how it works.
Thank you.
But it was lovely to see you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Das.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Java Ratna and Arvind P. Bhanu. They are research scholar and additional director. Their topic is Access to Legal Abortion, Emerging Contours of Reproductive Health Rights of Women in India.
A very good morning to the honorable resource persons, participants, and the organizers. I am Java Ratna. I'm a research scholar currently pursuing my PhD in law from Amity University, Noida. Our research paper, which we've jointly written with my honorable guide, Dr. Arvind P. Bhanu, is titled Access to Legal Abortion, Emerging Contours of Reproductive Health Rights of Women in India. So with your permission, I would like to share my PPT.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Is the PPT visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it's visible.
দুটা তিনটা চাৰিটাৰ পিছত মই
Oh, all of late, so sir. Requesting all to kindly mute. Yeah, thank you. So before going on to the objectives of my research, I would like to briefly touch upon the background and significance of my study. Since my topic is an extension of the sub-theme, health and reproductive rights, I'd like to state that reproductive health is understood to involve more than just the biological working of women. It implies trusting women as autonomous beings, able to take control of their sexual and reproductive lives and to make decisions on these matters on the basis of access to adequate information. Control over women's bodies and sexuality is a very crucial aspect of reproductive freedom, which implies empowering women and protecting their sexual and reproductive rights, which includes access to healthcare rights. So the factor which mainly led to my research, and I would like to mention that my research topic, PhD topic, is marital rape. So while doing my research, there's something, a study which had come up to my before me. It was a study conducted by CHED, Center for Inquiry into Health and Allied Themes, where a few women were asked about the experiences of domestic violence and where they themselves were very ready to take up counseling services, and 142, as many as 142 of the women disclosed abuses in their marriages and consented to counseling while reporting pregnancy which was a result of rape by their husbands. So which is again a very controversial topic in India and debatable, but it was one factor which led us to take up the topic of abortion. Now, through this research paper, which is the methodology of which has been doctrinal, we have tried to analyze legal abortion, right to legal abortion, as one of the reproductive rights of women. And we have tried to study the changing dimensions and contours of laws relating to women's rights to legal abortion in India, with special reference to women who have been victims of marital rape. Now, quickly touching upon the meaning of abortion without going into the medical terms, which I would consider myself as ineligible to go into the medical terms. In layman terms, abortion is the termination of pregnancy by various means, including medicines or surgery, before the fetus is able to sustain independent life. But in medical terms, an abortion is a loss of pregnancy due to premature exit of the products of conception, including the fetus, the fetal membranes, placenta from the uterus due to any cause. Now, abortion can be categorized into two broad categories: spontaneous and elective or induced. Elective abortion is the deliberate termination of pregnancy, while a spontaneous abortion is a more naturally occurring event where the pregnancy ends on its own. Elective or induced abortion is again divided into two broad categories without going into the many others: medical abortion and surgical abortion. A medical abortion is one that is brought about by taking medications, while a surgical abortion is one which involves using special instruments to empty the uterus. So without going deeply into the medical terms, I would through this paper, I would say that we have touched upon a cursory touch upon the international perspective of women's bodily autonomy, but due to paucity of time, I would directly go on to the main topic of our research paper, which is our abortion laws in India. Now, in India, until the 1960s, abortion, the IPC had specifically made the abortion, or it's a homicide of the unborn, as punishable.
5 minutes are over.
I'll just quickly go on to that. But the primary law is the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 1971, which was again in 2021, it was amended. And this amendment key features we have touched upon, which mainly, but I would like to go on to the findings of the research, where we have found that the MTP Act is more of a provider-centric act that does not focus on the rights of the pregnant persons or women. It's the existing right. It gives more amount of importance to the decisive power of the opinion of the registered medical practitioners.
30 seconds are over. Apurva ma'am, Pratik sir.
Yeah. Should I conclude or?
No, ma'am. Actually, your time is up. Pratik sir and Apurva ma'am, may I ask?
Yes, Ms. Java Ratna.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, I congratulate you that you have chosen this topic and you have done extensive research on this thing, and I must congratulate you. What are your suggestions, ma'am?
Yeah.
What should be done?
From
Because I just want to say that recently, probably the Honorable Apex Court has delivered a landmark judgment with regard to the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, because since it is an exception to the criminalization vis-a-vis IPC code, right?
Correct.
And there was an amendment also in MTP Act, if I am not wrong, in the month of July 2021, right?
21, correct, sir.
Permitting the abortion, extending the time period of abortion to 24 weeks, right?
24 weeks, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is your suggestion, I mean, in brief?
Yes, my findings of the research in which had found that though the 2021 Act had expanded the contours of the access to legal abortion from 20 to 24 weeks, but still it had a lot of lacuna in it, which, for example, it's a mainly provider-centric act. That is, the medical practitioners are ones who have been given the entire right to decide whether abortion should be gone forward with or not. That again, it is more, rather than being a beneficial legislation, which was its aim, it has been more of a provider centric. So this is one area which I would suggest needs certain amendments. But another, which more importantly, is that this act, only amendment of the MTP Act will not solve any problems, because it is connected to whole other acts. For example, the IPC still makes it abortion punishable. So, or for that matter, marital rape is not still a crime in India. So again, that if this case, the recent case, which I would like to take your 2 minutes of time here. In this case, X versus the Principal Secretary, Health and Family Welfare Department, and another. This is a landmark judgment which touches upon the lacuna of the 2021 Amendment Act.
This is a judgment by the Apex Court which I was referring to.
Oh, yes, sir. So this is a path-changing judgment, a landmark judgment, where whatever the lacuna was there in 2021 Act, this has been touched upon. The petitioner who was not allowed to abort her child because Rule 3B of the MTP rules does not extend the right to abort beyond 20 weeks to unmarried women. So this case, it's a very beautifully written judgment where the court has said that the right of every woman to make reproductive choices without undue interference from the state is central to the idea of human dignity. So here the court has said that it is not, irrespective of a woman's marital status, she should be given the right to abortion. Otherwise, the very purpose and aim of the act would be belied. So this act, this landmark judgment is one which has touched upon a lot of lacuna which were there in the 2021 Act. So the court, in fact, has said that narrow interpretation limited only to married women would render the law discriminatory towards unmarried women. So that beyond 20 weeks and within 24 weeks was what was touched upon here. And another very important part of the decision was that this rules, it gives, indirectly, it gives the recognition to marital rape in India as a crime, though it is still within the civil realms of this act, but it has given access to abortion to married women who have become pregnant as a result of marital rape. So these, out of so many other topics which have...
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Sorry, sir, but due to paucity of time.
Yeah. Dr. Apur, you wish to ask something? Dr. Apur? I guess there's some technical issue. Thank you, Jwalaji.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Guru Prasad Singh. He's a research scholar. His topic is gender neutrality in the protection of children from sexual offenses, POCSO Act 2012.
Thank you, Shivangi. I'm unable to share my screen because...
Java, ma'am, you need to stop sharing your screen. Thank you, ma'am.
So good morning, everyone. And firstly, I would like to extend my warm greetings to the resource persons of this technical session. Dr. Apurva Dikshit, ma'am, and Prateek sir. So the topic which I am going to present today is basically gender neutrality in the protection of children from Sexual Offences Act 2012. So given the paucity of time, I'll try to briefly present the core argument which I have presented in my research paper. So the core idea behind this research paper is the gender neutrality. Firstly, when we talk about sexual offences, the conventional approach that is enshrined in the penal law in India is basically women-centric. That we all know. The rape law is basically women-centric, and it's okay also to. But when we talk about the children, when we talk about the sexual assault that is committed against children, there is a gender neutral approach. And that is why when the POCSO Act was brought, a gender neutral regime wherein it is not discriminated whether a child is a boy or a girl in matters when a sexual assault is committed against a child. But recently we have seen that post 2013 regime, the Criminal Law Amendment Act was there. The post 2013 regime, it introduced an amendment in the POCSO Act and introduced Section 42. It reframed it, wherein it was stated that in matters where there is punishment, both any particular conduct, it is punishable both in the POCSO Act or any other penal law, then whichever punishment will be applicable. So given that the Nirbhaya case that happened, and in the backdrop of the Nirbhaya case, we see that a deterrent approach was taken. And while taking that deterrent approach, we see that many things have been hit or many things have happened that was not thought of. And that is what I was going to explain. During this post 2013 regime, this amendment which was introduced in the POCSO Act, we see, and in this case, though the amendment is welcome, but what effect has it brought which was not thought of? And that effect was that the gender neutral stance which the POCSO Act has portrayed, this amendment misses to emphasize on that gender neutral stance. How does it happen? It happens simply in the way, like suppose if a child is below 16 years and if she's a girl child, then there is enhanced punishment which has been introduced in the penal law. On the other hand, if the victim is a boy and he's also below 16 years of age, then by virtue of Section 42, the enhanced punishment, since IPC will not be applicable in that case, because IPC defines rape as generally women-centric crime, primarily the woman being the victim in that case. So in this scenario, we see that though the amendment is welcome, deterrent approach is welcome, but the gender neutrality is also getting subdued. And why this gender neutrality should be incorporated and should be protected is because a child, whenever any suffers any trauma, and saying that a girl child who does not have any awareness about its sexuality, a girl child or a boy child, if he's of 12 or she's of 12 years old, is not aware of the sexuality, the trauma which a boy child also faces is quite similar as that of being a girl child. So that being the core idea behind my research paper, and Section 42 being, so the concluding part of my research paper is that this though amendments are welcome, but the core idea of gender neutrality should always be respected, and the amendment should not be brought in a haste manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Guru Prasad, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I congratulate you that you have opted this topic and you have conducted a vast research on in respect of the protection of children from Sexual Offences Act 2012. What are your suggestions? Actually, you say because you have just pointed out some shortcomings, loopholes, whatever it can be termed. What are your suggestions? Because now the new IPC is perhaps under construction. We belonging to legal fraternity, we all have gone through the new bill that is under consideration. So what are your suggestions? I just want.
So my suggestion is very simple, that any child, if he's below 16 years, and that child, if it undergoes any trauma or suffers a sexual assault, the pain that the child undergoes is same, be it a boy or a girl. So when any law gives any punishment, and then that law discriminates that only when the child is a girl, then only we have a death penalty, or we have a more deterrent approach. I think this is not right, and the penal law should be sensitive in that matter, that it does not ignore the sexuality of a child, whether it be a boy or a girl. So the punishment should be gender neutral. Gender neutral as far as children are concerned.
Gender neutral.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Apur, you wish to ask?
Mr. Singh, do you find any kind of lacunas right now because of which this is not happening? I'm assuming that you are suggesting certain amendments.
Yes,
right?
yes, ma'am.
But has there been any real life situation which you have seen and witnessed, because of which you were able to see that there have been cases, and that is why this amendment should be made?
Yes, ma'am. Lacuna is there because POCSO Act was initially introduced as a gender neutral act, but gradually we see that the approach of the judges has been such that when a victim comes, and if the victim is girl, then the judges approach the case very seriously. While when the victim is a boy, then the general, I have studied the data, and what is the result of such cases, as this is also my topic for the research that I'm conducting. So we see that generally the gender neutrality aspect, the main purpose for which this act, special legislation was brought, and this special legislation was brought on a gender neutral stance. So this has been missing. This has been the main lacuna which I am trying to highlight. And this being the one aspect of my broad research that is there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call Azhar Iqbal Majumdar. He is an academician. His topic is the intersection of health and reproductive rights, a comprehensive review.
Good morning. Good morning to all. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
You're audible but not visible.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, you are visible.
Shall I start, sir?
Please.
Good morning to all. I am honored to be here to present a paper on the topic of profound significance in the realm of human rights and the public health. The title of the paper is The Intersection of Health and Reproductive Rights, a Comprehensive Review. So, reproductive health and rights are integral component of human well-being and personal autonomy and social progress. They encompasses a wide spectrum of this concern from maternal well-being and family planning to the access to sexual health services and information. So the significance of this study underscores the fundamental human rights aspects of the reproductive autonomy, their impact on the health and gender equality, and the role they play in driving the social progress. So in this paper will shed light on the challenges that India facing in India, and then we're also focusing on the promising avenues for improvements. This research will provide a comprehensive foundation for informed policy making, advocacy efforts, and societal awareness that ultimately advocating for the preservation of in human dignity and the betterment of individual and communities through the protection of these reproductive rights. So reproductive health as defined by World Health Organization as is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being in all matters related to the reproductive system. So this is a fundamental aspect of overall well-being. So and reproductive rights constitute a critical pillar of human rights that safeguarding the freedom and well-being of individual in the matter of reproduction and the determination. So this reproductive rights has been recognized as a fundamental human rights under various international instruments like Article 23 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 12 of International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and other conferences like International Conference on Human Rights, Beijing Declaration, and Platform for Action 1995 that provides a basis for the recognition and protection of reproductive rights globally. Similarly, in India has also a strong legal basis of safeguarding the reproductive health through the constitutional provisions and through other national legislations like constitutional provisions. Article 14, 15, and 21 more specifically are relevant in this in the context of reproductive rights. Though this term reproductive rights has not been mentioned, but high courts and various high courts and the Supreme Court has interpreted the provision to include the reproductive right as a part of the basic fundamental rights under the Constitution. Just like Surjit Singh Tinda case, the High Court, Punjab and Haryana High Court ruled that the subjecting a woman to a medical examination to determine her virginity would constitute a breach of her right to privacy and personal liberty under Article 21. Another case, there's Nilam Chaudhary versus Union of India. The Supreme Court ruled that there's interpreted Article 21 to include the reproductive right of individual to make decision about the reproduction as an integral aspect of personal liberty. So through these various decisions of the Supreme Court and the High Courts that affirmed that the reproductive rights as a basic human rights and fundamental rights under Article 21 of the Constitution. So apart from this, there are other legislations also which makes provision which makes other legislations which dealt with the different aspects of reproductive rights of a person, like Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, the Preconception and Prenatal Diagnostics Techniques, Prohibition of Sex Selection Act, like Prohibition of Child Marriage Act. So these are the acts which
your 5 minutes are over.
So yes, ma'am. May I conclude, sir, ma'am? The significance of this reproductive health we may interpret it from the various international reports like UNICEF. The World Health Organization reported 287,000 women died in the year 2020 due to the complications related to pregnancy and childbirth. Another report suggests Human Rights Watch in India reported that target driving sterilization, which yes.
Pratik, sir, Apurva, you may ask question.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, Mr. Azhar, we must congratulate you that you have opted this topic. And you have,
Thank you,
it
sir.
appears that you have conducted a deep research work on this topic, and you have presented a research paper beautifully.
Thank you, sir.
According to you, what are the challenges, in fact, at present in the society vis-a-vis your topic? Any specific challenge, the number one, if I say that they are bullet points. So what do you feel that this is the particular challenge that should be firstly dealt by the legal fraternity? Any specific challenge?
These challenges actually. Sex selective abortion is also one of the challenge in India. The family preferred the male child. Because of that, if the female child, they may go for abortion. That is also one of the. So there are a number of challenges that still in India in relation to this reproductive health and reproductive rights. Like so, other challenges like. In report, it is suggested that in India the female sterilization is more preferred, even though it is a critical one compared to the male sterilization. But they go for the female sterilization. In fact, various states have organized the mass female sterilization drive. Right. So in the name of this family planning and population control. Right. So yes.
The female sterilization, I mean, this is according to you, this is the prime challenge that should be dealt first.
That is also, I cannot say that this is the prime challenge, but it is one of the challenge.
One of the challenge. But all right. Thank you. Dr. Apur, you want to ask something?
I think I wanted to ask the same question, Prateek sir, but moreover, Azhar sir, if I want to know that what is the thought process which goes behind like all these intricate, and there are a lot of customs which are also associated with all these techniques.
Ma'am, can you repeat your question? Yes.
I'm saying, what do you think is the thought process behind all these kind of practices? Because sometimes there always a hint of let's just say presence of customs also associated with certain things. Do you think there is
regarding the social stigma is also relevant? Because recently in my village, one husband, he didn't take her wife to hospital, pregnant wife to hospital, because there is no lady doctor available. So because of that, she faced complications, but later finally took her to her hospital by the relatives and all. But that is also social stigma relating to the reproductive health. Right.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Shriparna Rajkua. She's an academician. Her topic is Reproductive and Privacy Rights of Women, a Motion Towards Gender Justice. Shriparna, ma'am. I'll call our next presenter.
Yes.
Gauri Shankar, a student, right to abortion, conflicting moral perspectives.
So, first of all, good morning, everyone. I think it's going to be good afternoon soon. I'm Gauri Shankar from the National Law University. Good morning, panel. Good afternoon, panelists. So, I'd like to share this.
I think there's some technical glitch here. There's some technical.
Is it visible? What sort of glitch?
No, it's not.
I know, is there any glitch?
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
It's fine. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Is it visible now?
Yes. Not audible. Mr. Shankar, you are not audible. You have to unmute yourself.
Yes, yeah, is it? Am I audible? Okay, I think there's some problem with the presentation, but anyhow, I'll go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So first of all, it's necessary to establish why to do this research in the first place. Because when it comes to conflicting moral perspectives, people will generally ask, why is it necessary to consider moral perspectives when it comes to abortion? Because legislation is the ultimate thing that people will focus on. Whatever the government tells and enacts through legislative actions, that is the first thing that comes into place. So why is it necessary to consider moral perspectives of people? So going by the theory of Austin, so if we go by the positive law theory, it is necessary. It states that law is the command of sovereign. So who are the sovereign of this country? It's ultimately the people who are sovereign of this country. So we can't just ignore their moral perspectives when it comes to any topic of law. Any topic. I'm not just focusing on abortion. I'm just generalizing this only this part of my paper. Any part of it, it is necessary to consider the moral perspectives of people. I'm not telling just the objectives of this paper. It is to find out the responsibility of state in regulating abortion in consideration with individual rights. I'll focus or deeply discuss this issue later, but more major part. So it matter in most of the countries receiving considerable international attention, not only as public health concern, but also as an ethical or moral or religious issue. So if you look at religion, the tool that sees ideology of abortion as a sinful act. Let's just take the example of traditional Christianity, which opposes abortion as it is against the sanctity of life and it's a rebellion against God's wish. From this section of society tend to have moral views which are against abortion. So this section of society, it is pro-life in nature, and the other section of society which is pro in nature. So when it comes to abortion, there are only two main ideologies. I'm not telling that only two ideologies, but main ideologies, that is pro-life and pro-choice. Just look at the perspective of India. I'll be dealing with the Indian scenario and the USA scenario. Indian society is largely conservative society. Indian society is diversified with different religions, and majority of people have faith in divine power. However, there are proofs of abortion in Ayurveda and other Hindu indigenous medical systems. It is strongly believed that abortion should be carried out only when it poses a health risk to women. But it should be noted that traditional view of pro-abortion did not consider the mental health of women as opposed to the modernist view. So back in those days, I'm tracing back to very old ages. So in even Ayurveda and the Hindu medical systems, there are proofs that abortion existed, but to what extent is the question. It did not even consider the mental health of women, but it did consider the modernist view. But if you take the modernist view with development of individualist rights,
so your 5 minutes are over.
Okay, there are proofs that development in considering the rights of the women. So I'll be dealing with this. I'll also like to state that when it comes to considering the moral perspectives of different peoples, the moral perspectives tend to change a lot. It is not fixed. For example, I'll tell you, there was a practice in Tamil Nadu which is feeding kallipal to the child. That is, kallipal is a very, very poisonous milk given to a child if it is a female. This practice existed because these are the same people who are against abortion, who follow the same religion, Hinduistic religion, and they are still against abortion. At the same time, when it is known that they have a female child, they feed the child with this kallipal, which ultimately leads to death. So it is necessary to consider where are these people's moral ideologies lies. Hello, sir. Hello.
Apurva ma'am, Pratik sir, please ask question.
Gauri, if I may ask, I wanted to know what are the recommendations you're making out of your research paper?
My recommendation, I have also discussed about the US perspective with respect to the two cases, Roe versus Wade case, and then the recent vote and John Dobbs case. But the recommendation is that the state should consider the rights of individuals, and also it should not get diluted with its state's responsibility. Because the state's responsibility is very important when it comes to abortion, but at the same time, with the development of individualistic rights, for example, in recent days, the development of individualist rights is like going strong. So it's necessary to consider both the things when it comes to abortion. how is the state going to maintain both the things at the same time? So it should not be like one goes up and another comes down.
All right. Prateek sir?
Yeah, I have nothing to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Monica. Thank you.
I would like to call Shiparna Rajkua, ma'am. Due to some technical issues, she was unable to join us. Shiparna Rajkua, ma'am. Okay. I would like to call our next presenter, Devjani Chaudhary. She is a professional. Her topic is exploring euthanasia, global perspectives and legal complexities.
Shivangi, I am just interfering. Shriparna is trying to join. So did she join?
Ma'am, I can see her. I can see her in the participants list, but I think she cannot hear us, and neither we can hear her.
Okay, okay. Then you can continue. Okay, okay. I'll try to read.
Okay. Devjani Chaudhary.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Should I start my presentation?
Yes, please, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So my topic is exploring euthanasia, global perspectives and legal complexities. So firstly, I would like to start by saying that right to life and personal liberty are guaranteed under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. It includes the right to life as well as the right to die as given by the judgment of Gyankor versus State of Punjab. However, Article 21 has gone through numerous interpretations, and thereby even whether right to die or right to choose to die is included under Article 21 vis-a-vis right to life is quite controversial. So let me start by saying that what is euthanasia? Euthanasia is defined as an intentional killing by an act or omission of a person who felt that his life is no longer worth living. This practice is called mercy killing, whereby an individual who is in an incurable condition and has no chance of survival and wants to end his life. However, the basic intention behind euthanasia is to ensure a less painful death to a person who in any case is going to die after a long period of suffering. However, euthanasia can be synonymously used with terms like suicide, murder, assisted suicide, and physician-assisted suicide. Murder, though, refers to the unlawful killing of a person. Suicide refers to the killing of a person by one's own hands. Physician-assisted suicide or assisted suicide refers to providing means to a person to end their own life. However, in cases of euthanasia, physicians are more involved in taking the life of their patients. Justice Cardozo, while on the Courts of Appeal of New York, rightly observed and stated that every human being who is an adult and of sound mind has a right to decide the course of action for their own body. Thus, a surgeon who performs an operation without the patient's consent commits an assault, resulting in legal damages. So, next, we have various types of euthanasia. However, I would just like to mention 3 major types of euthanasia, which are active or positive euthanasia, passive euthanasia, and voluntary euthanasia. Active euthanasia refers to the reducing the suffering of a person by compassionately ending an individual's life by administering lethal medication by the doctor. Passive euthanasia refers to causing death by discontinuing the life-saving measures which are sustaining the patient's life. Voluntary euthanasia takes place when a patient by his own consent requests the doctor's assistance. In India, euthanasia is illegal. However, if there is an intention on the part of the
Your 5
doctor...
minutes are over.
Okay, ma'am, I would like to point out the suggestions that I would like to mention in this paper.
You have last 30 seconds.
Okay. So the suggestions that I would like to provide
provide are that euthanasia should be legalized completely, though only passive euthanasia is recognized under India now by the case of Aruna Shanbag versus Union of India. But the law should be comprehensive and stringent. A separate law should be made for euthanasia, and it cannot be included in the existing criminal law, because putting euthanasia under the same law which punishes murder will create problems as malicious.
Apurva ma'am.
As malicious intent is one of the essentials of murder, and the same will have to be attached with euthanasia as well. And each and every case of euthanasia needs to be separated. Okay, sure. Thank you.
Pratik sir, Apurva ma'am.
I just wish to know what are your suggestions? I mean, vis-a-vis the topic. Do you wish to suggest something? Because euthanasia, this topic has already been a very much discussed topic. Whenever we discuss this topic, often the laws that are operative in other countries are taken into account. So what are your suggestions that what can be done in our country?
So the basic issue that we are facing right now is because in India, even suicide was punishable earlier. I mean, attempt to commit to suicide.
Yes.
Yes. Attempt to commit to suicide under section 309 of IPC was punishable earlier, though, and somewhere or the other, suicide and euthanasia has been used interchangeably in a lot of cases. And however, I'd like to suggest that though passive euthanasia is recognized in our country by Aruna Shanbag case, but we need the option of active euthanasia as well, because there are a lot of even acid attack cases where the patient is unable to bear the pain which they are going through, and even the relatives can't see them going through that pain. So that's why I believe that euthanasia should be legalized completely, but a separate law should be made, and which should be comprehensive. Though the case of Aruna Shanbag also mentioned about living will, but and I also want that law should take the suggestions given by the Aruna Shanbag case, and a separate committee needs to be made in every hospital which should look after every case in detail.
Ma'am, I need to interrupt due to paucity of time. We need to.
Thank you. Dr. Apurva.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debjan. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Shivani Jain. She is an academician. Her topic is Right to Health, a detailed study with reference to national and international laws.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible. Please start.
But not visible, I suppose.
My topic is Right to Health, a detailed study with reference to national and international laws. I'll start with the introduction and meaning. It consists of a wide range of elements that can support a healthy living, which are referred to as the underlying determinants of health by the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, which is in charge of overseeing the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, which comprises of gender equality, safe and nutritious food, better housing and living conditions, healthy working conditions, clean water to drink, and proper sanitation. As stated by WHO on health, that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. The right to health represents one of an array of worldwide mutually agreed up human rights criteria that are independent or indivisible from the other rights. This means that obtaining the right to health is both important to and contingent on obtaining the right to food, shelter, work, education, information, and participation. Since my topic is not limited to just health, but it extends to reproductive rights. So I'll talk about reproductive and sexual health, which are not the same, first of all. Reproductive health or sexual health addresses the reproductive process, function, and system at all stages of life within the framework of the WHO. It includes a complete state of physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Therefore, reproductive health indicates that individuals have the capacity to reproduce and the choice to choose if, when, and how frequently to do so. It also suggests that individuals may have a sexual life that is responsible, fulfilling, and secure. It also means that both men and women should know about and have the access to safe, reliable, and reasonably priced birth control methods. Couples also stand the best chance of having a healthy child if they have accessibility to the right sexual and reproductive healthcare services and implement health education programs that emphasize how important it is for people to experience pregnancy and childbirth safely. When it comes to reproductive healthcare, there are differences between people. The degree of inequality varies depending on a person's socioeconomic class, level of education, age, ethnicity, religion, and the resources in their surroundings. For example, it's likely that people with low incomes don't have the means to pay for the right healthcare or the information to know what's right for sustaining reproductive health. So basically, women has the freedom to make her own decisions regarding the body. These rights include to understand some facts about the situations which are related to reproductive health, use contraceptive and other sexual and reproductive health services, and to decide when and whom to marry and decide to how many children people want to have. Also, women have certain following rights to make autonomous and accountable decisions about the quantity, spacing, and timing of their children, possess the knowledge and resources necessary to make an informed decision about the number, spacing, and timing of their children, achieve the best level of sexual and reproductive health possible, to make decisions about reproductive health without bias, violence, or compulsion. Whether you have a 0, 1, or 7 kids is entirely up to you. You have the choice to get female sterilization, equal rights for reproductive choices, the right to decide whether and when to get married and to establish a family is a part of the equality in reproductive choices. The two people involved should provide their complete, informed, and free consent before becoming married. When it comes to your body, health, and family, you have the right to make decisions about reproduction that are considered appropriately. I'll talk about the laws and policies regarding reproductive health at international level. So according to Article 3 of UDHR, it says that everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of a person, which includes the right to seek medical care, especially reproductive health treatments. As per Article 6 of ICCPR, it safeguards...
Ma'am, your 5 minutes are over.
All right, ma'am. I'll just come to the conclusion. So I'll just talk about the challenges which are being faced. Firstly, lack of access to healthcare services. People find it difficult to make well-informed decisions regarding their reproductive health if they have limited access to high-quality reproductive health care, such as contraception, family planning advice, and maternity care. Secondly, socioeconomic barriers.
People... Your 30 seconds are over. Pratik sir, Apurva ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Apurva, you want to ask?
Yes, sir.
Shivani, ma'am, just a very small request. We are running out of time. So,
yes, so you want us to avoid the questions?
No, I just want that answers should be little...
Should be crisp. Okay. So Shivani, I wanted to know that what kind of international national comparison you're talking about, and also in one line, just tell us that what recommendation you're making in the aspect of international law, that what is something which can be brought in India.
Okay, ma'am. So first of all, I'm not trying to make any comparison regarding international and national. I'm just highlighting what all laws are present in the international level. So if we talk about India, still the situation regarding the, so if we talk about if a woman who wants to keep the baby without being married, she is still looked upon. She is still being, not legally, she is not being considered as a right. Meanwhile, if we talk about the developed countries like US or UK, so there this situation is not happening. So in India, many women who are not married, they are always afraid to to go for an abortion just because the society is pressure. And meanwhile, in developed countries, this is not the situation. So that can be one thing which can be taken from the developed countries and which can be implemented in India also, so that women don't have to suffer because it's abortion is also affecting their health only. So that is my one recommendation.
Okay, Shivani, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to call our next presenter, Lakshashree Das. She's a student. Her topic is reproductive rights in the modern age.
Yes, ma'am. Very good afternoon, respected resource person. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yes. So let's start.
Yes, ma'am. Please start. Your 5 minutes. are-
Today, my topic for presentation is reproductive rights in the modern age. First of all, I like to start with introduction. Reproductive rights are legal rights and freedom relating to reproduction and reproductive health. Reproductive rights are the rights of individuals to decide whether to reproduce or not. The rights include some of other rights also, such as right to plan a family, terminate a pregnancy, use contraceptive, learn about sex education, to decide the number of children, and also to have access to reproductive health. The reproductive health plays a crucial role in women's overall health and well-being, as it encompasses various organs, hormones, and processes that contribute not only to reproduction but also to hormonal balance, bone health, cardiovascular health, and more. Women's sexual and reproductive health is related to human rights, including the right to life, the right to be free from torture, the right to health, the right to privacy, the right to education, and the prohibition of discrimination. Right to reproductive and sexual health services includes the right to safe and affordable methods of
Sorry
family
to
planning.
interrupt. I would like to request the participants to switch on the cameras while presenting their papers, so that the resource persons can see who's presenting the paper.
Actually, some issues are there. Camera issues are there.
All right, then. Proceed.
Okay, sir. The right to reproductive and sexual health services includes the right to safe and affordable methods of family planning, safe motherhood, safe environment with medical care and assistance, management and gynecological problems, infertility, treatment and prevention of sexual transmitted infection and HIV/AIDS. The importance of the reproductive system in women's health, such as menstrual health. The menstrual cycle is a fundamental aspect of the reproductive system. It is regulated by a complex interplay of hormones and serves as an indicator of overall health. Fertility, the ability to conceive and bear children as a central function of the reproductive system. Maintaining reproductive health is essential for women who wishes to start a family. Hormone regulation, the reproductive system produces hormones such as estrogenic and progesterone, which have far-reaching effect beyond reproduction. These hormones influence bone density, skin health, mood, and more. Bone health, estrogen plays a crucial role in maintaining bone density. As women age and approach menopause, decreased estrogen levels can contribute to an increased risk of osteoporosis. In the context of modern age, the landscape of reproductive rights has undergone significant transformation, fueled by advances in medical technology, changing social norms, and
Ma'am, your 5 minutes are over.
Okay.
Pratik sir, Apurva ma'am, please ask her the question.
No questions from my side.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
May I request Jubilee Medhi, ma'am? She is a student, and her topic is a comprehensive study on need of women's bodily autonomy and integrity and the challenges for its achievement.
A very good afternoon to the distinguished assembly. Now, my topic is reproductive right and the right to health. So it is the dire desire of mankind to lead a fulfilling life, and it is achieved when we have access to a sound healthcare system, and health is one of the most important domain of life. So as per the definition of WHO, the word health is not the mere absence of any disease, but it is a complete state of mental, social, and physical health of a person. So right to health, although it is not expressly been provided in the in any of the provision of the Constitution, but right to health is a fundamental right, which has been time and again it has been stated in plethora of cases like Maneka Gandhi in India, then cholera administration versus Union Territory Delhi. It has been stated that the word life has several connotation in itself. That is the life to live with dignity and with and it's in and not a mere animal existence. So the right to health is inclusive under right to health is inclusive under Article 20, that is right to life and personal liberty. It is the responsibility of the state to provide appropriate health care wherever and whenever needed. That it has also been stated, same has been stated in the Paschim Banga Khed versus Samiti versus State of West Bengal. Now, I would like to draw the connection between reproductive right and right to health. Actually, the reproductive right is a species to the right to health, which is genus. Now, reproductive right is related to reproductive function of the one who bears child, that is women. The same reproductive right is all about the right to health care, right to access legal abortion, then fertility treatment, right to contraception, right to self-determination, right to body integrity and autonomy, and right to access to the sex education, then enjoy the right to information related to sexual information or any services related to their sexual health. Now, when women is given the power to exercise control over its own health and body, it fulfills the physical requirement. It not only fulfills the physical requirement, but also provides mental satisfaction to a women. It is when the women are empowered to decide about their own body, when they are given the they are given the access to healthcare and decide everything about their own. They are able to influence the society and they are able to enjoy other human rights. And when these rights are not, when there isn't any interruption to provide such rights, then it reinforces gender discrimination. And so the so when suppose if I am denied of my right to equality, then what will happen that I will not feel easy
Ma'am,
to
your 5
come up
minutes
with
are
other
over.
issues. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Apurva ma'am, Pratik sir, any question?
Jyoti, can you reshare what was your title again? I have a question pertaining to the title only.
My title is a comprehensive study on the bodily integrity and autonomy of women, the need of bodily integrity and autonomy, and the various challenges while achieving the same.
What is bodily autonomy?
The bodily autonomy means the power that has been exercised by women to influence its own choice regarding its sexual health and regarding its own body. So,
are you suggesting any kind of amendments which should be made here?
Any kind of amendment? While I was coming across the articles, while I was preparing my research, I have found that like in a recent case, a woman was denied. Initially, she was denied of abortion, but later on, it was held that the rule under rule number, it is just a second, rule number 3B, clause C of MTP rules, only the married women are entitled to abortion, and when such sex is consensual, then if if a woman is bearing their child, have to carry on. But that woman was who who has been deserted by her living relationship partner. Then she was at initial stage, she was denied of the abortion. But what I would like to say that although we have to, from the moral perspective, we have to think about the unborn child, but a mother's right to preserve her health is superior to that of the right of an unborn child. So same was held by by the bench of D.Y. Chandrachud sir, and I forgot one of other justice name.
That's okay. That's okay.
All right. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah, the next can.
Our
Thank you, Jubilee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our last presenter for today is Bhashwati Bora. She is an assistant professor. Her topic is corporate governance in the banking sector.
Thank you, Shivangi. Is my voice audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Respected resource person for the session, participants, my name is Bhashwati Bora. I'm Assistant Professor of Law, NEF Law College, Guwahati. And the topic of my presentation is corporate governance in the banking sector. So the term corporate governance, it refers to a set of standards of rules which aim to improve an organization or a company's image, productivity, and most importantly, the moral responsibility. So when we speak about corporate governance, we have come across the words, the memorandum of a company, the articles of a company, which has its own rules and regulations internally and externally. Now the question is why this corporate governance is most important in the banking sector. Like we know that the banking companies are much different from other forms of company because a banking company is a matter of public interest. And the interest of the banking company is for the overall importance of the economy in terms of payment and settlement system. The consistent effort which has been given by the Reserve Bank of India and the government to improve the state of governance in the banking sector cannot be said to be insufficient or inefficient, but there is always a question. The question is how this corporate governance is to be implemented in the banking sector, because it is a question of the depositors, it is a question of the public interest at whole. So this paper analyzes the existing government practices in the banks across the country in the light of the financial position of the banks and the consequences which the banks are now facing on account of poor corporate governance. It also examines the viability of the existing legal framework and the efficiency of the actions with regard to government by the regulatory authorities. Now we have the Banking Regulation Act of 1949, the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934, and the Negotiable Instrument Act. But this legal frameworks are actually working as a corporate governance, or other factors are required. So this paper focuses on certain factors for which the banking sectors need more attention on the part of corporate governance. Like other companies, whether shareholders are the main stakeholders, bank stakeholders are the main depositories, are the main public. And the bank is a system which plays an important role both as a participant of the payment and the settlement system. A crisis in the bank is a crisis in the bank itself. It is a crisis for the economy. And banks are regarded as a medium for the flow of credit. Also, technology, which is playing a very important role in the bank and which has introduced the system of the e-banking system. With that part, we do not have the banking governance at excellence or at par. So these were certain factors which I had focused, and certain suggestions which I had put in my paper is that number one, the act of the Reserve Bank of India Act should be amended in the sense the e-banking factors or the e-banking elements should be implemented, and also quantum of punishment should be given to the persons who commit the frauds. Also, certain powers must be given to the board of directors immensely, so that if there is a fraud relating to the e-banking services, the authorities, that is the board of directors of a company, should have the power to put punishment or to give quantum of punishment to them. And also the banking company should be given a inner mechanism in the sense the articles of association of the banking companies should be implemented to that extent, so that corporate governance works at that level, not only in the e-banking services, also in the other sectors of the banking sector. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Bhaspati, I must congratulate you that you have opted this topic and you have done extensive research on this topic. Just a small question, not a question, that after demonetization, the country has witnessed many challenges in the corporate governance sector. So how do you define it that after demonetization, because we have done extensive research on your topic, according to you, what are the challenges that the country is facing now also after demonetization? Do you have something to say?
Thank you for the question, sir. Sir, as per my limited knowledge, so whatever I have researched, sir, I have found that now the main defect or the challenge which the banking sectors are facing is related to the e-banking services, number one. Number two, it is also related to the NPAs, which I have not focused on this in this paper. So to come up at par with this kind of challenges, to my knowledge, so the acts has to be amended. In the sense, the e-bank, whatever services we get in the e-banking services, so that has to be implemented in the act. After it is implemented in the act, and certain quantum of punishment is being given, I think the banks can overcome with these challenges. And also, I have stated in the paper that inner mechanism, that amendment of the inner mechanism of a bank is utmost essential. And I think, sir, if these two things are overcome, because IT Act is not enough to define what is e-banking services or to regulate with the quantum of the punishment. So I think that if these two things are done, the challenges which are faced by the bank can be overcome, sir. Sir, hope I could come up with the answer.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Kapoor, you want to ask something?
No, sir, I'm done. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And it was indeed an opportunity to be the part of this event. And excellent research papers were presented before us. And I congratulate everyone. And I'm also very thankful to Dr. Kapoor, who was chairing the session with me. And I wish all the best to everyone. Good health to everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Shivangi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Gaurav.
Thank you, Shivangi, for being such an excellent moderator, and congratulations to all the participants. You presented your papers really well. Thank you, Pratik sir, for being there. And thank you, Gaurav sir, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
It's always a very wonderful feeling to come back and give your opinions on the research, and it's something which we always learn. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
We appreciate our resource person, Pratik sir and Apurva ma'am, and all the participants for taking their time to join us this morning, now which is afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Apurva ma'am and Pratik sir, for joining for this session. Now, moving forward towards the next session, kindly the moderator can take over. And the next, I guess Atipriya ma'am has joined.
I have joined.
Yes. So Kritika ma'am is joining in just a minute or two. So we'll start in like a minute.
Perfect.
Atipriya ma'am, just check your camera. It is.
I think it should be working because I switched on
It's
my
working.
video.
It's working. You just have to
Yeah,
turn it over.
turn it over as in.
You're using your phone or you're using
I'm not
your
able to.
laptop?
No, I'm using my laptop.
You're using your laptop. There is a settings in the this thing video.
Video settings, right?
There you can just switch your camera to left so that it gets.
Oh, right.
Again.
Oh, perfect.
Yes, completely fine.
I think it's done, right?
It's done. It's completely fine. Kritika ma'am is joining in just a minute or two, so we'll start in a minute.
Okay. Perfect.
Priyanka, we can start. Kritika ma'am has joined.
Yes, sir.
A very good afternoon to the esteemed dignitaries, learned participants, delegates, and presenters to this two-day virtual national conference on emerging contours of law and justice in the contemporary era, issues and challenges, organized by the PG Department of Law, Guwahati University, and Droid Pinel Group, in collaboration with Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, National Mission on Teachers and Teaching, Ministry of Education, Government of India. On this second day of our virtual national conference, I, Priyanka Majumdar, co-convener of this conference and the moderator for this session, heartily welcome all of you to this technical session 12. I welcome Dr. Kritika Singh, Assistant Professor, Shambhunath Institute of Law, Allahabad State University, Prayagraj, and Ms. Atipriya Gautam, Advocate, Allahabad High Court, to chair this technical session. Welcome to both of you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, would you both like to give your comments, feedbacks, and insights for the presenters after each presentation, or would you like to reserve it towards the end of the presentation?
I would like to reserve it for the end.
Okay. Atipriya, ma'am? Atipriya, ma'am? Sir, I think Atipriya ma'am is has some network issues. We do not
Yes,
see
ma'am.
her in the session. Atipriya ma'am.
Ma'am, she's there. Wait a second. I'll just give her a call.
Sure, sir. I welcome all the participants and the presenters to this session. All of the presenters will be given 5 minutes time to present their paper. We request you to kindly stick to the time since we have to keep to the schedule. And we'll have comments, feedbacks, and insights from the resource persons on your presentation towards the end of the session.
Atipriya ma'am has joined.
Okay. All right. So, ma'am, can we begin? Kritika ma'am and Atipriya ma'am, shall we begin?
Yes, absolutely. Please begin the session.
Sure. I'll call upon our first presenter of the day, Mrigakshi Seal, student. I think she has not joined the session. However, if you've joined from any other name, please let us know. Mrigakshi Seal. Mrigakshi Seal. Okay, we'll move on to our next presenter, Sadhana Nirvan, assistant professor, will be presenting on the topic gender diversity in leadership positions. Sadhana Nirvan, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there only.
Okay, ma'am, you can please start with the presentation. Thank you. You are muted, ma'am. Sadhana, ma'am, please unmute. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to everybody. I am Sadhana Nirvan, Assistant Professor of Law, and my topic is gender diversity in leadership role. First, I would like to introduce what do you mean by leadership? A leadership is someone who influence and motivate a group of people to achieve goals. And the purpose of leader is the ability to influence others to achieve goals and success. And why we need women in leadership roles? When we talk about gender diversity and when we see leaders in different sector, women are very minimal represented in the other sector. We prefer male member as a leader, and that should be changed, and women should be equally represented in leader. This is because when a woman are meaningfully represented and engaged in leadership bodies such as legislation, courts, executive boards, and companies, the decision are more likely to be represented, take diverse view into the accounts. And next is in which sector women can be seen as leadership. When we talk about corporate sector, even our law says that in section 149 of clause 1 Companies Act that it is necessary for listed company and certain other public sector that there should be at least one woman director in the board. And now we can see that things are changing. For example, like Indra Nooyi, they have set examples for the society, for the women in the society, that we can also come in corporate sector and we can be a leaders in corporate sector. And when we talk about government and public sector, the government and public sectors are the sector which women preferably choose as a stable career. But then also there is a there is a minimum, very minimum data which shows that women are leaders in the public and government sectors, in education sector also, which attract women at a large level. Even women prefers these education sector because it suits them. But the data shows that it is only while working up 44% only, in 27 million students, only 44% of women are working. And there are other sectors also, like financial and banking sector. We can see the growth of women leader in financial and banking sector very more, as there are various example, like Naina Lal Kiwani, a general manager and country head of HSBC India. Arundhati Bhattacharya, they have set a great example in the field of finance and banking. And there are various fields like science and research, legal sectors also. We can see the women are very coming into courts as a practitioner, advocates, as judges, like Indra Mukherjee and many more. And the challenges what women face in the workplace is that they are not equally represented. And when we talk about the opportunities,
We
Yes,
request
ma'am?
we request you to kindly finish the presentation in 2 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Like pay inequality, harassment and sexual harassment, lack of support and training are the challenges which the female faces. And there are various laws which are made for women, like for Maternity Benefit Act 1961, Sexual Harassment at Workplace Act, and Payment of Gratuity Act, Contract Labor Regulation Abolition Act, Minimum Wages Act, Equal Remuneration. There are various Factories Act which somehow talks about the women, and so that the challenges should be minimized. And I would like to talk about the landmark cases which has been ruled by our judiciary, like Vishaka versus State of Rajasthan. It is a landmark case and very famous, which has set the guidelines to prevent and address sexual harassment at workplace. This was the first case even before the enactment of Sexual Harassment at Workplace Act came. And like we can say Air India and Nargesh Mirza was the first landmark case which talks about the equality of opportunities and job in for women. And I would like to suggest some points for so that the women can come in leadership. Like they should be given equally opportunity. The representation of women should be there, so that it create a idol for the society, and the women should take them as an idol, that they can also, like for an example, we have our President Draupadi Murmu. So it should attract the women in the society, that we cannot only go in the education field or in banking or in corporate sector. We can also come in political sector. And it is a great example of Indira Gandhi, who have made such a powerful image of a lady who has run the whole country in that scenario, when the India was not so stable. So at that time, she has made the country's position in the overall
Sadhana
world.
ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
please kindly conclude your presentation in 30 seconds.
Okay, ma'am. I would like to conclude that it is very important that women should not only do jobs and choose their career, but they should also come up in leadership, so that they should also come part with the males to govern the society. As we can say that India has always been a patriarchal society, but then also there are many women who have done a very great role in, like Kiran Bedi, Pratibha Patil, and Indira Gandhi. And yes, ma'am, my topic is okay. Over, ma'am.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
think that unlike the government sector, do you think that the corporate sector is efficiently considering the situation of new mothers or the maternity conditions that they are facing, considering that they are always kept on the notice period or they are being asked to quit?
Yes, ma'am. I think so. The laws are there, but the implementation is not being done properly. In corporate
So
sector also.
What is your suggestion regarding that?
Ma'am, I think there should be some machinery, which can do a checkup on that. There's, for example, in my case also, ma'am, and I have a colleague also. When I have conceived, I was said that you will be taking a break. So okay, you will please resign, and for that. In my career, I have taken 2 years of gap, and my colleague was asked to resign just because she have conceived. So, ma'am, laws are there, but implementation are not being governed, and I think there should be a proper machinery to check all these things, because women women are not going to court. Means every woman or girl cannot go to court and ask for, and this is our fundamental right also to conceive a baby, and this is our right to do a job.
Yes, but can you really bind the corporate sector, because they are heavily relying on the profit making and all these things? So can you really bind them?
Ma'am, I think we cannot bind them, but there should be something that they should be bind.
So what kind of machinery are you suggesting?
Ma'am, the government should make some committee who check on the corporate sector.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Aditya, ma'am, do you have any comments, or shall we move to the next presentation? Ma'am, you're muted. You are on mute, ma'am.
Probably you can include how the dynamics would change if there are more women leaders in various sectors. You can just add to your presentation this parameter, and probably it will enhance your paper more.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to our next presenter, Nargis Chaudhary. Nargis Chaudhary, are you there? Okay. Our fourth presenter for the day, Mohammad Salahuddin, research scholar, who will be presenting on the topic, mediation can be an effective mechanism to reduce backlogs of civil litigation in Bangladesh. So you may please start with the presentation.
Yes, I am present. Can I audible?
Yes, you are.
Hear me? Yes. My presentation topic is mediation can be an effective mechanism to reduce backlogs of civil cases in Bangladesh. Like development countries, in Bangladesh has inserted the provision of mediation long ago. Though the provision are not compensated. Till today, there is no effective institution and overseas issues relating the mediation. So in many cases, we see various problems. One of our demand in our formal civil court system like Bangladesh in the delay in civil litigation due to huge backlogs of cases in the civil courts. But it was the most common phenomenon that different countries had developed various types of steps. But in Bangladesh, no steps has been taken, and there is no form of alternative dispute resolution. Bangladesh has inserted civil provisions in law decades ago, but mediation does not significantly change almost anything in Bangladesh. change in Bangladesh, like the past and spending several years resolving civil cases, huge and backlogs are still common. How we can reduce this? But there is no step. Simply, mediation is the form of alternative dispute resolution, where litigant parties settle their dispute with the help of a mediator. Mediator is an extension and structured negotiating process involving the intervention of third party to help the parties resolve their dispute. But the role of mediator is only to assist, not to render a decision. All decision making power is rendered in dispute remain the parties is the process of voluntary. Mediation practice in developed countries, how they solve their problem. Mediation is not binding and not normal procedural. That does not mean no certain steps are to be followed in mediation. But under the system, parties are encouraged to communicate with the mediator between themselves. Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes, please continue.
Identifying the areas of conflict and agriculture of the demand and arrive mutually acceptable solution. In Bangladesh, mediation and other form of alternative resolution are not popular. Not many countries, it is popular method because it can solve time and cost. Advocates of mediation assert that solve either in their cost or time occur, but not taking a case all the way the court. But by client restricting in their legal representative input to mediation process. Ultimate goal of the mediation process to resolve the backlog of cases quickly, but in Bangladesh cannot ensure that. Many problem is that we get the findings in this article. There is a huge of escape of mediation in different Bangladeshi laws. There is no comparative guidelines in regarding step to float in mediation. Civil courts are bound to mediation by themselves to refer the situation mostly. But in our Supreme Court, find out that recently that we should follow the mediation, we can easily solve our problem.
Sir, we request you to kindly finish your presentation in a minute or two.
Okay, thank you. Within 30 seconds, legislation should enact comprehensive rules or regulation showing the effective way of mediation in different circumstances. The Supreme Court government has to form a committee or to oversee and from the time to time to rear of disposal civil litigation through mediation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, do we move to the next presenter? As you earlier indicated, we will be taking the comments towards the end.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'd like to call upon our next presenter, Surbhi Bhardwaj. Surbhi Bhardwaj, ma'am, are you there? Surbhi Bhardwaj. Okay. Our next presenter is Vidhi Tiwari. Ma'am, Vidhi Tiwari. We'll go ahead with the schedule. Our next presenter is Duhai Sami Tochwang and Shampa Dev.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I am sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Have you started sharing screen?
I have started, yes.
Okay.
Can you see?
Yes, it is visible now.
Okay.
Could you also please turn on your video?
Okay. I'm sorry, can I turn on my video after I stop sharing my screen? I don't think my net can take both.
Okay. All right. If it is okay with the resource persons.
Yeah, please continue, please.
All right.
Continue.
A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dwai Samito Tong. I'm a PhD scholar, and my topic is Mizo customary law, fundamental rights versus customary rights. So, yes, the state of Mizoram signed an accord with the Indian government in 1986, which brought in its statehood. This also brought in the State of Mizoram Act, the 53rd Constitutional Amendment, which brought in Article 371G. This Article 371G has brought in special status to the state of Mizoram, where no act of parliament in regards to the customary law and procedures shall apply to the state of Mizoram unless the State Legislative Assembly by resolution decides so. Previously, customary laws were never under were never considered to be under the ambit of fundamental rights, because the law under customary law was, but the Supreme Mali judgment has changed all of that. That judgment brought customary laws under the ambit of fundamental rights under Article 13, which now makes it accountable under customary law. Now, but because Mizoram has the special status, there was this case, Laring Zoe versus State of Mizoram. In this case, a Mizo woman had married a non-Mizo man, and the NGO from her village had asked her to leave, to evict the village, stating that this is against our culture, this is against our custom. So she brought a case to the Guwahati High Court Aizawl bench, where the court held in her favor. The court said that there is no PIL there is no public interest to be gained by her marrying a non-Mizo man, or there is no public interest to be gained by her exercising her fundamental right to choose who to marry. But then there is the question that comes: what if the customary law had allowed for such a practice? Would Article 371G would it have protected it, or would it have prevailed over fundamental rights? Because under the Mizo customary law, bride price, divorce by way of mouth, and a nominal amount fixed of a father's right of a child born out of wedlock is still prevalent. So there is the problem where there's unchecked and unregulated customary law. In the state of Nagaland, women are not allowed to participate in local polls. The Nagaland government has said that this is against our customary law. Women are not allowed to contest. So this has been going on for 2023 is now the 14th year that this case is going on. It's still there in the Supreme Court. The latest hearing was actually in July of this year, where the court even came down heavily on the government, saying that this is wrong, you cannot do this. But because Nagaland has 371A, in the state of Nagaland, they have 371A, where they said that reservation for women and women's participation is against our Naga customary law, so you cannot interfere in our customary laws. And so there is this so there's this need for customary laws to be codified, because it leaves them to be open to interpretation, to varied interpretations. And then where customary law, because we have a special protection, if we have special status, it is up to our state legislative assemblies to make sure that they are not silent on these matters, to make sure that they bring in amendments that is on par with our constitution, with the constitution of our land. And that special status, we are given these special status to regulate our own customs, to make sure that we are not assimilated by the larger majority, then it should not be taken for granted. And this is the legislators' responsibility as well. And because we are under our constitution, and because customary laws are essential in protecting indigenous peoples' traditions and their knowledge systems. And if there is proper regulation by the government, then it will also affect police. It will also affect other state actors such as these NGOs, so that they don't take the law into their own hands. And even as late as during the Article 370 hearing that's currently going on in the Supreme Court right now, on 23rd August, the center had said that they had no plans to change the special status of the northeastern states. The center had said that they have no provision to touch Chapter 21 regarding the state. Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, please continue.
Oh, okay. And yes, the center had told the Supreme Court that they have no plans to touch Chapter 21 regarding the northeastern states. So if we have this privilege, if we have been given this privilege to regulate our own status, then we should make sure that it is on par with statutory provisions and our constitution. Thank you.
Yeah, so I have a question for you.
Yes.
Since we all know that every community has to has to fight for their existence and for their individuality as a community. So do you think that there is enough representation of the Northeast Indian states in organs like legislature, executive, and judiciary to promote their fundamental rights and indigenous rights?
No, I don't think so.
So what should be done? Only the government should do it, or even these states should come forward more vigorously?
Yes, there is. I think there are two sides to it, ma'am. I think on one side, there is this fear of being assimilated. There's this need for people want this Article 371 to be there because there's this fear of being assimilated. But at the same time, if we've been given this privilege of getting to have power over our own customary laws and procedures, then our state legislators, because they are the ones who are making these laws. If the laws don't change, then not much can change. At least we can start with changing the laws, because even right now, there are talks about having this law amended, the 2014 Act amended. So in these amendments, all these changes need to come forward. We can't just say that, okay, these are our customs and these are the way I live, because in one way we do say that if we don't have our customs, who are we? What is our identity? What is our identity? But does our identity need to be something that is so subversive, that is so arbitrary, especially towards a certain section of people? Because we're all Mizos. I'm a Mizo. But if I'm saying that my custom is discriminatory to me, then shouldn't that change? That needs to also change.
I think interaction, as we know, is a very mutual concept, and it's a two-way concept. So I think not just on the part of the government, but all these communities should also try to more and more interact with the other people.
Yes.
Right? Do you think so?
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
Because equal representation is something which we can base on mutual interaction, not just, privilege that it should be given.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the presentation. I would now like to call upon Vidhi Tiwari, ma'am. She is able to rejoin us. So, Vidhi Tiwari, Assistant Professor of Department of Law, Custody Institute of Management and Research. I call upon you to present your paper now. Vidhi, ma'am, are you able to hear us? We're not able to hear you, ma'am.
I think we should continue with the next participant until she resumes.
Sure. Vidhi, ma'am, we're not able to hear you, so I request you to stop sharing the screen and I'll call you at the end of the presentation. Please stop sharing your screen. Thank you. We'll go ahead with our presentation. Our next presenters are Kadri Krishna Das and Barsha Kalita, students, who will be presenting on the topic Digital Misogyny, Unmasking Gender-Based Cyber Violence. You may please start with your presentation.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes. A very pleasant afternoon to everyone present over here, respected resource persons and the learned presenters. I am a student of PG Department of Law, Guwahati University, and today I, along with my co-presenter, would like to give a brief presentation on our research paper titled Digital Misogyny, Unmasking Gender-Based Cyber Violence. So I would like to begin the presentation with a quote by Mr. Tim Cook, the CEO of the Apple company, who stated that the internet should be a place of connection and understanding and not a breeding ground for cyber violence and hatred. So the term digital misogyny that we have referred to in the title of our research paper, it basically means the act of hatredness or having a prejudiced opinion or discriminatory opinion towards women, which as a consequence has resulted in several online harassments like cyber stalking, cyberbullying, threatening, passing of derogatory remarks, etc. And in my opinion, such misogynistic attitude of individuals have somewhat been responsible for being the factor of cyber violence or cyber crime, especially targeting women. Now, moving on to the key objectives of the research paper. Through this research work, we have tried to analyze the concept of gender-based cyber violence with its forms. We have also highlighted about the legal provisions. Along with that, we have tried to gather experiences of people who have faced some kind of cyber violence and whether they have taken any actions. And lastly, we have tried to propose certain strategies and measures to combat this gender-based violence. So the term gender-based violence has not been specifically defined anywhere. However, the General Recommendation 19 of the CEDAW Convention under Article 1, I'm very sorry, has defined discrimination against women. So that particular word, discrimination against women, also includes gender-based violence, which means violence directed towards women based on her gender. So herein I have, in the slide, I have mentioned about the different classification of violence, which we have discussed in detail in our research paper. Herein, I would like to state about a case on cyber stalking, which is one of the prevalent online harassment happening nowadays. This is the case of State Cyber Cell versus Yogesh Prabhu. Herein, the women, she initially started chatting with Mr. Yogesh Prabhu, wherein the accused, Mr. Yogesh Prabhu, he gave a marriage proposal to her. On that, the women, she stopped responding to the messages, but the person kept on stalking her profile for a long time. And after a few months, he started posting certain obscene pics and images through an unknown email to her. So on this, the women reported the incident to the cyber cell, and the person, the accused, was convicted under the offense under section 509 of IPC and 66E of the IT Act 2000. Now, herein I have mentioned some of the legal provisions under the IPC 1860, Section 292, Section 354A, which then 354C, which is about voyeurism. Then under the IT Act, some of the provisions. So the research methodology that we have adopted for this is both doctrinal and empirical. So for the empirical part, we have prepared a structured questionnaire and we have distributed it amongst around 50 respondents. And also we got the opportunity of having an interview with one of the officials of Assam State Commission for Women and the counselor of the Sakhi One-Stop Center of Kamrup Metro District of Guwahati. So these are some of the findings which we have got. Like the responses. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, if 4 minutes are almost over, please
yes,
try to.
Yes, sure, ma'am. So these are the some of the findings of the study. I would like to now request my co-presenter to carry forward the presentation.
Am I audible? Very good afternoon to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes,
yes. A very good afternoon to everyone. I am Kaveri Krishnadas and I'm carrying forward the presentation. I would like to share our experience of our recent visit to Assam State Commission for Women and Sakhi One-Stop Center for Women. Apart from the questionnaire that we had already mentioned in our presentation, we also had an opportunity to interact with the members, and from that we had gone through several cases, out of which few we have mentioned in our presentation, and right now there are some case study that we have shown in this slide. Now I would like to state the suggestions that we have mentioned in our presentation. Firstly, suggestions for improving the laws and implementation of laws. The IT Act of 2000, which we all know was enacted with an intention to curb cybercrime in e-commerce. But with the changing dimension of cybercrime, several offenses such as trolling and gender bullying have not been recognized by the Act. So there is a need to expand the scope and object of the IT Act of 2000. Again, with the increasing number of cybercrime against women in India, there is a need to create some specific tribunal, more specific tribunal for providing speedy justice to women. Secondly, suggestions for safety of women. Digital literacy is a must in present era of globalization and technology. Last but not the least, in India, there is a massive dearth in reporting of cyber offenses against women. Even in the present progressive society, we have seen that females fear to move to the cyber cells or police stations for reporting cyber offenses against them. If a woman is facing any kind of cyber crime, they should immediately report it in the cyber cell. Though the government has created a portal for reporting cyber offenses known as National Online Reporting Portal, that is cybercrime.gov.in. At the same time, government should also take more such steps and initiative regarding this aspect. Apart from all the suggestions that we have mentioned in our presentations, we also need to be very much self-aware about all this aspect, all this crime and violence. I would like to conclude my paper with a quotation that Kofi Annan has given. It says that violence against women is perhaps the most shameful human right violation, and it is perhaps the most pervasive. It knows no boundaries of geography, culture, or wealth. As long as it continues, we cannot claim to be making real progress towards equality, development, and peace. Thank you.
What are your views on revenge pornography? Am I audible? Yeah.
Our view on revenge pornography, that we have recently we have seen a lot such instances. Even when we went to the Sakhi Center for Women, we found out that there were several cases where such kind of revenge were taken. But we also have seen that female, after filing the complaint, they somehow come back. They don't go forward in taking the actions and all. So our opinion is that the females should really go ahead and take such actions, and they should not fear in giving such taking such actions.
So what are your suggestions towards the improvisation of the reporting culture of these incidents?
I think the police department should be more aware about, they should take more such initiative, because we also have seen such instances where the female actually they're uncomfortable in going and complaining. So that should be one safeguard.
Ma'am, I would also like to add on that besides the laws, we as females, we should be aware that such incidences are happening. So from very initial stage onwards, we should teach our sisters or the young children that we should not post our photos or videos, or like in the Sakhi Center, we have seen that a 9-year-old girl, while she came into a relationship, she shared her private photos with her boyfriend, which after their relationship broke up, the boy posted he viral the photos. So that awareness we should teach the younger ones, because they are very unaware, and the parents, they feel hesitated to share this with their children, but it is high time to share this with the children as well. So
we also think that the education board should be more conscious about this part, because everything starts from the school education. So if like as we have seen that co-curricular activities are added, we also study the moral educations, and also in that curriculum they can definitely add this digital literacy thing, or this teaching of how to use online platforms. So that would really help everyone.
Yeah, I think emotions are something handling something emotionally is a one thing, but I think one should be very much aware of what they are bringing out in the public domain.
Definitely.
So, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, both of you, for your presentation, and ma'am for giving the valuable feedback on the same. I'm sure it will go a long way in helping them shape the paper better.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll call upon our next presenter, Devyani Iyer. Devyani Iyer. Devyani Iyer is a teaching assistant.
Present.
She'll be presenting on the topic, an analytical study on pink tax and how does it contribute to increasing gender bias. You may please start with the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
I request you to also turn on your video, please.
Yes, ma'am. Just a second. Am I visible?
No.
Actually, I'm trying to on my video, but there is some error which is coming in my PC. Am I visible now?
You're not visible, ma'am. Should we go ahead in this manner, or would we request her to come again later, ma'am?
I think we should continue with the other participant until she resumes in the end.
Right. Devyani ma'am, request you to please be able to resolve the issue and join back with us. You may also try joining from your mobile phone. And if you have a PPT, you can save it on your phone while you try to present.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call upon our next presenter, Navamita Das. Isha Verma, Assistant Professor.
Yes, ma'am.
Of invisible barrier, or we can say a kind of artificial barrier, which restrict women.
I would, yeah, Alisha Verma ma'am is here. Ma'am, you
Yes,
can start with the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'll be presenting the paper on the topic that is exposing the ineffectiveness of the Indian law in combating prostitution. It is a critical analysis of the law that we have in India, that is Immoral Traffic Prevention Act. So I have divided the presentation in 4 different parts. That is, the first one we'll be talking about the topic prostitution and the history of it. In the second part of the presentation, I'll be talking about the current law that is dealing with it. In the third part, what are the drawbacks, what are the fallouts of the current legal framework? And in the last one, I'll be concluding with the suggestions. So going with the first part, that is prostitution, that is also called as commercial sex work, is the occupation that has been got its tracing behind Britishers as well, and also not to the Britishers, but also in the Mughal era and in the ancient India as well. Right, starting right from the Arthashastra, we have got the traces of this particular occupation in the Arthashastra that is written by Kautilya, and after that, Vatsyayan has named various other forms of this particular occupation in the Kama Sutra as well. And in the times of Mughals, we used to have these tawayavs and the mujras used to happen a lot. And in the Britishers era, the Cantonment Act distinctly talked about the prostitutions and the prostitutes and their locations and what should be the health standards for those people. So all this is past in the history. Now we have come to the current legal framework, that is the only act that is in India existing currently that is dealing with the commercial sex work in its entirety, and that is Immoral Traffic Prevention Act 1956, in which there are specific provisions that are talking about prostitution, in which demand of prostitution is not criminalized, neither does the supply of it. But the prostitution, if it is done in the public places or in the vicinity of a particular place, in that case, the woman is asked to vacate the apartment as well, that is her home, and as well as the women can be made liable for that act of soliciting in public. So that is the law that is talking about prostitution in the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act. After that, we come to the fallouts of it, that since 1956, although we have had this particular legal framework, but still there is no improvement in the position of the prostitutes in India as well as their children. Including the drawbacks that we have currently is the lack of effective implementation, which shows its traces in the numbers of prostitution, the institutes, the organizations that are called brothels, the houses of ill repute that are opened in various metropolitan cities that they have traces in. Apart from that, the law that we have currently has victim-centric approach that is missing from the particular act, because it talks about making that women leave the vicinity, it talks about placing that women in the corrective homes, but it does not talk about how to provide that women some alternative employment so as to make her unable to leave that particular work, that is the sex work, and to enter into the society respectfully. The third thing is the stigmatization of the sex workers that has happened since the history as well, in which we talk about that how the health is not approachable to them, how the various other educational implementation that have been happening in all the other societies is not happening with the children of sex workers. And the last thing is the gender-based violence that is happening, because the only gender that has been traced in this particular profession is the women, the third gender, and the children. These three basic societal elements are trapped in this particular profession. So these are the fallouts of this current legal framework that we have. I'll like to end with the suggestions and the conclusion. The various laws that the researcher has examined during the research has given the suggestion that the whole thing I'd like to conclude is that the one approach that has been proved itself effective since long is the Sweden approach, the Scandinavian approach that they have taken towards this particular issue, which is targeting the demand instead of targeting the victims. So if we control the demand of a particular thing, and in this case, if we end the demand of a particular thing, supply will end automatically, not very soon, but with the passage of time, we'll be able to deal with this issue in a very systematic manner. So the researchers suggest two-phased approach. The first approach should be to rehabilitate all the workers, along with providing them a strong alternative opportunity so that they can leave this particular work and enter the society. And the second phased approach is second approach of this phase should be applying the Scandinavian model to the Indian society as well. That is targeting the demand, that is criminalizing the people who are buying sex instead of people who are selling sex. Because the person who is selling sex, selling his or her body, is not doing it willingly at all. Psychology says the person does not get any pleasure out of doing that. And because of that, we say that we should take the Scandinavian approach, although it is not possible due to the number of people that we have in this particular profession currently. So we have to apply the first approach first, that we have to rehabilitate the people who are there in this particular work currently. And once the government has surveyed sufficiently that we do have these numbers, that these many people are already taken out of this particular profession, we have assisted them. After that, we have to apply the Scandinavian approach as well. And out of that, we'll be able to, even if not eradicate the problem completely, but we'll be able to minimize it at least. Thank you so much.
Okay, I have a question. That unlike the Scandinavian approach that you have just mentioned,
yes, ma'am.
We'll come to the Indian subcontinent. There are two things. Number one, sex education is not imparted efficiently,
yes,
right, in the schools as yet. Number two, that we are morally weak people when it comes to these kind of situations. So don't you think decreasing the demand of this kind of thing would lead to more violent attacks towards women?
Okay, ma'am, there was this view that is supported by many other authors as well, that if we completely criminalize the whole sex industry, would it increase the rape incidents? But the literature review that has the researcher has come across during the research, and also the views that have taken from various authors suggest that rape is not related to, and gender-based violence is not related to the sexual industry. Reason being, the people who are sexually violent are being violent with these people as well. So rape is nowhere connected to this issue. There has been not any substantial results about it. So criminalizing the industry, in researchers' humble opinion, would not increase the incidence of sexual violence with other women.
And contradictory to this, there has been an ongoing debate that whether prostitution should be legalized in India or not. What are your personal views on this particular thing?
Yes, ma'am. After the landmark judgment that Supreme Court gave in May 2022 of Buddhadev Karmaskar versus State of West Bengal, we are at least we are supposed to go after the legalization. But the point is, ma'am, legalization has not proved itself of any use during all these years, whether Germany has legalized it, but the sex violence has increased there, trafficking has increased, and England has also worked towards supporting all these workers to exit this work. And that particular act has been giving some promising results. So the economies that have legalized it are not giving any kind of promising result, and that is why. And also, ma'am, what kind of society we will be living in if we objectify women like that? If we provide women to men for their sexual satisfaction, for their sexual pleasure, just like an object, I don't know what kind of world we'll be living in that case. So that is why, in my personal humble opinion, as far as my knowledge goes and my research goes, I would like to support the Scandinavian approach, ma'am, rather than supporting the German approach, that is of legalization.
I think the judiciary of, I think the Indian judiciary has very well said that it should be considered as a vocation and a well-respected job for these people. So I think the system of licensing should be introduced in this particular vocation or profession, if we call it, so as to streamline it and so as to curb things like trafficking, right? So because we cannot curb it, because there are a lot of unemployed women and uneducated women who would still pursue this thing. So I think the system of licensing should be introduced in this particular stream.
Definitely, ma'am. About the unemployment and the illiteracy, ma'am, completely it is a complete failure on the part of the state that we are not being able to control all the unemployment and illiteracy, and because of that, they have to resort to this. So it is very sad, but yeah, it is true, ma'am. Very rightly you have said. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Priyanka ma'am, you are not audible. Atipriya ma'am and Kritika ma'am, if this is fine, I am the next presenter. Can I start with the presentation?
Sure. Yeah, please continue.
Please continue. Thank you, ma'am. Just 1 minute, I'm just sharing my PPT. A very warm afternoon to our resource person. The title of my paper is Right to Basic Education and Trade, Modern Day Challenges and Issues. What, where is my future? I would like to start with the quotation given by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. It is the education which is the right weapon to cut the social slavery, and it is the education which will enlighten the downtrodden masses to come up, gain social status, economic betterment, and political freedom. Here I have given a small picture where I shared in how a person use internet in his or her daily life. So basically, my paper is related to internet shutdown, that how internet shutdown hampers a normal human being's life, especially in the field of economic and educational sector. As we don't have any proper law related to internet shutdown in India. India was called land of diversity. Our former Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, said, unity in diversity. So is our problems and challenges in modern day. Urban waste management, adult education, women and child safety, etc. On 1st July 2015, Digital India was being initiated by the Government of India for providing high-speed internet networks to rural areas. The main motto of this Digital India mission was power to empower. The basic problem, as we all know, that Manipur, which is the most affected state now in India, more than 14,000 school children have been displaced, which was told by the educational minister there. But we have just seen the number 14,000, but there are more than that. Believe me when I'm saying that. I have not presented the paper as it was not being allowed, but it was. And this is not only the Manipur, but Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, everywhere we are facing internet shutdown, where, as we all know, in 21 and 22 Citizen Amendment Act, abortion of Article 370, everywhere internet was being shut down on the very first place. And the major areas affected after internet was shut down was banking, education, healthcare, tourism, IT sectors, and most importantly, e-commerce. Some of the causes for internet shutdowns, which I would like to place in front of each and every one of you, are law and order, concern national security, preventing exam cheating, curbing hate speeches and fake news, public safety concerns, etc. These were taken from the Economic Times. We all know Digital Empowerment Foundation has recorded 116 internet shutdowns in between 2012 to 17. But these shutdowns are threat to human beings, especially at the time when government wants Digital India. Indiscriminate shutdowns have high social and economic cost. How? I'll tell you later on. For better internet governance, the Indian civil society needs to push for a transparent and accountable system. Some of the constitutional aspects of right to education, we all know, 21A, Article 13, Article 29, 1, 45, 46, and the newly amended Fundamental Duties, Article 11, which was amended by 42nd Amendment, 1976. Here, we have right to business in our constitution. We have provisionals for right to business in our constitutional law, Article 19(1)(g), 19(6), which gives us restriction. Even in our preamble, we say about economics. What were the impacts? Economic impacts with the internet shutdown. Internet shutdowns have also a very real economic cost that impact individual as well as country at large. The communication blockage in Kashmir, which lasted for 6 months in 2019, resulted over 5 lakh people losing their jobs. In Rajasthan, in 1 month in 2001, we had a loss of 800 crore, rupees 800 crore. In 2002, internet shutdown, which caused our country a loss of 1,500 crore. And in first half of 2003, internet shutdown had cost us 291 crores. There are some rules and acts which we are following when it comes to internet connection and internet shutdown. The Indian Telegraph Act 1885, but as we all know, it was enacted in 1885. Modern problems, modern acts should be there. It's a high time that our legislative, judiciary, and executive, we all come together and new acts and rules get implemented. There were some rules and acts which were enacted recently. the temporary suspension of telecom service, public emergency and public safety rules 2017. And when we see Section 69A of the Information Technology Act 2000. There were some orders of the Supreme Court. The most famous were Anuradha Bhasin versus Union of India in 2020, where court said that right to freedom, right to free speech, and right to carry out trade and business through internet are fundamental rights. Foundation for Media Professional versus Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir 2020, and the last, which is also a very recent one, Internet Freedom Foundation versus Union of India 2020. These are some of the remedies through which we can implement. The first challenge is to identify the source and thereafter restrict to eliminate the circulation of inflammatory messages. Media should filter their news. Facts check. As we know, most of the crimes and most of the rights take place without checking the facts. They just get the messages and the rights take place. Government alone cannot make Digital India a successful. Therefore, private-public partnership in this field is most important. We need IT solutions which is suited to Indian needs, not outside India. Implementation of Digital India involves Union of India, states, union territories working together. India still lacks a mandatory legal framework for e-commerce. The Electronic Service Delivery Bill 2011, which was left in Parliament. And I would like to end my presentation with the famous quote by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Freedom of mind is a real freedom. A person whose mind is not free, though he may not be in chains, is a slave, not a free man. One those whose mind is not free, though he may not be in prison, is a prisoner, not a free man. One whose mind is not free through a lie is no better than that. Freedom of mind is a proof of one's existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivangi ma'am. If there are no comments from the resource persons, I'll move on with the next presentation. Okay. So I'd like to call upon Vidhi Tiwari ma'am, academician, who will be presenting on the topic ensuring women's rights over the Am I audible? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible. Vidhi ma'am, you can go ahead with the presentation.
Can I start?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vidhi Tiwari, and I work as an assistant professor here in Prestige Institute of Management and Research in Law. And my topic for today's presentation is Ensuring Women's Rights Over Their Bodies, a comprehensive study on women's autonomy and reproductive health in India. So women's rights, they are human rights. Women around the world nevertheless regularly suffer violations of their human rights throughout their lives, and realizing women's human rights has not always been a priority. Achieving equality in this area requires a comprehensive understanding of the ways in which women experience discrimination and are denied equality so as to develop appropriate strategies to eliminate such discrimination. Over the last decade, Indian courts have issued several notable decisions regarding recognizing women's reproductive rights as part of the inalienable survival right implicitly protected under the fundamental right of life. 2017 has been a notable year for constitutional development in where the Supreme Court of India, in the landmark case of Case Puttaswamy versus Union of India, held that right to life includes right to privacy, which opens new interpretation regarding women's bodily autonomy. So this research problem has been divided into 3 research questions. So I'm going to deal with
three problems. First is the identification of legal, social, and cultural factors that influence women's right over their body. So, the first one being there are fundamental rights systems. So, in India, women's right over their bodies is influenced by a complex interplay of legal, social, and cultural factors. So these factors can either empower women to exercise control over their bodies, or they rather create barriers. So there are certain legal factors. So there are constitutional rights, which includes fundamental rights. Article 14, which embodies the general principle of equality. Article 15, laws which discriminates gender discrimination. Article 21, which includes right to life with dignity and also includes right to privacy. Article 23, which prohibits trafficking in human beings. Then we also have some DPSPs like Article 39A, which directs the state to its policy towards securing rights of citizens. 39B, to ensure equal pay for equal work. 42, which makes provision for securing just and human conditions of working. And Article 44, which directs the state to ensure the uniform civil code. There are also certain social factors, which includes there are certain social factors which include patriarchal norms. So deep-rooted patriarchal norms and gender stereotypes often limit women's autonomy and control over their bodies. There's family and community pressure, there's education attainment. Then there are certain traditional practices. Traditional practices include dowry demands, female infanticide, honor killing, female genital mutilation, pledging of girls for religious appeasement. In fact, there's very recent judgment of Kerala High Court where the Kerala High Court rejected a petition seeking a directive to conduct genital reconstructive surgery on a 7-year-old child. So the court has observed that such permission would impinge upon the rights guaranteed under the Constitution, violate the child's dignity and privacy under Article 14, 19, and Article 21. Next thing that I'm going to deal here with is that there is a need for re-evaluation of existing Medical Termination Act, Medical Pregnancy Termination Act, MTP Act, basically 2021. So the IPC, it criminalizes voluntary causing miscarriage, even under miscarriage with the pregnant women's consent, except when the miscarriage is caused to save the women's life. The women's consent is required for an abortion, and if the woman is a minor or is mentally ill, then in addition to her own consent, the guardian's consent is also required. MTP operates within the framework of criminalization, such that providing and seeking abortion is a criminal offense unless it falls within the exceptions relating to health or humanitarian grounds, etc., which is set out in MTP Act. Only when the pregnant woman and the service provider can meet these criteria and other conditions set out in MTP Act in the abortion legally justified, and it is not subject to criminal liability. Other problem is that the MTP Act is a provider protection law that seeks to shield the registered medical practitioners RMP from criminal liability, and as such it does not center the pregnant woman's needs, reproductive autonomy, and agency. Access to abortion is not at the will of the pregnant woman. It is a highly regulated procedure whereby the law transfers the decision-making power from the pregnant woman to the RMP and provides great discretion to the RMP to determine whether the abortion should be provided or not. This transfer of decision-making power operates within a framework of criminalization such that RMPs can choose to provide abortion service, potentially open themselves to criminal prosecution for violating the terms of MTP Act. The other problem is when a woman approaches RMP for termination of a pregnancy, the discretion to terminate the pregnancy lies within RMP. So women's access to safe abortion depends on the RMP's understanding of the grounds under Section 3 of the Act. We find it is found out that this discretion is exercised in a manner that often has little to do
then during the period is a period of people is open to accept and try new challenges. So inculcating with them with adult and recidivist criminals shall make the later role models for the former. Then again, also we see that reasons why young commit crime are not the same as adults. Mostly lack of employment, family issues, and social circle, etc. there. But the older ones, the adult criminals, there are also issues like violence. There are violence. There is nothing about that. Revenge.
Is it a question asked? I'm sorry, I didn't.
reformation of criminal main aim. And now, if you see that reformation of criminals is the main aim, and there is greater possibility of reforming young people than the adult hardened criminals. But if we incarcerate them and put them in the same prisons as that of the adult criminals, then this reformation of the younger people would become even more difficult. Then research on juvenile crime by Moffat and others. Then research on juvenile crime by Moffat and others also showed that most juvenile youths, even who commit serious crimes, are adolescents limited offenders. They're likely to mature out of their antisocial tendencies and not headed towards careers in crime.
Has Vidhi ma'am finished her presentation?
No, ma'am. I'm not sure what is happening. Am I audible or not? I thought someone else started the presentation.
You're not audible clearly.
Shall I continue?
Yes. Have you concluded with your presentation, Vidhi ma'am?
Okay, I'll continue with the presentation.
Okay. Do the resource persons have any comments or feedback?
Yeah, I do have a comment. I need to ask her, how do you ensure or encourage that women start recognizing this agency that they have? Like, you know, some of the laws do provide them with autonomy, but they do not exercise it because the mechanism of the society is as such that patriarchy is the root of each and every norm. So how do you encourage and ensure that women start recognizing their agency? Like, if I want to go for an abortion today, there are so many there are so many stigmas attached to it. You know, there's mom guilt, there are so many guilts attached to it. How do you encourage women to do that? But they actually start recognizing their autonomy, their sexual autonomy more correctly.
That's what I was talking about, that there are certain legal, social, and religious factors which basically interlinks with the gender justice or their access to reproductive rights. Therefore, there's a need for policymakers to make such laws where the women can go and there's no especially in the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, where the power is given to registered medical practitioners. So that power has to be taken back, and there should that discretionary power is very wide in nature. So therefore, there's a denial of provision of reproductive health even after having so many laws in place. So that's the problem. So therefore, there's a need to reevaluate the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, so that the power which is given to the registered medical practitioners that can be narrowed down, and they don't have so much discrimination. Also, because they have their certain prejudices, their own religious sentiments, and that's how they decide whether a pregnant woman should be given abortion rights or not. So that's where I feel it's problematic.
Exactly. Thank you.
Are you aware of the case law Roe versus Wade?
Yes, ma'am. Roe versus Wade.
Can you shed some light on it?
Actually, in Roe versus Wade, the right of women, of pregnant women, was protected. Then very recently, that's what my next topic was about. That there's a gap in reproductive rights framework post Puttaswamy case. That's how I'll explain how. There's this case which is Ashaben versus state of Rajasthan or Gujarat. I'm not very sure about it. Privacy is a very fragile right, and it is not expressly enumerated in the constitution, and it has been conferred only through judicial interpretation. While the Puttaswamy case held that right to privacy is recognized as a fundamental right, it remains unenumerated in the constitution and open to restriction by subsequent decision of the Supreme Court. In fact, World Health Organization also held that as long as courts would use Roe versus Wade as their precedent, it would become very difficult for women to achieve their sexual autonomy, or in Ashabin versus State of Rajasthan, Supreme Court again used this case as a precedent Roe versus Wade. So that's the problem, that courts are still using these cases while denying abortions to the women.
Do you think it should be constitutionally protected, this right to have an abortion?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, that's what I was saying, that right to privacy, it is already in right to life, and right to life includes the right to sexual autonomy.
Okay.
Should I give the suggestion?
Yeah, please. Sure.
There's a need for affirmative right to abortion, which explicitly protects both abortion seekers as well as service providers, and impose positive duties on the state to provide rights-oriented training to service providers. The constitutional framework of privacy and equality in India holds significant transformative potential for reproductive rights to create a movement premised on the rejection of discriminatory gender stereotypes and embrace of people's sexual as well as reproductive autonomy. There are certain suggestions that would like to give. There's an urgent need to fully decriminalize abortion to ensure access to safe abortion services. Then there's a significant and evolving role of the judiciary that is to be played to address the legal and practical barriers, for example, in the MPP Act, to deny women and girls their reproductive rights. And there's a need to facilitate accessible, affordable, acceptable, and quality abortion within the public health.
Ministry of Law, that out of the total number of enrolled lawyers, only 15% are women. So, in my paper endeavors to analyze the legal dimension of gender justice in India and provide.
So, moving on towards the next paper, we have Dusami and Shampa Devi.
Sir, that has been done already. Actually, Vijay Tiwari ma'am was not able to join earlier, so we had called her up again.
Article 51 forbids any form of bias based on person's sexual orientation.
Now, I'd like to call upon Devyani Iyer ma'am. Devyani Iyer ma'am, are you able to turn on your video now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Devyani Iyer, teaching assistant, will be presenting on the topic. An analytical study on pink tax and how does it contribute to increasing gender bias. Ma'am, you can please start with the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Devyani Iyer, and I will be dealing with the topic named as an analytical study on pink tax and how does it contribute to increasing gender bias. Now, first of all, what is a pink tax? Pink tax is a form of gender-based pricing discrimination that refers to an inherently invisible cost that women are paying for the things that are specifically intended and marketed to women, as opposed to the products that are made and marketed to males, which are usually available for less price. Pink tax is not a real tax, but it is a price that a woman are paying for being a woman. And it is not imposed by government, but by companies, the price of the product made and sold in the name of women. The price discrimination is the practice of charging a different price for the same goods or services. The industries use price discrimination as a way to increase their revenue. The price discrimination can also be based on age, location, desire for the product, and customer wage. Next is pink tax is not a literal tax because it is not a part of the government's revenue. The extra amount paid as a pink tax directly contributes to the seller's revenue instead. Gender-based price disparities are prevalent in several sectors, but one of the most visible is personal care products. These include example soap, lotion, razor blades, deodorants, etc. Now, why do pink tax exist? The pink tax exists because companies can set prices for the products. If a company believes a consumer will still buy a product even though it is more expensive than others, just like it may choose to do so, the pink tax comes into play when a product costs more and it is specifically marketed towards women, even though it could be used by any gender. Part of why the pink tax exists is from data and show women enjoy and do more shopping than men. And because women are doing more shopping, they are buying more female-centric products, and companies drive up prices based on the supply and demand chain. Now, the economic aspect of pink tax. As per the Global Gender Gap Report 2022, there is a 19% pay gap between women's and men's salary in India for the same amount of work and responsibility, especially in the agriculture sector, wherein women undertake 80% of the work. The gap extends from the agricultural to the IT sector. This accounts for the gamut of socio-economic reasons. It could possibly imply that a woman is just paid 77 cents to a man's dollar globally. Now, disproportionate distribution of income highlights the inequality as an indicator of how women's work is undermined and unresolved. What could be the possible correlation here? Now, the pink tax and gender pay gap work both independently as well as in conjunction, rendering women more financially unstable. The pink tax makes women victims of increased expenditure, whereas the gender pay gap cuts short their earning. The two coupled together work to make women more economically vulnerable by considerably reducing their purchasing power. Gender discrimination is not merely a social issue, rather it is reflected in every aspect of society, especially the monetarily, thereby deepening the female economic disparity. It is vividly known that pink tax implicitly gives away to a racist and misogynist culture. As per data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics 2020, the gender pay gap has been worsened for women of color who earned even less compared to white men. Lesser remuneration implies lower disposable income at the hand, affecting their preferences in consumer markets, especially the ones with lower wage occupation. Lesser pay and higher cost from lose-to-lose situation for females. Unprecedented situations like COVID, Ukraine-Russia crisis, global inflation have only worsened the scenario, as governments and firms have found an incentive to raise tax rates and curb deficits. Now, constitutional provisions relating to equal pay for equal work, gender inequality under Indian Constitution. The preamble of
we request you to kindly conclude the session in a minute. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. So yeah, gender inequality under Indian Constitution. The preamble of Indian Constitution deals with principle of constitution and also deals with the sources of authority. It is an introduction of the document and states the purpose and intention to frame the Constitution of India. Like Article 14 states that there is equality before the law. It means that in the eye of law, both men and women have equal rights and opportunities in the matter of political, economic, social affairs, and also there is equal protection of law for all. Article 15 states that there should not be any discrimination against individual on the grounds of sex, caste, place of birth, religion, etc. Article 16 guarantees all citizens equal opportunity in matters of employment or appointment to any post under the state. The citizens are not discriminated against ineligible on the ground of sex, caste, place of birth, religion, etc. Article 39 clause D of the article directs its policy regarding equal pay for equal work for both men and women to adequate means of livelihood. Now, as per 5th Sustainable Development Goal, as enshrined under the United Nations Resolution 2030 agenda, the sustainable development emphasizes the need for gender equality and women empowerment. Whether intentional or not, the price discrimination represented by the pink tax exaggerates the financial burden faced by women and epitomizing the social disparity and gender stereotypical norms. It is a universal truth.
It's a gentle reminder to please conclude your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, so I am just reading the conclusion. Pink tax is not actual tax which are charged more or in the products designed for women, but it is an additional price that compels the people to pay more price for using feminine products. And the products on which the women are required to pay supplementary charges are the same products, but only difference is that they are designed differently. However, more investigation and data is required for understanding better that what are the actual bullying blocks which are adding fuel to gender-based disparities throughout the economy and how they are affecting the women. In order to end this gender disparity, the first and foremost step is awareness. Consumers are required to very much cautious and aware about what they are making, purchasing and decisions, and fight back with this tax. So yeah, ma'am, I have concluded my presentation. So,
thank you. We move ahead with our next presentation by Shilpa Maur. Shilpa Maur is a professional who will be presenting on the topic, the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act and the psychological impact on young offenders incarcerated with adult criminals. Shilpa, you may start with your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. My paper topic is the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act and the psychological impact on young offenders inculcated with adult criminals. So, as we all know, drug abuse is a major problem across the globe. And in India, we have the NDPS Act to deal with the problem of drug abuse and drug trafficking. And also, narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances are a necessary evil. Because of two things. First is that it is necessary because of the medicinal necessity, in the medicinal sector, and also it creates an addiction because of unabated and illegal use of the same. So, if for the purpose of my research, I have kept the definition of young offenders as those offenders who have not completed the age of 21 years. Now, if we look in the case of India, drug abuse and drug trafficking is a greater problem because of two things. First is that in our country, drug abuse, the use of drugs is also connected with a cultural tradition. For example, we use bhang in Shivratri, and also our country has a close proximity with the two major illicit opium producing regions, that is the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle regions. So there are more availability of these substances, illegal produced substances in our country. Then now let's discuss about the laws to regulate narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances. So prior to the NDPS Act, there were the Opium Act of 1857 and the Opium Act of 1878. Also, we had the Dangerous Drugs Act of 1930. Then, when the Constitution came into being in our country, we have the Article 47 in the Constitution, which specifically provides that the state shall endeavor to bring about prohibition of the consumption, except for medicinal purposes, of intoxicating drinks and of drugs which are injurious to health. Then, in the international level, there was the Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs 961 and Convention on Psychotropic Substances 971. So based on this background, the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act of 1985 was enacted in our country, which was enacted for the purpose of consolidating and amending the laws relating to narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, as well as to provide stringent provisions for the regulation and control of the same. And the punishment under the Act is based on the quantity of drugs found with the offender, and it divides the quantity into small quantity and more than small but less than commercial quantity and commercial quantity. So based on this only, the nature of punishment and the gravity of the punishment depends. Now, if we look in the drug addiction in younger generations in our country, as per the data provided in Childline India website, 13.1% of people involved in drug and substance abuse in our country are below 20 years. And if we go to the numbers, then 20 million children a year and nearly 55,000 children a day in our country are drawn to tobacco addiction. And if we compare this to US is around only 3,000 a day new child smokers. So that is a very big number if we see in our country. Then the children, as we see, the younger people, as we see, they're an asset of the country, of any nation. And so every nation has made some special laws for the betterment of their younger generations. And so also in India, we have the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act of 2015. And in that Act of Juvenile Justice Act, that definition of juvenile include people who have include those child who has not completed the age of 18 years. And in Juvenile Justice Act also, there is a category of heinous offense in which a juvenile offender who is above 16 years and below 18 years may be treated as an adult under the provisions of Section 15 and subsection 3 of Section 18 of the Act. So above 18, they are already not included in the in the Juvenile Justice Act. And also, if a person is above 16 years and below 18, he or the offender may be treated as an adult. And the heinous offense as defined in the Juvenile Justice Act is that offense for which the minimum punishment under IPC or any other law for the time being in force is imprisonment for 7 years or more. So many offenders of the NDPS Act may be treated as an adult. Offenders above 16 years of age and below 18 years may be treated as an adult even in the Juvenile Justice Act. And also,
Shilpa, please conclude your presentation in a minute.
Okay, so let me come to the young offenders incarcerated with adult offenders. So if according to research work published in Prison Journal, inmates adjustment to prison not the same for all inmates, and it depends on the features of prison situation, personal characteristic of the offender, which also depends on the age, and also that young inmates find more difficult to cope with prison life and younger delinquents are more likely to misbehave. Also, if we see the psychological impact, instead of if we put this younger offenders with the adult offenders, the criminal mindset of the younger offenders will get a greater boost. Also, the NDPS crimes are less violent, and if we put them, the NDPS offenders with the violent crime committing criminals like murder, rape, and dacoity, their aggressive mentality may be introduced in them. Also, younger people are open to accepting more challenges. So the adult recidivist criminals, maybe they may take them as the role models for themselves and go into their direction as well. So I would like to, my suggestion, if I directly go to my suggestion, I suggest that there should be special correctional homes for the young NDPS offenders. And they should, these homes should act as de-addiction centers. And at the same time, skill training should be imparted in these correctional homes, and as well as the opportunities for continuing education should be provided to the inmates of the correctional home. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sure the resource persons will have comments and feedback to share towards the end of all the presentation. I call upon our last presenter of the day, Jamini Kumar Sahu, research scholar, to present on the topic, the influence of media trial on the criminal justice system, a human rights perspective. So you may please start with the presentation. So will you be able to speak? I can see the message that your network connection is not stable. We're not able to hear you, sir. So we're not able to hear you. Could you please try maybe joining from your phone or any other device? Right, sir. Your network is not stable. Is it possible to join from any other device? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I would like to confirm in the meanwhile the following names who have not been able to present in this session: Mrigakshi Singh, Sadhana Nirvan, Surgi Bhardwaj, Nabamita Das, Jedidya are the people who have not been able to present in this session.
Priyanka, I'm interfering. Please see Navamita Das with that. If any co-author is there, I think he is ready with the presentation. If he's available, Navamita Das.
Okay, ma'am, there is no co-author mentioned in the list. However, if there is anybody who is joining.
Dipankar, I think Mr. Dipankar is there. If he's present.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Navamita Das or anybody co-authoring, are you present in this session? Gemini Kumar Sahu sir has mentioned that he's unable to join. So in that case, I think we'll request the resource persons to share any feedback, thoughts, or insights for our presenters if they would like to add anything further. Dr. Kritika Singh ma'am and Ms. Atipriya Gautam ma'am.
I think Kritika ma'am has already given her insights, and I've also given my insights at the end of each paper. I just want to thank Gaurav for giving me this opportunity. It was an enriching learning experience to be here. I wish the other presenters could have presented because their topics were very interesting. I was looking forward to those topics as well, but unfortunately, they could not be part of the session. I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, I express my heartfelt thanks to both of you for taking out your precious time and sharing your feedbacks and suggestions for our presenters, which I'm sure will be of lot of help for them when they further work on the paper. And
I would like to thank Advocate Mr. Gaurav Gulati and Ms. Gauri Gulati, and to you, Ms. Majumdar, for organizing this event successfully. And of course, it was an enriching and endearing experience for me. As I always say, that a teacher is always a learner. So it was a learning experience for me as well. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to chair both the sessions with Mrs. Professor Ruma Bordoloy ma'am also. Thank you.
Right, ma'am. It is indeed our pleasure to have you both on board with us.
Thank you so much.
With
some of the papers were really good. Some of the papers were really good. They had included empirical study as well. And that was very impressive. They were really good. Some of them were very good.
Definitely. I'm sure the participants and presenters have also had a great learning experience in this session. And I thank all of them for making this event possible by participating in it. So thank you one and all once again. And as we come to the conclusion of this technical session 12, I would like to tell you that our next panel sessions will begin at 2:30 p.m. And the participants have the respective links for the same. They can accordingly leave this meeting and join the same. Thank you.
A very good evening to all. We'll just start the session in 3 to 4 minutes. I guess the resource persons have joined.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Ma'am, we'll just start in 3 to 4 minutes because
Sure.
we have parallel sessions running. So we are just finishing the rest. So that moderator will jump on this session.
Fine.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good. So good to see you here.
Good. Same here.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, myself, Dipankar Chakravarti,
Yes.
and my co-author's name is Dr. Navamita Das. So, ma'am, I want to present my topic.
Dipankar, we are just starting in like a minute. The moderator is joining, so we'll just start with the session in like a minute or two.
Okay, sir. No issues. Thank you, sir.
Has the moderator joined the session?
Yes, sir. I have joined the session.
With the prior permission of the resource persons, I guess both the resource persons have joined, Dr. Kiran Sharma and Dr. Taru Mishra. So with their permissions, can we begin with the session 14?
Yes, sir, please.
Yes, please do.
Yes, ma'am. Please start with this session.
Okay. A very good afternoon, everyone. Respected resource person and my dear participant. I, Deepshikha Das, the moderator for this session, welcome you all to the National Conference on Emerging Contours of Law and Justice in Contemporary Era, Issue and Challenges, organized by PG Department of Law, Guwahati University, Assam, India, Droit Panel Group, a unit of Arjun Das Gulati Memorial Society, Prayagraj, in collaboration with Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Proceeding further, I would like to welcome our respected resource person for today's session, Dr. Kiran Sharma, Assistant Professor, KC Law College, University of Mumbai. Welcome, ma'am. And Dr. Taru Mishra, Assistant Professor, Amity Law School, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus. Welcome, sir. Before starting with the session, pardon, ma'am.
Thank you for the introduction.
Thank you, ma'am. So much. Thank you, ma'am. Before starting with the session, I just want to inform all the participants that you will be given 5 minutes for presentation and you will be getting reminder after 3 minutes are over and after 5 minutes are over. Ma'am, with your prior permission, shall we start? Please.
Yes, please do.
Okay, at the very first, I would like to welcome our first participant, Dipankar Chakravarti, research scholar, title of paper, Gender, Justice and Juvenile Justice System in India, an analytical study. So over to you.
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, madam. I am Dipankar Chakravarti, and my co-author's name is Dr. and Dash. So Navamita Dash. So today I am going to present before you my presentation topic, which is on gender justice and juvenile justice system in India. So now I would like to share PPT. Please 1 minute, madam. Ma'am, is it visible to you?
No, not yet.
Okay, madam. You can start for other person share. Ma'am, now is it visible?
No.
No, it's not. I hope you have the permission for sharing.
Yes, actually, while I'm clicking on that share screen, it is mentioning that you cannot start this screen sharing while other participants are sharing this screen.
I think sir will be able to solve
Organizers,
this
please look
problem.
into it.
Okay, madam.
Yes, what is the problem like?
He's
He
not
is
able to
unable to present, sir.
share the
Ma'am,
screen.
the presentation, this thing is already given. Just try. There must be a problem at your end because we have opened the access for presenting.
Okay, sir. Actually, sir, while I am clicking on that screen share option and going to that my PPT, it is showing that you cannot share your screen while other participants are sharing. So it is
Now again, just refresh and just again do it because from our side it's open. We can see the. Thank you so much.
okay, sir. Is it visible now, madam?
No. So
Now is it visible?
Now,
Yeah,
yes,
it's visible now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, madam. So firstly, I would like to say about the abstract. So gender justice and juvenile justice systems are the most essential elements in our society to create a balance in the field of gender-based discrimination, gender disparities, vulnerabilities, and various gender-related issues which are going on in our society. Gender justice and juvenile justice system must be there in our society, and which is existed in our society on the basis of various laws, policies, guidelines which are existed in our various laws. So in introductory part, I would like to state that gender justice aim to eliminate the gender-based discrimination in the field of education, then in the field of job, freedoms, rights, any other work, any facilities and opportunities. And it also promotes the equality over every individual of all genders or all age groups. It also says that there should not be any inequality amongst the juveniles or children or the people, irrespective of their religion, race, caste, sex, place, or place of birth. That means gender justice and juvenile justice, they are causally connected with each other. The main motto behind the existence of the gender justice and juvenile justice concept is to eliminate the gender-based discrimination, vulnerabilities, gender-related issues, and the inequalities which are going on in the field of jobs, various types of opportunities, facilities, educations, etc. Especially gender justice mainly focusing to empower or promote the woman for their various rights, freedoms, etc. In the concept area, I would like to state that gender justice, the main actual concept of gender justice is that every gender should get equal treatment before the law. There should not be any inequalities amongst the various peoples or genders in our society. So irrespective of their religion, race, caste, sex, gender identity, every peoples should get
Sir, your 3
treatment
minutes are over.
below. Okay, madam. In the part of definition, also I will say the gender justice and juvenile justice systems both are saying to eradicate the gender-based discriminations, gender-related issues, and various types of vulnerabilities which are prevailing in our society. In the segment of nature, the nature of gender justice is to eliminate the various types of inequalities, injustice which are going on in our society. And generally, the women are deprived in the various fields in compared to their male counterpart. So there must be equality in the field of amongst the citizens, especially amongst the men and women. There must be equality. Generally, we have find that the employee who are working in the private sector, they are not getting equal remuneration, because in the HR round, there are bargaining systems are there. So due to that bargaining system, equal education qualification, equal experience, everything's are there, but one employee are getting a huge amount of salary and another employee is not getting huge amount of salary. And the main cause of that is there was no proper bargaining system. That means the employee who is going for HR round or any interview, he has no bargaining capability or capacity to how to bargaining with the HR regarding this salary, which is not there in government service. In government service, there is a prescribed grade pay, slabs are there, which is also advised in the pay scale. So in the government service, there is no any scope for biasness or impartiality in various working segments.
So your 5 minutes are over.
5 minutes over, na?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. So in my conclusion part, I'd like to immaculately express my own point of view that gender justice and juvenile justice system in India must be there in our society only to protect, prevent, and promote the gender equality in our society, and also to prevent the various types of vulnerabilities, gender inequalities from our society.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Kiran ma'am, Taru ma'am, would you like to question?
Dipankar, it was a very brief presentation and you focus more on gender justice. Yes, but somehow I felt the connect between why you choose gender justice or gender injustice in field of juvenile justice was lacking. So that portion should have been highlighted irrespective of the fact that you were defining gender justice. So what was the nexus between two, that what are the instances or what were the challenges that are there with related to gender issues, specifically in the juvenile justice system, that should have been the highlight of your presentation. Anyway, from the conclusion, we could get the correct picture what you are trying to say, because the time limit was short. Yes. It was a good effort and keep it up. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Moving on next, we have Divya V, student, title of paper, Human Rights Evolution in Criminal Justice System, PAIC Encounters. Divya V.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Is I am audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Is I am audible?
Yes, audible.
Ma'am, is I am audible, ma'am?
Yes, Divya, you are audible. Please give your presentation. Dipankar, unshare your screen. Thank you.
Yes, Divya, you are audible.
Ma'am, is I am audible, ma'am?
Yes, dear, you are audible.
Yes, Divya.
Ma'am, can I proceed, ma'am?
Yes, please do.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I am having some technical issue, I can't be able to share my slide PPT, ma'am.
It's okay. It's okay. Brief us.
Yeah, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is a human rights violation in criminal justice system, a fake encounter. The police force hold a crucial role in the society, acting as a visible face of the government. During time of troubles, danger, crisis, or uncertainty, a citizen naturally turn to the police and police station for the assistance. They are expected to be accessible and responsive and adaptable within the society. The functions and duties of police are multifaceted, encompassing the maintenance of both the law and order. These duties led to a complex array of responsibility, roles, and power for the police organization. However, granting a diverse power to the police can also open an avenue of misuse, potential violation of human rights. My paper addresses the power vested in the police instance where the power has been abused and the legislative safeguard and the judicial oversight of the police activities. The Indian Constitution guarantees a range of human rights, ensuring their justiciability. The Supreme Court plays a vital role in upholding these rights with a strong human rights jurisprudence. As we know that Article 21 of the Constitution safeguards the right to life, which has been extensively interpreted by the court. India has a robust, present, and active human rights civil society, though
Divya, we cannot hear you.
Ma'am, is I am audible, ma'am?
Yes, now you are.
You are audible.
Despite these challenges, the court strives to protect the human rights. Yet the current situation necessitates more effective mechanism to handle such issues. In recent years, there has been an increasing in extrajudicial killing by the government agencies in India. The alarming trend threatens the fabric of society, undermining the rules of law. It is crucial to prevent state agency from taking the law into their own hands and acting as a parallel judiciary. The ongoing police encounter killing or a particularly concerning in a democratic nation. To address this critical issue of a human right violation, the state must either utilize the existing mechanism and standards or implementing changes in the criminal justice system and laws. Unlawful killing by the state force, also known as extrajudicial killing or extrajudicial execution, involve the killing of an individual by government authorities without legal process or a judicial proceeding. These punishments are often seen as unethical since they bypass the due legal process. They frequently targeted political, religious, and social figures and are executed by the state entities like armed force or a police fulfilling roles outside the boundaries of legality. The article mentioned major human rights issues such as extrajudicial killing, torture, and rape by security force, lack of accountability,
Your 3
poor
minutes are
prison
over.
conditions, and various
Divya, ma'am.
various forms of violation and discrimination. Ma'am?
Yeah, your 3 minutes are over, ma'am. You are left with 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm concluding my part. The independent investigation into a encounter killing are essential to uphold the credibility of a rules of law, ensuring both the state authorities and the public adhere to the rules of law is crucial. Measures should be taken to safeguard accused individuals in custody and reform the criminal justice system, including the police reforms. Extrajudicial killing undermines the people's trust in Indian judicial system and can be exploited by the corrupt officials. Establishing an impartial criminal justice system that operates independently from political pressure is necessary. So I concluded that the rule of law must prevail over the rule of gun. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Taru ma'am, Kiran ma'am, would you like to question?
Yeah, Divya, your presentation was good, but I think you should have focused more on issues and challenges. Your topic is really good. You should have taken, you should add over there, data-based analysis. I think that will be better for your paper.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I will do it.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to our next participant, Himanshu Rathe, Assistant Professor of Law, title of paper, Constitutional Morality Analysis of the Indian Supreme Court, a half-kept promise. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Namaskar, Sabiko. So the topic that I have chosen is constitutional morality, and it's a half-kept promise is my central argument that I say. So I'll just keep my presentation brief to the 5 minutes and raise a couple of points in those 5 minutes. So the first point that I would want to flag is that we'll see we read live law, bar and bench, and then we come across Supreme Court says something, and the broader tag is constitutional morality. So the police, the government official is corrupt. That behavior does not comport with constitutional morality. Or triple talaq. Triple talaq is against constitutional morality. Or the procedure that you are taking, well, when you appoint judges, then NJAC again is against constitutional morality. Delhi government and the union government are closer to my home. Again, LG and CM relations, constitutional morality is again invoked. So my point is a number of judicial review, as we have seen, is consistently evolving, and it's taking into account a lot of moral grounds also. I'm not saying as a standalone ground, but in tandem with other grounds, it is gaining its ground. Now, if you see, there are certain anterior questions which we should be asking before its deployment. That, you know what Kalpana Kanabaran said, that our socio-economic spirit of the Indian Constitution is fantastic, but is our institutions in India reined to the socio-economic spirit of the Constitution? That is a primary inquiry we should be asking, and a concept like constitutional morality requires that. So in my paper, I have actually studied South Africa as a country of comparison, because that is the country where constitutional morality started to develop as a modern concept. Otherwise, as a political concept, it has further back, it goes to Grotius's work, a political theorist from Greek. So in the South African Constitution, it is specifically the mandate that all three organs should coordinate for basic minimum deliverance of the Constitution. It's their constitutional mandate. And when you come to a country like India, once you file a petition, the first stance of the union would be primarily, not the only, but adversarial stance. We would not go with it. That's what they would say. And for XYZ reasons, we don't agree with the petition that has been filed. May appear to be a little vague, but if you concretely apply to the current situation, let's say same-sex marriage, which is pending before the Supreme Court, we don't recognize it. Now, coming to the transformative aspect, another common feature I noticed in constitutional morality judgments is the use and often repeated phrases transformative constitutionalism. Transformation from what and transformation to what? Transformation from present and transformation to what, and what is the aspiration that the Constitution aspires to reach? Now, while I'll be speaking a little bit borrowing from J. Sai Deepak's work, he says that our goals are westernized and aligned, and instead of having an inward-looking inquiry as to what we were at once, right? So this is the perfect tool that the Supreme Court has right now in its arsenal, transformative constitution, but just going to what the West understands with its rights and sort of hazing out, blurring out what we have stood for up till now has been absent in the Supreme Court's adjudication on transformative constitutionalism. Now, can we say that, can anyone come tomorrow?
So
and
your
say,
3 minutes are over.
okay, I have duly noted that. Thank you. So, can tomorrow someone come, knock the doors of the courts and say that, well, your doctrine, your concept, I'm so sorry, your concept of constitutional morality is nothing, right? It is nothing to us, and it's as vague, and you can never properly define. My answer to you would be that, well, you see, at once, basic structure doctrine was very difficult to structure around, and right till today, it is very difficult to give a close catalog. But can we say that it doesn't exist? It doesn't exist to what our vice president recently made a statement that it's a judicially created tool, and we are controlling the governance using that. So it's unconstitutional. One way to look at it, but what benefits it has given is increasing the judicial accessibility to the courts to check the passing passions and ensure that they don't overrun the constitution. Likewise, constitutional morality has offered to a limited extent all those possibility to reconfigure the rights, to rethink in which directions we are going. Again, one such I can tell you is regarding censorship. Now, for censorship, we usually follow community standard guidelines. So, as Gautam Bhatia posits, we should be using constitutional morality as a standard for censorship, right? Not what the community thinks is right, but is it in compliance, as 19.2 uses the word morality, also decency and morality, does it hold the spirit of constitution? This is one area of inquiry on which the law can build, and the Supreme Court has effectively countered along building those lines. So, well, social morality, no. Religious morality, no. Constitutional morality, yes. So this is one of the grounds that would be added to as a common seamless.
So your 5 minutes are over.
I'll just make one final statement and I'll stop. So, be it fundamental rights review, be it competency-based review, be it basic structure review, there's emerging a fourth form of review, constitutional morality review. And the development of it is heavily entrusted to the courts. Its potential offers immense scope for transforming the way we understand the constitution today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, would you like to question?
Himanshu, it was a very interesting, topic, and I know that time limit is very short for discussing such a wide concept, but a very nice and crisp presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on to next, we have Sharma N, student, title of paper, Gender Justice, Issue and Challenges.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
Yes.
A very good afternoon. I would like to start my topic with a PPT. Give me a second. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it's visible.
It's visible.
Thank you. So my topic is too open and basic thing, but still not able to achieve it. That is the. Am I visible? Sorry to ask.
No, ma'am, your video is off, I guess.
Get a second. Is it? Am I
Yes.
visible right now, ma'am?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, you're visible.
Okay. So yeah, my topic is too basic, but the basic issue is that even though basic, even if it's fundamental right, still it's unable to achieve in the society. So coming to the topic, gender justice towards an equitable and inclusive society. That's why I opted for the topic again. So my overview about the topic is, even though the gender justice is a multi-phased concept, even having a fundamental right does not, why can't it achieve the fairness, the equitableness, the respect that society have to give for it? So coming into the, again, I don't want to read the overview. I think it's been a 5 minutes included. So I'll just make it in a very brief thing. Introduction, gender justice is a fundamental human right. It refers to the individual's fair treatment regardless of its gender identity. Despite progress in recent years, we are still not able to achieve it. My objective of this paper is to Second, my objective of this paper is to explore the pivotal roles that institutions, policies, and legal frameworks play in shaping the landscape of gender justice. To the second objective, the power of education and awareness is dismantling harmful gender stereotypes, fostering empathy. Coming into again, it is like my first objective discuss about the issue, and my second objective is to suggest a way of method to raise from this. Now, what are the challenges to achieving gender justice? What are we facing? It's basically the discrimination, the stereotypes, and again, the unequal economic opportunities. Sorry for the repetitions. Sorry, unequal economic opportunities, lack of representations where women are literally being aborted from representations, getting or an unequal economic opportunity explains about the equal payments, not getting the equal payments. And the coming to the fifth point, limited access to education and healthcare. We literally lack where women still face issues, and like there are, if a man and girl are studying in the same institute, as we always know that it's still facing enough issues for a woman to get the same position being for the man. Coming to the sixth point is inadequate legal protection. Even though from the date of beginning, everybody says that there are enough laws only for women, the laws are only supporting women. Still, why can't we ensure that Vishaga case is such an example? Still, law is an inadequate legal protection for us. Seventh one, cultural and social norms. That is the basic thing from where we have to start. And I hope to my next slide, education is the basic thing. Culture and social norms can be changed with the face of gender justice. And the last one, the LGBTQ plus discriminations. When we are talking about gender justice, there is third genders which have been accepted by our judiciary, by the constitution, which have to be, they also have the right to get the gender justice. Now coming to the strategies for achieving gender justice, as I opinion, my paper was too elaborated. I would like literally, I want this PPT to be too brief that you people, it's like, I want to communicate, as I said, the basic concept should be communicated well, and that well communication should get an justice inside that. The legal reforms and enforcement from the basic, the legal reforms have to be happened. It's not like not in the papers and books, but to an applicable level. The
Your 3 minutes are over.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you for the reminder. Second, coming to the education awareness, as I mentioned in the last slide, the economic empowerment, that is, the equal payment should be given, political representations and leaderships. It's not on being a girl, they are getting it. It's like being equal, we need the right to get it. Last one is the media and culture invention. To being in the 21st century, people have the right, like everybody is in the media and culture invention, culture. So media is the one thing, great thing that can contribute into gender justice. Coming into the conclusion, it is too simple that gender equality is a human fight, not a female fight. As this is the last thing people have to understand from my basic topic, but the powerful one, I think. Thank you, ma'am. Is there anything you would like to inquire about?
Shama, first of all, thank you for keeping in time and giving the whole picture of what you have written. It was a very good presentation. The suggestion would be that try to bring in certain instances and the data and get a good publication for the same. I hope the organizers are also offering you with the publication. So just improvise a bit. Okay, if you could include some empirical research in it.
My article had that. I thought the presentation, which you have already gone through the article, the presentation is to just convey you what I have meaning to you.
We got it.
Yeah,
Thank you. Congratulations for
but
that.
I think madam is very much correct. If you will take one aspect of your research and if you will go ahead with that, with the data analysis and all, it will be a very good publication for you.
Sure,
because you have started with the objectives and all, very nicely starting, but take up one part of it and go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, for sure. I have included it in my article, so I thought my PPT would be like to make it brief in 5 minutes. For the next one, surely I'll be adding that. Thank you for the suggestion, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on to next, we have our next participant, Ayan Haldar, student. Title of paper, The Implications of President's Rule Within the Fabric of One-Party Federalism in Contemporary India.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are
Yes,
audible,
yes,
sir.
audible.
Okay. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mayan Halda, a final year LLM student from the PG Department of Law, Guwahati University. Now, I would like to present before you my paper, The Implications of Precedence Rule Within the Fabric of One-Party Federalism, a nuanced perusal of Article 356 within the Northeast Indian framework through the 2023 Manipur crisis. Plurality, as protected by the Indian Constitution, is the cornerstone of India's identity, with diverse languages, cultures, and traditions implying diverse claims, wants, and needs. Amidst distressing news of the recent abuse of Kuki-Zo women by a Meitei mob in Manipur, calls for a state emergency have been amplified, and the prolonged ethnic conflict implies that the breakdown of constitutional machinery that the article necessitates has certainly been met. It might not be a surprise if the central executive is pressurized by the democratic scheme of things to implement the article in the state. At this juncture, a fresh and perhaps overlooked area of legal concern arises regarding the article, specifically raising questions about its actual impartial relevance and capacity to provide remedies in the face of actual disruptions in a state of political monopoly. Having limited my study to the ongoing Manipur conflict, it is in that light that I would like to speak about my threefold perusal. The first idea that I seek to posit is how, in a politically religious right-wing era in India, conflicts both within and beyond the country tend to be oversimplified into a dichotomous narrative. Sangeeta Barua Pisharoti's analysis of conflict resolution in India's Northeast emphasizes the difficulty in achieving peace amongst its diverse group, despite elaborate negotiation attempts. State, non-state, and anti-state actors further complicate the situation, affecting civilians in the region. This dichotomization of conflicts into the us versus them narrative thus adds complexity to the already intricate Northeastern issues, with the party with a closer proximity to the central executive's broader political cause finding a nationally and centrally validated identity, while the other party is forced to assume the identity remotest to the same, irrespective of their own wishes. The Meitei Kuki historical tension centers on land rights and a refugee crisis. The Kukis accuse the Meitei chief minister's push for ST status as land seizure, while Meiteis, despite being a majority in the state, cite NRC as the main issue. Unfortunately, the predictable religious dichotomization has unfolded here too, with the central government's formerly subtle and recently more robust involvement with the issue. And the narrative that this is a conflict between Christian Kukis and Hindu Meiteis has been manufactured and has manifested itself into the conflict. Neera Chandok suggests that the BJP's rise in India has revived the one-party dominant system historically associated with Congress. But unlike Congress, which has a broad organizational structure and diffuse ideology, BJP operates as a cadre-centric party with a clear ideological foundation. The party's emphasis on one nation, one identity at the core of the us versus them politics, therefore, makes the chances of impartial intervention through Article 356 unlikely in this intricate Northeastern scenario. The second point that I would like to address is how the central executive has created a state wherein it itself is unable to grasp at the nuances of the Northeastern region. Inhabited by diverse ethnic communities, it exemplifies linguistic and ethno-cultural diversity, which often implies ethnic conflicts and tensions.
So your 3 minutes are over.
Yeah. While ethnic identity is a rallying point for mobilization and resistance, the actual causes often relate to land, resources, environmental conservation, and identity-based autonomy. The Kuki-Meitei conflict highlights how the Northeast remains entangled in material interests which take precedence over the religious politics of the mainland. In this context, I certainly don't feel that the use of Article 356 will provide for a neutral intervention. The third and final point that I would like to make in this context is about how Article 356 has been affected with the Indian state and the government of India emerging as two distinct entities in contemporary politics. The Indian central government's relationship with states is intricate and often driven by its own political goals. This has created what I can only label as intrastate competitive federalism, where communities within a single state unfortunately vie for the central executive's favor. This competition involves aligning with the ruling party's agendas, blurring lines between state governments and community aims. In this light, a fresh dichotomy has emerged within the Manipur crisis that oddly posits the previously synonymous Indian state and the governments of India or the governments of the state as two distinct and conflicting institutions. while elected governments have aligned with specific causes that exist perhaps beyond the constitutionally envisioned idea of the Indian state under Article 1. The concept of the Indian state, the constitutional Indian state, has become a symbol for resistance for communities like the Kukis in such dichotomous conflicts. The situation brings into focus the possibility that the union government might have transcended its role as a guardian of collective interests of the Union of India.
So your 5 minutes are over.
Yeah, I'll just conclude. Instead, it seems to have assumed a distinct and possibly non-constitutional position within the fabric of Indian politics. Interestingly, the union government still wields constitutional authority over the machinery of governance, and thus this raises tremendous concerns of whether the provisions of the President's Rule under Article 356 are indeed of any democratic use in the entirety of India, let alone in the Northeast in the present-day context. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, would you like to question?
Yeah, I think, Ayan, your topic is really very good. And that is really for the today's time, is a very proper and the contemporary issues for today's time. But I think if you will take some examples of the other country and include and compare with it, it will give more value to your research paper.
Okay, I'll certainly do that, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Moving to next, we have Linda Ganguly, advocate. Topic of her paper, Gender Justice in India to Study with Special Reference to the Role of Judiciary.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Okay, ma'am. I would like to share my PPT. It is a very simple PPT, but I would like to present that.
Sure.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes. No, PPT is not visible.
No, Linda, it's not.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
Yes.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. So my topic is, ma'am, gender justice system in India. To study with special reference to the role of judiciary. So before I start and go to the role of judiciary, I would like to tell what is gender and what is the difference between gender and sex. Gender means a term which is used by the society, because society is construct the gender, that what gender is use their how they act, how they react with everything, what will be their behavior, that things are totally given by the. So remember, my PPT is not transferred. Sorry, can I get 1 more minute? It's not working. My PPT is not working, ma'am.
Might be some network issue, Linda. You can give the presentation like that only.
Okay, ma'am. So the term sex is a biological and psychological characteristics of a man and a woman. And gender is a socially constructed behavior by what is given by the society. So it is totally the society say that how a man behave, how a woman. In that term, in that side, the agents are the family, education, peer group, and media. So my paper is also talk about gender justice. Gender justice means there should be an equality between men and a woman, and there should not be any discrimination in between them. And there should not be any kind of bias judgment given by the judiciary as well, because judiciary is the supreme authority here, and they are ideal for our society. Their judgments are very much accepted by the society, and society relied on the judiciary. So my topic is totally focused on 2 problems. One is gender neutrality and one is gender stereotype by the judiciary. The first, gender neutrality, is happen. It provide many laws to the women. like the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act, Sexual Harassment of Workplace Act, Dowry Prohibition Act, so many. But the problem of the men are not give any kind of laws. They are ignored by the society. Like many ad we can see that men will be men. So this is not happen that man has no kind of emotional feelings or that kind of thing. So they also need some laws, because we can see in a Kolkata viral video case by Joyjit Majumdar. In that case, we see that his wife assaulted him. He is a victim of domestic violence, whereas when he go to the police station, FIR was not accepted by the police authority in Bidhannagar police station.
Ma'am, your 3 minutes are over.
Okay, thank you.
You're left with 2 minutes.
Okay. Now, I would like to come with my another problem, that is gender stereotype by the judiciary. In a recent case of Tukaram versus and another versus state of Maharashtra, in that case, the judiciary gave a judgment, and also the session court grant a bail to the accused on behalf that the victim has no sign of harm or want, and also said the victim being habitual with the sexual intercourse. So this is not acceptable from the side of judiciary. Also a very recent case in the year 2020, Justice Krishna S. Dixit, in a case Sri Rakesh B versus state of Karnataka, she said that after a rape, a victim fell asleep. So it is not possible. So the anticipatory bail can be granted. So this is not a way to give a bail on this cause. This cause is not acceptable. This stereotype mentality is not acceptable from them who are so much respected by our society. Also, if a woman is give a weak denial, it means it is a consent. It is also said by the judiciary in the year 2017 in Muhammad Farooqi case. So it is a very provide a very bad impact to the society, because society always rely to the judiciary. And so I would like to conclude, because the time is not more. So I just want that there should be law for the men as well as women, because men also suffer many kind of things. So gender justice is required for gender in respect of gender neutrality. Both should get all the laws, and also the gender stereotype thoughts of the judiciary should be changed, because it provides a huge impact to our society. Thank you.
Okay, Linda.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, would you like to take a question?
Nice presentation, and we are glad that you refer to certain case laws, make it more elaborate and more nicely presented in your papers. I hope you have done it. It's a good piece of work for publication. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on to our next participant, Rajkumar Gupta and Dr. Jia Matharani, research scholar and academician. Title of paper, Genetically Modified Crops Food, Best Alternative to Guarantee Food Security in India. So over to you.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes.
My screen is shared, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, your screen is visible.
Thank you so much. A very warm greeting to the respected resource person and all the participants present here. I am Rajkumar Gupta, research scholar of law from the GLS University, Ahmedabad, and my co-author is my research guide, Dr. Jia Matharani. So my topic of, I chosen to write this paper on genetically modified crops or foods, best alternative to guarantee food security in India. So if we talk about the food security, ma'am, this is a very pressing issue from the long time. I just try to elaborate this. As per 1996 World Food Summit, food security exists when all the people all the time have a physical and economical access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and the food preferences for the active and the healthy life. So if we see the Sustainable Development Goal 2 that may be achieved by 2030, the target is like till the 2030 to end hunger from all around the world. But if we see the data of 2020, 2.4 billion individual or more than 30% of the world population had moderate to severe food insecurity, meaning they lack a regular access to the sufficient nutrients and the food. And if we talk about the in the context of India, in the Global Hunger Index 2022, India comes to at the number of 107 out of 100 mortality rate in the world at 19.3% in India only. So now question arises, how to overcome this food insecurity, and is this any alternative for the food security for India? So now I just correlate my food security with the option of genetically modified crops or the foods which may be adopted by the India. And actually the BT cotton is in 2002 only the BT cotton is adopted by the India, and it was kind of successful thing, but there is kind of debate. So I'm just coming to the a little bit about the genetically modified crops or the foods. Genetically modified crops organism can be defined as organism that is the plants, animals or microorganism in which the genetic material DNA has been altered in a way that it does not occur naturally by the mating or the natural recombinant. The technology is also often called the modern biotechnology or the gene technology, or sometimes called a recombinant DNA technology or genetic engineering. It allows selected individual genes to be transferred from one organism into another, or also between the non-related species. So crops or the food produced from or using the GM organism are often referred to the GM crops or the food. Now, my research methodology, basically it's purely doctrinal, and these are the various
So your 3 minutes are over.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, I'm noted. These are the various literature review which I have done. These are the main things. Basically, I've just put in my PPT. Now come to what is the need of the GM crops? These are the benefits where, they will give the higher yields to the crops. They enhance the nutritional value. They have the longer shelf lives. They have the tolerance to the drought, and they can if we can use that, they can consume the less water. So the irrigation thing is we can cope up with that. Or they are also the with the help of this technology, there is a resistance to the herbicide, insects and pesticides, and it's also reduce the farming cost, and it's also increase the farmer profits, and it also somehow help to save our environment because we are using the less chemical. Now come to the flip side of the GM crops. So it might be possible after fewer down the line, because in the present time we can't access that whether this crop has a hazardous effect on the human health or not, but it might be possible in fewer down the line it may cause a human health hazard, or it may cause an environmental risk or gene flow, or it may be cause the antibiotic resistance in the human body, and it may also affect our immune system. So these are the various, I don't have much time to just describe this. These are the GM crops and the Indian scenario. In 2002, there's a introduction of the BT cotton, and in 2006, there is a PIL filed by the Aruna Rodriguez in related with the GM crops, because the whole world is divided into the two things. One is in the favor of GM, and the other side is are not against the GM. So these are the things. In 2010, BT brinjal was having the impediments, and But I'm talking about the recent time development. In 2022, the Parliament has given the flag to this field trial of genetically modified mustard, and the field trial is going on. So now my finding and conclusion is that if this transgenic technology that shift gene from one species to another can increase production of the grains, and it also helpful for environment benefit and nutritional improvement, and that should be emphasized to encouraging and persuade, so we can persuade the nation, especially India, because India is one of the populous state now at time. It surpassed the China also. We need to cater big population, so it may might be possible this GM food is the best alternative for cater a whole population. So this so another suggestion are
your
like
5
this,
minutes
as this
are already
technology cannot
over.
be. Ma'am, can I take 1 minute to
Yes,
wind
sir.
up this thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this technology cannot be groomed in isolation. So all the countries should endeavor to research new varieties and then pull it at one center. So it might be possible with the help of other countries. We may frame some website where all the organization can put their views or their research at same platform. And the various agencies of the UN also come and overcome this problem. And as we already know what are the benefits and what are the disadvantages of the GM crops, so we need to very careful before we just go to get a new field
So
trial
sorry
for
to
the
interrupt, but
GM
I would
crops.
request you to sum up, please.
Yes, ma'am, it's almost done. So
Okay, thank you,
that's
sir.
all my thing. Yeah, thank you so
Thank
much.
you, sir. Ma'am, would you like to question?
Very good paper.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
think a very important issue you have, and you have given a very good formula to go ahead with this. And this is the time when all across the world is facing a lot of problem with respect to food as well as to environment. The global warming and climate change has become like a threat for all over the world. So I think this your suggestion will be really appropriate to meet the needs of the today's whatever is required for the society. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, moving on to next, we have Dr. Hiranmaya Nanda, academician, title of paper, The Status of an Unborn Child and Women Reproductive Rights in India. Dr. Hiranmaya Nanda. Okay, then moving on to next, we have Lani Das, research scholar, title of the paper, section 5 and 7 of Hindu Marriage Act 1955 under the light of Indian knowledge system. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. That my good afternoon, all. I am not taking so much time, so I am continuously coming to my paper. So my paper is analysis of section 5 and 7 of Hindu Marriage Act under the light of the Indian knowledge system. As we all know that nowadays the Indian knowledge system is taking a mass important in case of every aspect, like in medicine, in other medicine sector, in education sector, Indian knowledge system already taking place. But in resolving the issues like marriage and in formulating the lawmaker did not yet take much attention to include the Indian knowledge system in formulation of law. So my objection to object of the paper is to inclusion of Indian knowledge system to resolve the issue related to the marriage and spreading awareness regarding this. So if you all know that Indian knowledge system is the knowledge is ancient knowledge which is already encoded in Vedas, in Puranas, in other Itihasa, in Upanishad, in everything. And this thing also included so many medicinal property, astrological property, Vedic property, and everywhere it is applicable. So when the Hindu Marriage Act was formulated, it was formulated with a concept of 2 points to give a definition of marriage, to protect the marriage and to prevent the issues regarding the marriage. But in definition of marriage, when the Hindu Marriage Act are formulated, the maker of the Hindu Marriage Act not give the definition of marriage, but they define the form of marriage in a valid, voidable, and void form. So void means it is a null and void from the initially, and that other is a valid marriage. And the other part, like protection means there are so many sections they have also included the maker of the Hindu Marriage Act, and they get successful to give protection regarding the parties to the marriage under section 13, under section 9, section 10, and section 11. In different sections are there. So my part is included actually the prevention part, because everywhere is said that prevention is better than cure. So as we have known that Hindu Marriage Act section 5 and 7 included some condition for validation of a marriage. Section 5 includes some very much important and condition which is mandatory. You can't violate that condition. If you violate the condition, then marriage become a void. And 7 included the section 7 of the Hindu Marriage Act included the importance, some importance condition which must be followed, but is not as mandatory as section 5. So but importance of section 7 section of Hindu marriage was related to the ceremony of the marriage. And in an important case of a Supreme Court, the S. Nalangina versus Srinivasan, already the Supreme Court is said that the ceremony of Hindu marriage is very essential in case of validation of a marriage. So section 5 is given the condition regarding age, regarding the situation, marriage status. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, section 5 is saying that the validation of marriage regarding the age, marital status, and other condition is given for validating a marriage. So now our issues like that, from the very beginning, Indian law system that why the marriage is important. Marriage was actually solemnized to perform such personal, religious, and other procreation for procreation of children, and for fulfillment of other aspects of human life, and actually to give a better generation, future generation also. So future good and bad generation is depend on the good or bad marriage. If there is an option in Hindu Marriage Act for dissolution of marriage, but as per my research, it is not sufficient to resolve the marriage. Actually, when some person was getting into a marriage, their expectation is different. Two persons are getting together, and a good marriage can give, come out with so many important aspects. Like it is also important for creation of good generation, also for creating good children, good environment in the society. So, as per my research, Indian knowledge system can give and help in making a good marriage, because the Indian solar system also said about the astrology and all. So astrology is actually basically the Kundalini Milan system. I am actually suggesting here to include the Kundalini Milan system into the Hindu Marriage Act, not in the essential condition, but in the subordinate condition. It can be included as a part of the section 7 of the Hindu Marriage Act, where there is a ceremony itself. Because in the
Ma'am, I think there is some network problem.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Yes.
Yes.
Lani Das, ma'am, are you there?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it is already mentioned the importance of ceremony. So, I want to suggest here that you must include.
Your 5 minutes are over. Please kindly sum up.
Yes, yes. I come to my suggestion, but so I'm suggesting that Kundalini Milan system and horoscope taking system must be included, must be taken as a part of the a Hindu Marriage Act as an essential condition of the marriage, because the horoscope, the Kundalini is as per the Indian lunar system saying the future, present, and also saying the personality of the Hindus. because we have already taken the Indian knowledge system in every aspect, and the parliament of different and institutions like Tiruvallapullam Parliament on 2016 had introduced a bill for protection of the traditional knowledge system bill also. So it also saying the importance of this system. So I'm
Technical issue, I think.
Lanidas ma'am, are you there?
I think she's having technical issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, actually, yeah.
Yeah, ma'am.
Lanidas ma'am, are you there?
Yes,
Ma'am,
sir. Yes, ma'am.
kindly please sum up. We are running out of time.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm already summed up. Maybe due to network issue, you are not able to hear me, because I'm summarizing that the Indian concept of Indian knowledge system must be taken in formulating the law regarding everything, regarding Hindu marriage also. This is my suggestion.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Taru ma'am, Kiran ma'am, would you like to question?
Lani, a very interesting debate it was, that whether the Kundali Milan system should be included in it or not. For that, we have to really do a thorough integration into the need of the society, because somewhere it is acceptable and somewhere it is not. And with the trend, way we are moving forward with and westernizing, many people have done away with it. So you have turned a new topic for debate. So please do an empirical study on it, a case-based study, a proper sampling of group is there, and then come to some conclusion and give the suggestion. Thank you.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for suggestion.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That's all for the session. Now I would request our resource person, Dr. Taru Mishra ma'am and Dr. Kiran Sharma ma'am, to please share your valuable insights with our participant and regarding this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Should I?
Kiran ma'am, you should say it first, please.
Okay. Should I first?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's my really indeed a privilege to be the part of this very important conference, which has taken actually very appropriate topic, what is required for the today's society. So I'm really thankful to you, the organizers, and a special thanks to Advocate Gaurav Gulati sir for inviting me to be the part of this conference. The papers presented in this conference were actually, the topics are really very good. The research part of it, I think whenever the participants are starting your presentation, you should come up with the basic objectives. If you are having any hypothesis for your research, you should be highlighting that. And after discussing whatever the relevant topic you have selected as per your title, you should be coming with your with the objectives as well as the statement of problem. And on that basis, whatever the questions you have raised, you should be coming with the recommendations and the conclusion. So all papers presented in this conference was really good. All participants have taken a lot of efforts to, that get the information and going ahead with the topic. I think it is a great success of this conference after looking the paper presented in this particular conference. So I really congratulate to the organizers for this excellent, the participants as well as the organization. Thank you so much, one and all present here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, it was a very great session to preside over, and the way the people came forward and they presented their views and gave their suggestions. It was indeed a pleasure to hear them, and on a Sunday to make contribute something to the academics and research is always a welcome step. I want to congratulate the organizers and especially Mr. Gaurav Gulati. He always come up with such type of surprises at very short notice. So congratulations to the entire team and all the participants who have come. Thank you for coming up, and it was a great success because 8 out of 9 people are here to give their views on the topic. So congratulations to all the participants and to the team. And thank you, ma'am, for sharing the forum with me. It was a pleasure to have you with us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tarun ma'am. Thank you, Kiran ma'am. I hope your suggestions are useful to the participants for the future endeavors. It was a great session. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, resource persons, for your insight to this program. And I shall be highly obliged. And it's been a lot of time seeing Tarun ma'am again with us. And thank you, Kiran ma'am, for being a part of this program. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you for great success.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Gaurav.